eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地獄なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。 負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニングレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モード始めよう もう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげえ気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地域をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよ now 負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニングレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モード始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on. Another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. I pull out the fire, I'm looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on the water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
me up? Won't you break me up? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm ballin' out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my Hit me with the Cali sun, give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go.
fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm diamond in my own light. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own right. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the
Welcome one and all back to a beautiful night here in the LPL, or day wherever you are. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada, and I could not be happier to be joined by you for a second to last Super Saturday in the LPL regular season.
I know, things are finally starting to wrap up. We're almost at the official business end of the LPL. And things have been continually heating up if you've been keeping up with things here.
Just a little
Mazel,
bit.
I'm looking forward.
It's getting a little hot. I don't know why I'm wearing a jacket. We're wearing jackets. It's getting hot here in the LPL. But let's go ahead and take a look at yesterday's games and see exactly where maybe some of that heat is coming from. But you got to expect the heat from the bottom as AL come up with another win. 2-0 over FPX, and then EDG cement themselves with a 2-1 victory over OMG.
Yeah, real matchup yesterday, AL FPX. Anyone's legend getting a 2-0 win.
That was kind of a banger, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was a pretty fun series, and obviously as well EDG solidifying themselves. I think that's the only way to put it as the first place team here in the LPL. I think OMG put up a really solid fight, but when it came to the real meat and potatoes of the series, EDG were just significantly better across the board.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the standings as well, since we are getting to that solidification here. We have our top 3 already in, obviously not cemented in places, but we have them in the playoffs. But we have some titles or some playoff contentions up for grabs today. If Weibo beat Ninjas in Pajamas today, Weibo will lock the playoffs. If Top Esports beats BLG today, Top Esports will lock in playoffs. But if BLG 2-0 TES, BLG will be the ones that lock in playoffs, Jamada. So a lot to fight for on a night that's full of games.
Yeah, and that is it's pretty interesting here at BLG Top Esports, because they may or may not be playing later today. So it's super important, like you're saying, and I think the
It
other
may
one
or
as
may
well
not
is,
be our match of the week. Who
it may
knows?
or may not be.
We'll just
Who
be
knows?
nonchalant.
Who knows? Yeah, it's pretty chill, right? Yeah, I feel like the standings, like I said, things are just heating up, right? It's kind of insane to see a standings this close, this far, and so close to the end.
5 teams at 8, by the way.
Yeah,
just easy.
5 teams at 8, 3 at 7. It's kind of insane. Like we said, Top Esports BLG will be our final series of the night, our match of the week. Yeah, super looking forward to it. But Weibo NIP, Weibo, the other team that are sort of at the top end of that 8-5 tie, want to win the series to lock in, like you say. If they do that, a very solid position for themselves. They don't necessarily have to worry about playoffs, just seeding, and their run of schedule a lot easier than every other team around them. Talk about that later on. RA JDG will be our middle series as well.
Yeah, RA JDG, interesting implications there, obviously, with RA maybe having a late season comeback if they can, and especially Weibo looking over at them as a future opponent to finish out their season. Like, are you going to be looking good now, or are you not going to be looking so good? But we're going to take a look at our first series of the night, because we do have those playoff implications for Weibo Gaming, but specifically Ninjas in Pajamas in their last series, man. They're looking pretty darn good. Starting of Shadow, getting his first wins. Obviously, he lost the first series 0-2 with the squad when he subbed in the 2 series ago. But this last series, NIP actually looked good. They were able to bounce back in a series and find a lot of success through Shadow and through Dream, but also the rest of the team really coming up. So I'm looking at Weibo with some hesitancy here, Jamada, but I'm seeing if they can kind of put NIP in their place.
Yeah, Weibo are such a weird team, if we can sort of take a brief moment and a step back.
A brief walk around the Weibo garden.
Because, I really do think about Weibo, and I think about the times where, they kind of... Do you remember that first... I think it might have been the first match of the week of the entire split. Hello, The Shy. Where they completely dominated Top Esports. And this is a Top Esports before they had their falter halfway through the split. And... going up against JDG, taking down JDG. The ceiling to this team is clearly very high. But with some mid-season inconsistencies, they find themselves not necessarily yet in the top 4. Of course, they can lock it temporarily with a playoffs run. So into an NIP who are now all of a sudden kind of finding a little bit of, a late in the split resurgence, right? I'm not going to say all of a sudden NIP are gonna,
everything's fixed. They look great. Top of the table.
They look great. They're a top 5 team. It does make you wonder every single time you see Weibo play, and especially if they're playing a team that's 2-3 wins away from them. Obviously NIP, I think they're 4. What version of Weibo are we going to get today? Are we going to get the Weibo that can straight up dominate teams like Top Esports and JDG, or are we going to get the ones that, you know, can't really take on their counterparts like EDG, or get kind of washed aside like they did ages ago by TT?
Yeah, a lot of stuff riding, obviously, for Weibo in the series lock-in of playoffs. But I'm looking across the table, right? Obviously, Karsa facing up against his old org. Ninjas in Pajamas were called V5 last year. Obviously, the name change coming into this one. But Karsa against his old org here for last year. His home, that was a little bit turbulent. But looking at NIP as a whole, right? They still have some power pieces from last time. Fodic, an all-star ADC, but bringing in Shadow, having, you know, Xiaolong Bao for a lot of the season, but Dream really coming back into the start, invincible in his rookie split, and a very tall task for this 5-sack.
Yeah, you know, I think NIP, the big thing really has been like a lot of the roster shuffle arounds. Starting out a lot of this, some of the split with Dream, right, and then swapping over to Pao, like you said, Xiaolong Bao as well. To now have Shadow come in and, you know, sure, the first series was a little bit turbulent, but taking down IG, who have, for the most part, had the mojo with them a lot of the time. Things have definitely looked like they've been on the up, especially when Pao and Xiaolong Bao are there. Now with this new duo of Dream, Shadow, and Invincible, it does seem like things could turn out for the better. I think obviously we're most likely looking at summer. Whilst not mathematically locked out, I do like to be real. We'll see whether or not.
As long as they 2-0 tonight and RA 2-0s, they're not out. All right.
You know, it's not an impossibility. But I will say this Ninja and Batama lineup does look quite fun, and hopefully they do get to develop a lot more. You know, starting from this series onwards, right? But like you say, into Weibo, or like we've mentioned, into Weibo, it is a tall task, and I think a lot of that, you can start some of that journey in trying to play through, you know, mid jungle. I feel like the mid jungle of Weibo, despite what should have been a very stable mid jungle, has not always been performing up to scratch throughout a lot of this split.
I think especially when you see that Shadow went to the facilitation jungle well in his first series, it didn't work out for him. The next series, first game, not working out for him, goes to the Viego, has a really nice carry performance. Where I've seen Shadow successful is when he has resources, when he is able to either facilitate in a strong way or have a carry potential of his own. Now, he did win another game on Maokai in that series to kind of close it out and had actually a really nice, again, facilitation performance. But against Karsa, you've got to step up your game here. I know it's a little bit of a last-ditch effort to say that at the very end of the split, but man, you want to go out on a bang? Well, you go out winning against Karsa.
Yeah, and you know,
the
always,
old jungler as well.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I was about to say, right? Even though, you know, there's probably not too much thought into it, there is always that very small primal sense of pride as an individual player, and also, you know, as a team, right? If you go up against someone who used to be on that lineup that you're on now, there is always that thought of, wouldn't it be nice if we just beat him? You know?
And it's also Karsa. You're like, oh, you know, it's just one of the goats in jungle. No big deal.
No big deal. You know, one of the best to ever do it. Yeah, it is something that I'm sure is going to be on their mind. And like you say, Shadow was pushed quite far down in that one particular jungle match. Still stepped up on the champion despite Maokai kind of falling out of meta effectively. And wow, Weibo funnily paying respect with the Maokai ban.
Get respect where respect is due, Jamada. All right,
yeah.
We got the shadow. Although I miss Shadows like Hekarims and stuff, that's where I really wanted to see him on. But we do get the Elise first lock in here for Weibo, so putting the eggs in the Karsa basket.
Yeah, straight away. And I wonder if that just signals that we're going to get Nami Lucian at 2 and 3. I know it's very boring, but a lot of the time when we get Elise, we get a lot of these strong lane bully lanes, which obviously makes sense because you want to utilize the power of not only the jungle pick, but if you've got that strong setup for a 3v3 or a 2v2, you get strong lanes. Caitlyn as well, along the same lines, right? Caitlyn Lux here looks very lightly, or Caitlyn Karma for a lot of poke.
I want the Lux. Let's go.
Makes a lot of sense. There you go. Into NIP's immediate lock of the Zeri and the Lulu draft, potentially flying by quite quick here. We'll see what Shadow wants to go towards.
These teams are ready.
To be the Jarvan. Yeah, they are just prepped. So at this point now, it kind of just depends on what priority really wants to be from either side, right? It seems like top lane bans immediately towards the Shy with a Gnar. And for Weibo, I mean, I feel like you probably pick on Dream's champion pool because Dream is still Dream, right? I think a lot of us have a lot of positive memories of when Rookie wasn't quite there for the V5 roster for a couple of weeks, and Dream honestly stepped up. He was playing like a monster, to the point where some people were like, should we even bring Rookie back in? But it's Rookie, so we will. But Weibo go towards the Scion ban. They don't want to allow a strong front line to be built up here for NIP when they've got the Zeri-Lulu.
And speaking of, okay, we get a little bit of secondary focus here from NIP. They actually go with the Tristana as their last ban. The Jax is going to join the ban table from Weibo. But I love to see this aggression in the bot lane, but also some carry potential for both these guys. Obviously, I'm going to be a little bit biased here. One of my favorite ADC matchups to watch last year, all year, was Photic versus Light. I think both these guys bring such an aggressive killer instinct to the table. And while doesn't always work, I'll give them that. I love to see that kind of stuff in the LPL, but specifically between these two guys. So while we're putting a lot of focus on mid jungle, I'm definitely going to be keeping a side eye on this Caitlyn versus Zeri. But we do get the Cassante lock-in now for NIP.
Yeah, I do get a little bit worried though now for NIP, because they blind pick the Cassante into the Shy, who's likely going to go something like Gwen or something like Renekton, super aggressive lane, right? Into this Cassante. And Xiaohu very likely to probably lean on something like Talia, something like maybe Syndra, something that can be very, very aggressive and roam to side lanes. Jace as well kind of fulfills that same role as well. So I feel like NIP, if they don't pick something up here that can at the very least respond in the early stages, Ari definitely kind of can, I feel like, at the very least match some of the lane shove, some of the kill threat in the 2v2 in the mid jungle at the very least. They would have been in a lot of trouble, because right now I see Weibo with an aggressive jungler, 3 early skirmishing and happy to move to rotations laners, whilst NIP are rocking 2 pretty stable but passive in many cases in the early stages lanes. So yeah. I feel like Weibo have all of the early agency here to make whatever play they want happen, and it's on NIP to turtle and respond as defensively as they can.
And I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but man, these teams were prepped coming into this. This might be the fastest draft I think I've had. It's so long in the LPL, but I love it because we get some very aggressive comps, especially from Weibo. They will be full frontal assault against NIP, and that is a bar that NIP are going to have to rise to. We already said that this is a bit of an underdog matchup, should be on paper. We know how crazy Weibo can be, but this should be Weibo locking in playoffs, and NIP are here to upset.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, I think with a draft like this, to me, Weibo, and maybe I myself am reading too much into this, right? And it can be a little bit difficult when you are sat on the outside and you don't necessarily get all of the insight. But Weibo, to me, do strike as a bit of a team where you can kind of read into the mentality of the lineup based on their drafts a lot of the time. And I feel as if they've got a draft like this, where they're willing to make these early plays, then they want to get out of this game ASAP.
Yeah, they do.
They want to run this game over in 20-25 minutes, not because of the draft itself, but that is just the way that they're feeling. We'll see how NIP respond as we get onto the Rift for game number 1.
The beautiful skyline brings us on to the Rift. Weibo versus NIP. Weibo on the brink of locking in playoffs here in spring, joining that upper echelon, while NIP trying to find some spark in the tank here in the final parts of their season. We'll see if any of these comps can help that, and I specifically want to look at early game for Karsa, for Shadow, but especially Xiaohu and Dream, and how that lane's going to go to level 6, because that will be a point of pressure for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid jungle, when Elise is on the map, is often simply contested. Same thing for Jarvan as well. Such powerful mid lane ganks because of the range of the Flag and Drag. One thing I do want to call out, however, is actually attention towards the bottom side, because one thing and an adaptation you would see a lot of the time last year when Caitlyn lanes became very popular was junglers just doing red buff and ganking level 2. So we'll see whether or not this ends up happening. It seems like a Pixel Ward rush is going to be put down, and also one in the river. So all of the angles are effectively covered here, and Weibo understand and recognize that that could be a very valid path for Shadow to take. And I think NIP also have information that both those wards are placed down, so it's probably going to stave off that early gank for now.
How do you feel about the Jarvan here in this matchup? Again, I was saying I wanted something a little bit more aggressive for Shadow. Obviously, it's something he's gone to before, but into the Elise, you feel like you still have those tools to kind of aggress early, or I guess respond early?
I think respond is probably the better word, right? I think you always want to be not necessarily second to the play, but you want to counter it, right? I think if you are the first one to the jump, funnily enough, in the Jarvan matchup, it kind of depends contextually on the lanes, but you're more likely to lose. I feel like Elise, if she's able to effectively set up a play and not really be answered, then yeah, she kind of just wins out. Whereas I think if Jarvan goes in and he doesn't find connection on the flag and drag or anything along those lines, it doesn't go perfectly, Elise will end up winning out on that skirmish. But I just feel like generally the lanes are much more powerful for Weibo, so it doesn't necessarily lean in Jarvan's favor this time around.
I want to raise you one thing.
All right.
Elise is a spider.
Okay.
There's 8 legs. It's a scary thing, and also like the size is bigger than a human. So I don't know what you want to do about that, but it is also a factor to put in there. Are you scared of spiders, Jemima?
I actually used to be when I was a kid, and I feel like NIP should be right now because Shadow
the
had to
spider
wrap all the way
senses are
around.
tingling, but not for
Yeah.
NIP. We'll see if Karsa can actually get a kill here as well. Getting very low. The bangs actually sink pretty deep in first blood to Karsa. But you got a response from Shadow here. Karsa coming in. Flashes come out from both sides. TP's coming through, but Shadow can't follow it up. And they might actually have the damage now. They got the headshots, and Shadow goes down. Oh, they're looking for... Oh, no! He steps right onto the trap, and it is absolute devastation for Weibo. 3 minutes and 25 seconds in.
Oh, it's a complete disaster from the perspective of NIP, and Weibo get everything they want and more. They even canceled Dream's teleport in the mid lane. Xiaohu committed for that.
Oh, he
and now
missed
he's winning
the
a trade here.
charm. The Dream just dies? No, he doesn't. He makes it out by the skin of his teeth. Xiaohu as well. Very, very close.
Oh man, the execution on that. So strong for Weibo, and just a couple of small things going wrong for NIP mean that they don't walk away with anything. Shadow's going to come here in the mid lane and just assist Dream on this wave shove in, force out the teleport from Xiaohu super early, and maybe give Dream the opportunity to walk back. But let's take a look at this play.
We gotta watch it again.
Because Shadow was forced to wrap all the way around. The cocoon goes wide. So Weibo, they've got time to make this dive happen because Shadow is going to be late to respond. They get the kill on Zhuo. Good cleanse here from Photic, but what I want to pay attention to is the flash doesn't quite connect. It's so close, and this is what I was talking about. Xiaohu cancels the teleport. This is maybe why Shadow's moving so far forward.
Yeah.
He gets caught up here, and I just think
this, he
Photic...
just doesn't see it under the turret.
So this may look very goofy from our perspective, but
we get special view.
We get special view if Photic has the camera at a particular angle. Whilst he's trying to kite away from those champions, he just might not see that trap underneath the tower. It is
one of the most devastating things in the game.
Yeah.
It feels so good when you pull it off too, because like, you couldn't see it because you're on tower. And especially in a competitive game at this level, feels even better, especially for Light too. Now we're still looking at early aggression from Weibo. I said it was full frontal assault. Well, they're going to continue to do that. Maybe Xiaohu taking that moniker too heavy to the head. But now Karsa should be able to follow this one up. Be able to actually clean up this kill easy. Cocoon lands, and the combo comes down. Bangs and hammers. Didn't know that combo is so deadly.
Yeah, it's a really, really potent dive. We're getting a picture of the TP cancel again. Which is pretty funny.
Oh, it's good. Oh, they wanted to show the flash chart. Oh. Our observers love that.
Oh, they're brutal, man. They really are. But you're starting to see right now why Elise was pretty much permabanned throughout a lot of the early year. It's because she's able to just make consistent plays happen like this, and they're so hard to avoid. You can't really get out of these situations. Now, Karsa's on top of the dragon, and he's got lane priority here in the bottom side. Even though Xiaohu's coming from base, they can see where Dream is right now on the mid wave. And Shadow is super hesitant to move forward because there is just no vision.
Almost 4,000 deficit.
Yeah,
it's 6 minutes into the game.
It's not ideal.
NIP? Ultra Shock? Oh,
no.
The dominoes just don't fall, Shimada. They just don't fall.
They don't. And what is now outside of the immediate, 3.4, 3.3k gold lead that Weibo seem to have in their back pocket right now. The immediate concern to me is actually the fact that so many of those plates have dropped on the bottom side already. This could be one of those super ideal Caitlyn games where you get to move her around the map and basically, sort of get a 10 plate plus game if we're going at the pace that they're going at right now, because they could very well have the tower down in the next 2 or 3 minutes, and of course that could also snowball into having a Herald placement as well, or grab. So they have to try and find something, but again, I feel like they're just out skirmished on every side of the map.
Yeah.
It's maybe only the mid lane where they can try and find something.
We got the Hextech Alternator and the Source Shoes completed by Karsa. He's back out on the map. So those 8 legs, they now have shoes somehow. And he will be able to spot out the little bit of vision that NIP have. And I wonder if they actually just try to do another wraparound gank on mid. They should have flashback up by this time. So Karsa's actually just going to go actually path towards bottom lane. There's a ping coming down as well.
Yeah, I mean, sums are here, but just the pressure and the fact that Karsa could be here and now shows his face is enough for NIP to step back. And again, Shadow has to come down to the bottom side, come and assist and just be an extra body to ensure that, you know, the bottom lane just doesn't get low. But it's going to drop, so the damage is still done. And Weibo continue to pull further and further ahead.
All right, now we're at a 4,000 gold lead.
Now we're at
now we have the math right. Thank you, game. We should see if they want to actually push for this last plate. Again, the big thing for us looking now is Weibo getting this Caitlyn out on the map, getting more plates, right? We already know they won lane. It's about getting this last plate, moving around, and just absolutely snowballing this lead.
Yeah. It is just the ideal way to play Caitlyn. Dream.
Oh, no.
Good reaction.
Oh, no, Dream. Oh, nice little moves, but I think Karsa should be able to finish this one up. Shadow's right here to body block him, though. And Dream gets out with a nice flash and the Spirit Rush.
Great reaction times, honestly, from Dream. He's had a screen in the right place, and, you know, his tower going to go down in the isolated 2v2 now with the final plate. 350 gold between Light and Chris. I think it's more like 348, but not to be pedantic. But still, plays continue to go the way of Weibo. Dream is going to be forced to teleport now.
That's 8
falling
already.
further and further behind.
Across the table. We'll see where they want to redeploy now. I would expect topside, obviously, in the normal fashion of things, since Rift Herald is up on the table now. And you already see ping coming out from Weibo that way. And look at that gold! My goodness. Almost already double for Light over Photic.
It's only mildly spooky. And you can see as well, Light has practically all of the components for his first item, whereas Photic is at Boots.
He still has the cold too.
Yeah, and he's still got a cold to sell and collect the gold on. So it seems like mid lane is going to be the point of contention now for the Caitlyn. Oftentimes you'll actually see a full lane swap, but it seems like, oh, interesting.
It's a 9-minute and 30-second eclipse from Xiaohu.
Yeah, that is so super.
I know
early.
it's cheaper. All right, we found the island, you know.
Yeah, I think.
But still pretty good.
I think he's got Futures Market, if I had to wager a guess, because 1 kill on 9 ECS this early on.
Got 2 plates in mid.
He did get 2 plates in mid, though. Yeah, maybe that could actually be the changing factor. I feel like Futures Market may have played
They're about to take another
role
5
there.
plates in mid, though.
Yeah.
I
here's
wonder,
the
is this a 15-plate game? Are we putting?
I'm gonna be honest, Weibo. I don't think you had to put the Herald down here. I think you could put it down in the top. It's dead.
Maybe
Look,
they just want to go for a tier 2.
Yeah, they could just get a tier 2 charge here. But it drops to like 900, so I assume Shadow should be able to smite it. Oh, he doesn't even have the smite upgrade. His smite's 600 damage, so that charge is going through.
It does get the charge off. There goes the smite down. See if Light actually tries to finish him off. Putting some traps down. See if Photic actually is able to dodge out of this one. The Ultra Shock Laser does come through. A little bit of pressure on a Dream. Gets charmed there, though. There's nice connection with the final spark from Chris. And down goes Shadow to nobody from Weibo will go down, except in the top lane where Invincible, he got a solo kill into the Shy. While everything else is falling down, Invincible stays true to his name.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he is just Marcus.
Oh no!
No.
Give him the thumbs up.
Now, I know FFing isn't exactly, you know, competitive etiquette, but I will say if this was scrims, they wouldn't be in the game anymore.
An 8,000 lead at 11.5 minutes. My God. But
yeah,
I swear, if we don't get a replay of that solo kill, I'm going to be a little upset.
You know this.
Okay, thank you. Speak of it, because we have to look at this.
Yeah, be sensible. Be sensible. So let's see. We just get a bit of a chase down. Does Invincible just feel himself? Gets the Q3, yeah. Just feels like he's got the damage to make this one work. And the Shy doesn't really do much in the means of responding until very late into the trade when he's effectively already dead. Not much to talk about there. That's just the Cassante rundown.
I love
here, You can see on one side, there's a little bit of shenanigans, and then on the other side, you've got Smoke just hitting one shot by a shock blast, and all of the damage available to Crisp and Light already. And now they're in the top side with 2 minutes left.
Invincible got one kill. They're like, immediate target.
Take him down, boys.
Oh my god! He gets the wild growth out of him from Schwo. But the orders to kill will not go through. Will be another tower going down up there. That's no doubt going to be another 2 more plates going over. So that should be all 15.
They almost have a 10k gold lead. Like, this is
They
absurd.
literally do. Less than 13 minutes. Like, if they get this, that's probably 10k.
They are legitimately working at almost 1,000 gold per minute up gain here. This is
Well, we needed them to show up. We said, what form are we getting tonight, Jamada? That's the exact phrasing we were talking about at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Well, the form's looking pretty darn good. Nice move for the 90 caliber net from Light. He gets right out of NIP's hopes and dreams and going forward with the Gale Force. Shadow bites the dust yet again. And this is that plate seed we were talking about. Those plates are falling and Weibo's chasing.
We asked, is it going to be Weibo that humiliates top esports and takes down a very dominant looking JDG? Or is it the one that struggles against their counterparts in RNG, JDG? And it's looking like the former, because right now they are just... This looks like an academy team playing against its main league team. They're going to get a tier 2 on the side as well. It's just going to be an extra 600 gold to buffer up this gold lead. They've almost taken every tower on the map that isn't the base towers at 14 minutes. This is
I will say the saving grace right now is literally only Invincible. He's even in gold in the side, and that's just because they've been chilling on an island, you know, drinking coconut drinks together, and Invincible's been getting the better of the Shy. But until he really finds a way in, I don't think he's going to have that same influence in a big team fight, right? They are literally over 10,000 gold behind. We do get the trade, okay? Invincible gets another solo kill on the legendary The Shy, but Chris cleans him up with the final spark.
Yeah, final spark, so doesn't really end up amounting to too much pressure that NIP can even leverage. But if there is one thing we can talk about with Weibo, along with all of the obvious positives, is this isn't the first time we've seen the Shy struggle and get solo killed as Xiaohu.
Okay. That's not a shark. That's like a dolphin.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the Shy's actually been struggling individually in his lanes. I feel like a lot of the time, whenever I catch a Weibo game, or in quite a few instances, he just finds himself in these situations where he either oversteps, or frankly, he's just getting outlaned. Now, the Shy still does exceptional stuff in team fights, as that was just NIP's Invincible doing excellent work, and the Shy just wasn't really respecting the... I can't remember what Cassante W is called, but the redash back in. Now they're looking for Light, who has no flash, but he does have Gale Force still.
And something I love about that, and just taking a moment for NIP, obviously, I think the Invincible story has been so interesting. He's obviously like a developmental player through the NIP LDL system in V587, but his growth and kind of starting here in this rookie season for him has been so topsy-turvy with the way the team has been going. But I feel like through all that has been a little bit of a diamond in the rough type of situation. He will find solo kills in these crazy top lane matchups where you're facing some of the best we have in our league out of nowhere, it feels like. And it's been really nice to see while all that turbulence has been there. Invincible has been a pretty good rock in the top side.
Yeah, and I feel like he's the kind of player that can continue to develop, right? As the year progresses. And like we've said, obviously this game might not be a very clear reflection on the points we made earlier, that NIP have generally been improving a lot over the last couple of weeks, and especially since the addition of Shadow, who is currently playing Splinter Cell.
It is working.
It's working.
I was actually never a big fan of Splinter Cell, I'm not gonna lie.
You know, it was a pretty fun game series, though.
I'm the run and gun guy. Maybe that's why LPL fits me so well.
The problem for me with Splinter Cell is that it kind of happened a little bit too early in my life, like the spike of splinter cell. So I don't really get it. As that's
okay.
a
Well, Shadow has done the splitter cells shenanigans here. He does go with the catch. Engage onto the team. No more focus onto the dragon at this point. Dream is in there with the Spirit Rush. They have Photic on the top side. Carson flashes out of the pit. Now he's in a little bit of trouble. NIP now gets split down the middle. Shadow's just trying to finish off the dragon. He does get it. Bounty goes over. The rest of NIP. Photic gets that flash and gets the kill. While it will be Invincible who falls on the other side, it was a nice distraction. Now they just need to make sure to get out of this one. TP coming in from behind.
They have
that
no
should
towers.
be the Shy coming to munch down. Oh, Dream missing. Will get that Everfrost connect though, and NIP should make it out.
They will make it out, though. If Weibo desperately wanted to, they could chase them to the ends of the earth. We have no towers left on the map. This is the only one. And it looks like Xiaohu's going to get it on the shove here, as the rest of NIP scrambling on the top side, trying to survive. And that's 6 towers in 18 minutes. They've averaged 3 tower takedowns a minute. Absurd.
That's actually insane. I can't believe Shadow stayed in that bush for so long. He literally was playing Splinter Cell. It's great.
It's Splinter Cell, Metal Gear. He just, you know, the exclamation mark never popped up above Weibo's head. And
I would love to see Shadow's POV of that with all the vision. Just see him like sneaking around. Am I seen?
Have I been spotted? Yeah, I mean, really great job to stop the dragon snowball, right? Just that little bit of objective perfection from Weibo taken away in this game. But the damage remains pretty well done. Light's now got an Infinity Edge, and Xiaohu also has that second item plus a Last Whisper. So say that NIP are outstatted right now would be a bit of an understatement. Though, if we're to, you know, sort of huff on some serious copium, maybe they can steal the Baron, right? And then maybe now that they've got that dragon, right? You know, it's gonna take a little while for Weibo to hit Soul, and then maybe once second item comes out for NIP, even if they're a full item down, they can still team fight.
I like it.
Maybe. There's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes there, but
but that's what we thrive on.
Exactly.
To see if NIP have any life left to give here. They're going all in onto Xiaohu. The Ultra Shock Laser doesn't actually connect. A lot of damage on Shadow brings him down. Flash over the wall from Chris to get into the backline. Photic hits that lightning crash. Should gun down Crisp here. Dream Spirit rushing in just to get that extra charge. But NIP will actually get a trade 1-for-1. Oh, but it's going to change real quick. The repel from Karsa, it's not enough to get on the distance of Invincible. Should be this charge coming through, and NIP backing off.
Yeah, NIP trade 1-for-1, which under these circumstances must feel like getting an ace. As this inhib will drop. Smack bang on 20 minutes. And now Weibo can probably just turn their attention towards the Baron. I think last couple of minutes being so far ahead, it always gets very difficult, comically enough, when you get so far ahead before the 20-minute mark. Because a lot of teams don't really have much a gauge on what they should do or where they should move on the map.
Scrims are FF'd by now. We don't know what to do.
Like if you get to what we got to in 10 minutes in a scrim, game gets FF. So
but I like
gonna find a pincer here.
All they got to do is find some picks, and then they slam it home. Already half health is Shadow. They've taken down Dream. This should be Baron for Weibo.
Yep, absolutely. Dream gone, 4v5. Circumstances as they are, this should just be a very, very easy Baron takedown. Light can even stay... Oh, well, I was going to say Light could stay on this side of the wall, but he failed his 90 caliber net. So he will have to send it all the way
really
back
good
around.
one earlier, so, you know, you got to take him where you take him. Invincible, though, having to pop that ghost, making sure he can get out of there. The Baron was actually stopped by Weibo. And now just trying to look for picks, clear some of this vision. Should go back to the Baron now.
Yeah, they will this time around. 4 vs 5 window, though, is closed. Dream should teleport back.
My God.
That's a lot of damage.
Did he get caught by one thing? Oh no, the trap! They try to get on the other side, though. Invincible just wants to help kite out some damage. It goes all out, but it goes all down. Xiaohu has gotten the kill. Another shot on the Shadow. And that will be the Baron finally gone after a big contest from NIP on the backside.
It's about as big as it could be. Wasn't it bizarre? I mean, I guess Dream could have been there, right? But I think Dream just knew better. Groove does not want to sully his RUKDA anymore. Just goes down to the bottom side and farms. Weibo will get that.
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's gonna be a thing this game. I'm just saying. We're getting like 3.5 items now for some carries. This next fight's probably gonna be a doozy of one for NIP, but we do have that dragon spawning.
This kind of feels like when you go in practice tool and you want to like test out certain champion combos at certain like item breakpoints. So you know how much damage champs do in real time.
Wait,
yeah.
When you go to practice, you don't just spam a bunch of the Teemo target dummies and see how many you can mid on the screen. That's not what you do in practice. You actually look and do like analytics.
Well, you number crunch for certain things.
Oh my gosh. Well, I've been doing it all around.
I know.
I just go in there and I place a bunch of target dummies and I look how funny it looks.
It does look quite funny.
We got to get on the same page. I got to get to your level. I need to figure out how to use this practice tool. Dream that, you know, that's a lot of damage to take while you're running away from somebody. That is the tower down now on the bottom side, still Baron up, so should be a big push coming through. They don't really have a wave stain the top side of the map though, so either they're just gonna try to force this or back off.
Yeah, I mean they've got supers coming, or a super coming from the mid lane. They could just use this as a
They
window
get
to
one
just
pick,
siege.
it's over.
Yeah, absolutely is. Oh well,
Oh,
Shadow
Shadow's going for it though. The lightning crashes. Their Cataclysm trying to separate, but Shadow's already gone. And now there's not much of a front line besides Invincible to try to stave this off. Dream goes in with that Spear Rush, but puts himself in a very vulnerable position. Weibo final spark from Chris does a lot, but Light finishes it off. A hammer slam comes through, and the Shy picks up his first kill of the game. Bodic goes a little bit ham in the end, but he gets caught by the Light binding, and a second kill comes through for Light. The Baron minions are a-pushing, and Weibo is going to take game one over Ninjas in Pajamas.
This was a slaughter. No other way to put it. Weibo will take game number one. NIP. I don't know. It's one of those games where you want to say have to go back to the drawing board, but they just got outplayed, and it just felt a little bit lopsided simply as well because they had so many early game tools to deal with whilst drafting so, you know, I was about to say lazily, but that's definitely not it. But sort of like in a way where they were maybe expecting Weibo to be a little less aggressive and give them a little more of a window to play the game. But yeah, Weibo on a quick night, it seems like. And
they were locking those playoffs.
Yeah, we asked that question. Weibo that beat top esports JDG. Weibo that kind of messes around and loses to like any team they feel like losing. It's this one. It's the one where they just dominate any team
So
they play
far, at
against
least.
tonight.
You never, maybe they just come back in a different form in game two. No, but I really, really appreciate the way they kind of approach this one. Even where the Shy is kind of getting solo killed 2 times on the top side of the map, it was about the rest of the map, and especially Karsa. Obviously against his former organization last year, but specifically just wanting to be very aggressive. First picking the Elise and being able to carry off of that, even get some kills for himself, but then also make sure that bottom lane is set up, that mid lane is getting dives constantly. Really, really good stuff from him. And again, a very, very big point of pride, it feels like, for Weibo.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like we kind of mentioned before the draft got underway, playing against your old organization or playing against a player that used to, you know, play under the org you're on now, being either side of that always feels great. And it seems like maybe Casa hyped everyone up as like, hey guys, so this is my old org.
Can I have a lease?
can I have a lease? Can I dumpster them? And
Oh my
it
God,
seems like
I wouldn't mind going on a hike on that. I'm not gonna lie. Usually LPL Gold Grab, you would never want to go hiking on. They are
no
up, down, they're steep, they're low. This was just a nice, steady little trek.
Yeah, it wasn't steady for NIP though. It was quite turbulent. The game.
Well, look at the gold grab, all right? You see these little bumps?
Yeah.
You could walk up that easily. You don't have to get any like super big hiking equipment.
No, not at all. You don't. I feel like
I'm glad I'm making you
get
get baited into my results-based analysis. I'm
no,
just happy.
You are. No, it's fine. I mean, I just feel like we don't get slaughters this bad in the LPL. And sometimes you get one-sided games, but this was up there. NIP have to do something, otherwise we're in for a fast night. I think maybe just looking to index a little bit more into early game is probably the only thing you could really say after a game like
True.
that. we'll see what Weibo want to do as well, because it seems like they want out ASAP. They want playoffs.
I know what they need to do. In IP, go to the store or figure out something. Get some spray against arachnids. And don't develop arachnophobia. We'll see if you have done that on the other side of this one. We'll come back with game 2 shortly.
Let's try. Mako's going to space it out. He's burned double summons in the process. No Baron Steel. They go for the all-in. Shaku gets him over the wall. Leads by himself, but flashes back over. Needs his team. Somebody help the AD carry. He failed the flash. Like, where is my team? Team! Kazante is doing his thing as Ala gets flipped around as well. Jin Zhao's the next target, but Ala can't do too much. Xiao Zhu with the solo carry, man.
They're paying attention.
Spotted out. Again, they go for the all-in. The Bolt Breaker seeks to persist. The shove doesn't work out. We get Leaf jumping in the front line yet again as Carson Bolty doesn't do too much. Now jumping a light. Ala needs to just take him down, and he does so. Light was given no help, no escape as the Shy jumps in. Weibo are all over the place. Leaf is taking him out onto Xiao. 1 versus 3 tippers out, but I got plans, baby. Goodbye, Chris. It was only a flash in the pan, as Leaf doesn't need no support to take them all down.
Keep an eye on Kanavi, keep an eye on Tarzan. They need to get into Dragon Pit. Tarzan already gets that Sonic Wave in. JDG positioning. Nice! Stuns from Scouts! He goes golden with that Frozen Tomb. Now they're right back into the engage. Knight is scouting around everywhere here, but the team fight front to back is reestablished by LNG. You got TP coming down. This is a little bit of trouble for Yagao, who's just going to get stunned up so heavily. And now he's just gone again. He just got back. Oh, but they get him. Oh, Ming gets caught out in the end. Way with a big crescent guard, though. You got to shut down over there. But now Ben. Oh, my God. Just like that.
They're calling the bluff. They're saying, you're not doing it. We know you're not doing it. So they're covering the mid lane and saying, look, we got the 1 minion and we're going to get something off of this. So the 1 minion that could, Ming misses his hook. The Shy gets engaged upon and the Shy is dead. Keeper's verdict does separate this, but now it's turned into a little bit of a pinch. Double kill coming in for Gala as he dances around this fight. Look at him just putting in the damage. Gala gets another kill. Quadra kill for Gala. And you know what he wants. You know what he needs. He's going to push forward and look for the Sanjay kill.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We've been stepping out. Gonna get this party started.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Welcome back to the LPL, and what a beautiful sight it is here in Shenzhen as we are in our first series of our second to last Super Saturday. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada, and what a game one it was for Weibo gaming fans as Karsa will get an MVP against his former organization.
Yeah, Karsa feeling pretty good about that game, to say the least. 8th MVP of the split, and yeah, just had a phenomenal early game, and I think he was set up for success from the draft, but he was also just actively looking for plays 24/7 and pretty much had a 100% success rate in all of them, from the bot side ganks to the mid lane dives to the top side plays. He only died once because he got completely hard focused at the third dragon. Had a sensational game.
Yeah, starting off with a couple kills, making sure that these kinds of things happen. This man pulled off dives in mid and bot like it was nothing with the help of his team. And I think that's what makes these combos so strong when you get them paired up together on Wiz Weibo roster.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And I just feel when you have strong pairings like this and you've got Weibo in form like they are, it just feels really impossible to play against.
Yeah, if you're wondering why though, right there, Shadow was so far, you don't get it in this replay, but there was a TP stopped in mid lane by Xiaohu on the Dream where Shadow was playing up again, and then right afterwards, they go mid and punish Dream. So it's really good combos.
It's jungler's nightmare. I'll tell you that. Like, you know where you have to be, but then something else happens and it's like, oh well, I've got to go to the side. Then all of a sudden that thing that you were supposed to cover originally is like now getting dove, and you're like, well, yeah. So, Karsa, phenomenal game, and I think people may be also kind of quick to be like, yo, jungle diff, but this, it's so hard to play the game.
Team diff?
It was like definitely like a bit of a mixture of everything, right? Team diff. jungle diff, but in the sense of the draft.
It's like the Orn copy pasta, but it's for teams, and it's just everything.
Yeah,
that's what I'm expecting here. But big thing I do want to point out with a little bit of hopium potentially. Welcome to the Mazelle's Hopium Emporium. But for NIP, right, it wasn't necessarily as devastating as this game one was in this series. But their last series over IG, it was a pretty rough start to the series. They bounced back with 2 straight wins to reverse sweep a best of 3. They have to do that against Weibo this time. They need to deny Weibo that playoff spot, and we'll see if they can do so, sticking on the red side for game number 2. We get the Viego, the Maokai respect bans towards Shadow. It is also the Akali ban, the Lee Sin, the Elise, and the Vi. A lot of jungle bans this time around, and last time as well. But first pick for Zeri of Weibo.
Yeah, so for me, I felt like if NIP were going to be staying on red side, which obviously they are, the immediate adaptation just has to be that Elise gets banned. Or if they let Elise go through, then they have to snap up the Caitlyn in R1, R2. And we are getting the former. So with Elise gone, it forces Weibo to go towards the Zerion. Very fast ban, pick and ban phase again. NIP go with the Aphelios, plus this Wukong, the next best jungler available after the bans. And Weibo now start to lean into this team fighting, right? With the Sejuani, Zeri, Lulu. So now it's not going to be as high-paced as game number 1. But certainly with the team fighting tools and the engage tool over Sejuani, you expect Weibo to be proactively looking once those level 6s come online.
And NIP actually going into the second phase with a little bit of flexibility, having that Annie on the draft for them. It will be the Gnar focus, so top side, maybe some solo lane focus there. We'll see what Weibo want to ban away here.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be the same kind of stuff where it's going to be like Sion here for Weibo, and then I can't remember what the second bans were on either side, but I know that Weibo weren't really feeling the potential deal of a front line with all of the team fight draft that NIP had in the previous game. So NIP had the opportunity to go towards another Shy ban, which, if memory serves me right, at the very least they did. I just can't recall the champ. I'm really bad at that, you know, Michelle. I need to fix that.
Short-term memory.
It is short-term
bane
memory.
of all casters. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to lump everybody into the category with us.
I'm not going to do it.
It's just me and you, Jamada. It's just me and you. It will be the Cassante ban, actually, by NIP this time. So trying to focus down that topside matchup yet again, saying, you know, that invincible matchup actually went our way. Maybe we can try to find some more stability that way.
Yeah, that's really interesting. That says to me maybe that they're looking to snap up. I was going to say they're a Necton to deny it away from Weibo, but if you go the Kennen
it was
in this
banned
spot,
last time.
It was banned last time for one. Of course, Kennen, we're on 13-5, don't forget, so it's buffed Kennen. It kind of dissuades a pick like Jax or Renekton. You can still go into it 100%. It's just okay.
I love it.
I love it too. I just
Let's go. This was banned. This was banned by NIP last game. They were scared of this in game number 1, and here it's locked in. We get the Tristana for Xiaohu.
Yeah, all right.
Or I guess in all reality, it could be Tristana for the Shy, but I would expect the Malphite to go on the top side.
Yeah, so would I. But you never know. Maybe Weibo are feeling like they're
the
in
Shy.
a silly, goofy mood, and it is the Shy.
He's played Quinn. He's played Nidalee so far. You know, we don't rule anything out with them. But maybe a little bit of stability would do NIP well here, and they go with the Syndra.
Yeah, they do go with the Syndra, so that's just kind of a dissuading pick against the Tristana. If Tristana, you know, tries to start a rocket jump, just scatter the weaker backwards out of that, and you're all well and good. A little bit of pressure to deal with from level 6. I beg your pardon, once Casa is there and online. I feel like NIP have a lot of burst damage, but they don't really have a front line. And I feel like their engage tools are kind of limited and kind of restricted to, you know, flanks from Invincible, maybe Shadow as well. Whereas Weibo can kind of just go forward and press their R keys whenever they feel like it, between the Shy, between Casa. So I feel like there's a little bit more, you know, sort of, I don't know, ease of execution on the side of Weibo. But if NIP can find those flanks, right, and this is the thing about Kennen, having him in your draft, is even if you're quite far behind, all it takes is one big slicing Maelstrom, and all of a sudden the game state gets reset.
I am wondering the tools we'll see, the exhaust, maybe the buster shot actually from Xiaohu could be huge as well. But this mid-jungle duo, while we're looking at some of those carries, will be super important here. I know we're not going to get the same Elise style carries matchup for Karsa, but Karsa on the Sejuani is still aggressive. He still wants to bruise Shadow. He still wants to get some advantages for Xiaohu and even Light maybe in the bottom side and really pull the team fight together later on, while Shadow on the other side is trying to just bridge the gap for his team to get into that late game team fight potential, giving him those flank opportunities for Invincible. But again, Weibo are on the brink of getting their playoff berth here in this series. So a 2-0 victory for them sets them up with a little bit of confidence.
I'm sorry to cut you off. What is that skin and why did it waddle like?
all the Malphite skins waddle, all right?
I know, but like why did it move side to side like that when it was running so quick? I apologize for derailing the seriousness of this game.
Is it the Lunar Guardian one?
Yeah, I think it's one of the really new skins.
Yeah, it's the Lunar Guardian one for sure.
Is the Shy
but
gonna
it's got a
sit here?
chroma on it, I think.
Mazel, if
Yes.
Invincible walks to lane, I think the Shy is going to sit here, queue him, and get mana flow, and then walk away. Well, he's not doing that. He's walking to the jungle.
Yep. Hey, you know, because you got a nice little squad of friends here for NIP, and they're all in pajamas. What do you think
True.
of that? Shadow's
also
actually going to go for a
ninjas.
little bit of vision mode. Yeah, they're also ninjas.
Okay.
That's a fact we don't need to tell as much because they're trying to be sneaky about it. Invincible, though, being sneaky, and also a ninja on the cannon, will
Yeah,
actually
true.
not fall to the Shy's early cheese.
I've got to say, I mean, it's barely cheese. To be fair. He's going to eat like 80 damage and then
It's
run
like
away.
it's like a mild cheddar, something you buy at your local grocery store.
It's like it's the cheddar doesn't even have mild. It just says cheddar. Like it doesn't even get to be mild. Yeah. Okay. So seriousness. If Weibo do win this game and subsequently the series, they will lock in playoffs, and that is huge. NIP, I guess with this loss in game 1, I don't think they're mathematically out of playoffs. That's something I didn't.
It says
check.
NIP are eliminated unless they get a 2-0, so they are mathematically
So
eliminated.
okay, so they're mathematically locked out now. So there is the classic. Oh, doesn't get the stun, but he gets the shard prop there. There is, of course, now that burden lifted off you, where there is no pressure, Mazel. You are no longer, burdened with that small little thing we like to call hope. So now maybe this is the time.
I have a whole emporium of it. Do you want to come see?
Oh, okay. Oh, the Shy.
Okay, there's no hope.
There is no hope. He got creep blocked. That's not even his fault. What do you mean?
Mazel's Dark Hopium Emporium, the anti-Hopium Emporium. So I do want to say, though, very different pace, obviously, than we were getting last game. Weibo went for a very down smash bottom lane, very aggressive jungle setup, where I was saying it could still be a pretty big bruiser for Karsa on the Sejuani. So far, we're waiting on those first clears to really come across, and I do want to see where Karsa wraps around to, because I expect full pressure from Karsa to be around mid lane.
Yeah. For our fighting game enthusiasts, this was like starting the game with 6H, like just a straight up just heavy across the screen. In game 1, Weibo this time around.
I just hurt my neck trying to watch that go over my head. My neck hurts now, Jamada.
It's okay. Look, you made a fighting game reference. I also made one for the 5 people.
I didn't make a fighting game reference on purpose. I've never played fighting games, I don't think.
But you said down smash, so I was like,
well, yeah, but that's just a gamer term now, right?
All right.
It's been used so much. I partake in some things. Oh, a little bit of Xiaohu action here. I'll partake in that. Nice little bit of damage from that explosive charge on the Dream.
Yeah, pretty good trade there for Xiaohu. We haven't seen junglers really attack a lane so far in this early couple of minutes, and I think that's just a lot to do with the draft and how everyone is really set up with one another. Now, Shadow's going to slip in this third brush. There is a ward in the second
should
one.
try to bait this.
Yeah, he definitely should.
Oh, okay. Yep. Will be spotted out on that. The Shy able to bait out a little bit more time from Shadow here. He might actually step up to try to get a cancel there, but you actually have Karsa coming up the lane right here, and that's a late back cancel onto the Shadow. Actually saw Karsa back away as soon as that connected. I'm wondering if Karsa wanted to try to make something happen there.
Yeah, seems like the answer is no. And they will just turn back to base. I feel like if they... this is a pretty big if, because I feel like top lane especially if you've got Malphite on the top side. Doesn't really get much attention. If they want to murder Invincible, they kind of can do it on cooldown. One thing I do want to know is that Shy just based and purchased the Dark Seal. So I'm not entirely sure whether this is even gonna be like, you know, tank Malphite. Just because it's the Shy.
They were probably highlighting the Dark Seal. I'm gonna say they were highlighting the Waddle again, just because that's where my brain went, and it was not thinking, oh, the Dark Seal, interesting. No, it was they Waddle it again. They're focusing him. But we do have to see if that's gonna pan out for the Shy. Obviously, a little bit of a bend and break situation there. But Karsa clearing out some vision, does have Crisp on a roam. They should be able to play pretty heavily.
Yeah, just playing as a duo, getting information. Weibo with 2 AD carries in the solo lanes and a Malphite aren't really looking for too many, you know, proactive lanes towards, proactive plays towards the lanes rather. More just windows of opportunity to sneak away information and in this case grab a dragon. So they'll do just that. It doesn't really seem like NIP are either A, in a position to contest, or B, even bothered about it. So they will just let that one go. As again, level 6s have been hit. And Invincible's in lethal range.
He wants a little bit of solo bolo action for himself. Giga Shy activated.
Oh, I was just about to set it up, but the Shy's faster than I can speak. As soon as he hit that QE, Invincible was 100% in a position to get solo killed. And the Shy gets some
This
revenge.
is the
That's
combo.
excellent
This
setup.
is literally what they've been trying to set up, and the explosive charge. It's enough. No!
Oh.
Xiaohu barely unable to get that math counter hammer. And Weibo striking mid lane, do get the flash, but Dream survives.
Oh no, I don't think he's gonna get his base off,
Oh,
is
he
he?
stopped his back, yeah.
Oh my
Damn,
God.
he's staring at Shadow. I don't know. Shadow, if you want that smoke, should be Shadow wonking out.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna ask you, as technically my, not technically, my senior and my play-by-play, how memey do we get to get? Because this was pretty bomber. This was the Shy is mad and very rock solid.
Yes, he is very rock solid. Let's just stick with that one because, my goodness. Hey, we were talking about the Dark Seal. Well, he gets 2 stacks now, so at least he's on the way with that one. Lightning Crash from Light in the bottom lane. That'll be Flash burn out of Zhuo as well as his heal.
Yeah, not bad. Both summon spells. Maybe this makes him a target for this potential dive, which is being set up here. And Shadow coming out of base right now. He's not going to be here for another 15-20 seconds, but Weibo keeping the pace light. No pun intended. And they aren't progress.
I tried.
I didn't even mean it. As soon
There's
as I
a
said
really
it, I was
crisp
like, ah.
light on shining on the bottom lane, all right? And it's just really visible.
Very true. That's 2 plates in that single push there.
Yeah,
That all comes off that 2v2.
at this point, plates are just easy money for Weibo. In 2 games, right, they've been able to push very heavily bot lane in lane. We'll see if Light gets punished now. Those chakrams have been stacked up. Not able to get in the distance there.
Yeah, a little bit too quick. Now, on the top side, Weibo will continue their collection here of the neutral objectives. As NIP, at the very least, they will force Crisp and Light back. But for now, they're not going to be missing out on too much in the immediate future. Plus, they're up a wave already in CS, so don't feel too bad. Crisp had his flash
Second up
bone
here,
actually
roaming down
off-screen.
here.
Yeah, so this is the problem. Now it becomes a 4v2. That's when things get a little bit scary. Naturally.
Step down.
Yeah.
Here comes
Shadow's
Shadow.
over the wall now.
They're going to pull
And
the
he just
trigger on
got
this. They
6.
need to try to clear the wave if they can. See if Weibo, that's a TP down from Xiaohu. Falling more onto Shadow. It actually is NIP running away now. Invincible by himself. Almost getting undertowered by the Shy. He has the unstoppable force. All he needs is one big combo. But Flash is up on both sides. Invincible should run away.
I can't take this lane seriously.
Oh, there was a flash?
Anytime you looked. Yeah. Crisp had to flash off screen. Anytime you pan towards this top side of the map, I just passively kind of grin to myself. You probably hear it in my voice.
Rock solid.
Rock solid.
Hear that over and over again.
Yeah.
I hear it in my sleep.
No. Green doesn't have flash. That didn't knock up.
That was actually a really nice little knockback.
Yeah.
Barely disconnecting the Arctic Assault. There is a Rift Herald in tow now for Weibo, though. You got to watch where they're going to drop that gold. Now, Light having gone to the mid lane after so much pressure in the bottom side. Xiaohu should
really
be able
like
to just
this.
clear those plates up.
So I actually
See,
think
they are focusing the waddle.
They are 100%. Now I actually think that they've swapped Xiaohu down here because he's, you know,
he can get
the
the plates
demolitionist,
easy.
and he can pick up plates really simply. The only issue is if he gets forced back far enough, this might not. No, he's hit the tower. Yeah, he's hit the tower. So at the very least they'll get there. But now the 2v2 of Light and Crisp actually get first move from mid lane as well as another plate. Well played, Light. Holy moly. So if they really want to, they could continue to rotate down to the bottom side as a duo.
How important is this
or a
dragon
trio.
stacking stop from NIP? It's early. I don't know if they want to. It looks like they
Okay.
want to position around it.
I think that the team fighting is explosive enough that if they don't feel confident to step up now, they can step up a third dragon. I don't feel like there's any immediate pressure for them to go and contest it, but it wouldn't hurt. But it would hurt if they lost the fight. So I think probably waiting until they actually hit a couple of item breakpoints, right? Things like Ludens for Dream on the Syndra or Rocket Belt for Invincible. You have a much better fighting chance of immediately winning those team fights compared to fighting right now where you don't have lane priority and you're going to be second to the punch. And the setup generally just isn't going to be as positive. At the very least, if you wait, even if the setup isn't positive, you've got stronger champions to work.
See if that time is going to be of the essence. Weibo will push in, get engaged on action with the double cyclone. A lot of damage on the Crisp, but the wild growth comes straight through. Xiaohu was actually starting to do a lot onto Shadow. See them actually go ahead and start up this dragon. So not too bad from an IP to get the pressure off on the Weibo, but now they got to be a bit careful for a Karsa steal.
Yeah, they do. Karsa over the wall. Doesn't have information. Get it now. He wants
There
it.
he goes. He's in the pit. He gets it. Shadow early smites it. Karsa will punish that 10 out of 10. And Weibo get their second dragon of the game. See if Light wants to hunt anything down as the Infernal Rift takes over.
Infernal here. Things are on fire from the side of an IP. Get that dragon stolen away, and it's such a shame.
Yeah.
It's such a shame. You idiot. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame too because that setup was really, really nice for NIP, right? They get the almost pick onto Crisp, they force him back, but they use 2 ultimates to do it, right? And that's the big thing. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh.
No.
Is he gonna go for it? He did. I just said. Did he get it? He did get it last time. He's taking so many towers. So I was like, can I get the math calculation? He's like doing the looks at the unsolvable first. Like, okay, math.
Like you know how they always say like you went to school to do maths and like it was pretty pointless after like 5th or 6th grade.
Like the 50 pineapples in a cart thing.
Yeah.
Like,
This is when it's actually useful. Is what the Shy said. He just
this
running
is what
the
they've
numbers
been
in his head.
training for you.
So x equals 3, and if I wait 7 seconds and I've got 7 apples in my pocket,
I can get solo kills.
I can get a solo kill.
That would
by
be
the
a
way-
math problem with us, but it makes absolutely no sense. Apples to solo kills in League of Legends, I think it works, but the Shy is definitely a partaker as he wanted a bit of revenge on Invincible from last game.
Yeah, and I would also just like to highlight that the Shy is going Night Monster or Everfrost.
He is.
Whichever one it's going to be, I don't know yet. Actually, no, Everfrost doesn't build out all there, does it? What's the other one I'm thinking of? It's Rocket Belts.
I
That's
would
the only
love to
one
see
I
the
think that
Night
builds out
Heart.
there.
We'll see what he actually wants to go. He does have ulti up, and Karsa is hovering. There's a hungry Poro looking for Invincible.
Mazel, I'm not even going to say to set this up. Invincible's dead.
Let's see if you're right. He does get blocked out, and he's not right.
Wow.
Shamana, you're wrong.
I thought they had
That's
damage
like
for that.
3 times across the table in almost every lane that there's been like a sub 100 health bar.
Yeah. I've got to say, I'm actually more surprised that Invincible got out of that dive alive, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Invincible completed Rocket Bell first. Who really wins?
True. Yeah. It's the little things in a series like this. This is the second tower here for Weibo. And things feel pretty positive from their perspective. If you're a Weibo fan, I'm sure you're feeling quite happy about this performance. Invincible.
Oh no. Okay, Xiaohu gonna go straight in on Invincible. He doesn't have any tools, but his flash, the rocket jumps bring Xiaohu a little bit closer. He doesn't have the damage just yet. Hasn't completed that first item.
Yeah, that Rocket Belt just to get him far enough away from getting Goomba stomped by the rocket jump and receiving the slow could have just saved his life. So I think then Xiaohu has the damage and the time to run him down. Won't quite happen this time around. Weibo trying to force a little bit of priority around this second Herald here, but for now it's in the control of NIP.
The Shy's ulti is coming up. I think he's going to hover Dream and wait for it. Okay, he doesn't have that first item completion yet, so at least maybe being a little bit more hesitant. They will push Shadow out of this Rift Herald, though, and Carson should be able to take the second one of the game, and this is 100% objective control from Weibo.
Yep, absolutely is. I mean, you're dealing with Malphite, who's got a substantial amount of AP at this stage in the game. And I say substantial because typically, Malphites in the top lane, they don't have a lot of AP, ever. So, even having the Oanea and the Lost Chapter is enough to make you scared. He's got 121 AP, and you have to remember his ratios are really high. So he is just going to
a lot of squishy members on NIP too, at least for now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to mention. It's something, I can't remember who the analyst was, but they were championing Malphite.
It's
He's got a crown.
Yo, Giga Shy truly is unlocked when he goes crown on Malphite. Let's go.
That's actually really smart into this comp though, because you think about the amount of burst damage that NIP have. Yeah, like if you don't get it popped before you go in, not only are you gonna go in and, you know, bomb the back line, but then you're basically invincible for like 3 seconds.
Hey, he's on NIP's side, okay?
Oh yeah, true. My
I do want to see that, because the thing that's been worrying me, and the thing I think Deshai's been so hesitant about going all in on to Invincible, has been just the fact that as he sees the animation coming in, you can pop your Maelstrom, and that's an instant stun going to go down on the Shy. But now with the crown, it gives the Shy a little bit of breathing room in that moment. And now that we see the Kraken Slayer completed for Xiaohu, there's going to be a collapse over mid lane right now. And here he comes. Light going to go in preemptively. The Glacial Prison insta-cleansed by Photic. The Weibo won't be able to catch anything just now, but there will be a couple Summoner spells burned, at least across the trio for NIP.
The only reason right now why NIP aren't dead is because our Lord and Savior the Shy wanted to pick up that ward on the top side, so he stopped for a brief moment.
The Shy's looking. It's so funny. That's one thing I love about Malphites. When you know they want to ult, you can just see it. You like literally in their moods, like, I'm gonna go walk up here.
It's about the
I have a gigantic range, but speaking of Xiaohu, a range of a rocket jump is more than NIP can handle. And Weibo now looking for it. Invincible tries to go in, flashes for it. That's a nice big stun. Moonlight Vigil on top of everybody, but it does not matter as Weibo slammed the door in NIP's engaged face. And they should be able to make this one out of here. You do have the red and blue gun from Photic, a little bit of AoE. Don't think Weibo can get this dragon now that Kars is gone.
Yeah, he's just standing there.
Menacingly.
I mean, NIP's engage is so good, man, but they're just not at a stage where that kind of turnaround results in multiple members dying.
This was such a good moment, though.
Yeah, onto Xiaohu, really, really powerful. Flash forward, the Cyclone almost connects. Doesn't actually have a trigger pulled just yet, but it's about this turnaround.
This is where he knew.
Yeah.
The whole meme, this is where I'm just going to stop it from there, because my God, when you're flashing like that, I feel like you're going a little ham.
Yeah, but you can't really blame NIP for trying at this.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
Shadow's gone. And Dragon out on the table for Weibo. He is a Shadow.
Yeah. It's just third dragon. Pick up there.
Ulti's coming up for the Shy. He has another Hextech Alternator. More damage. 4 stacks on the Dark Seal. Huge stuff, but really huge stuff from Weibo, because while we have a big lead here for them, 7,000 gold in advantage, this is Weibo's day. This is one of the teams that are bound to lock in playoffs tonight, and they needed to win this series whole-handedly. They needed a confidence boost to finish out their season strong against WE, against RA, and to make sure that they're joining the upper echelon of our teams here in the LPL, and as they rightfully should.
Absolutely. And this is the Weibo. This is the kind of Weibo that was promised. You know? The Shy being a memester in the top lane. Xiaohu and Kasa, a really, really dominant 2v2 mid jungle, and Light and Crisp are very dependable and reliant 2v2 in the bottom side, winning out in this matchup against Photic and Zhuo pretty whole-handedly, even without Castle's assistance. Like, it was pretty much ever present in game number 1. And this is the playoffs, or this is the kind of playoff side that you would be terrified to go against, right? So hopefully, for Weibo's sake, and hell, for the sake of competitiveness in the LPL, they can maintain this level of performance, as seems like focus could just be in and around the Baron now. They want to deny as much vision as they can from the top side.
Yeah.
Just
I will
ensure
say,
that
though,
NIP are walking in blind.
has not been an easy road for Weibo, right? Like, they still have 2 series left after this one, but specifically, they have not passed the test when you're facing up against the upper echelon teams. And while we expect a performance like this from them, it is still that question mark that comes in if you're not finishing the season strong and you're not finding the ways to kind of bridge those gaps that you had against those top teams.
Yeah, I do agree, because when you do kind of zoom out, right, I think whilst 8-5 right now, looking like 9-5, and we'll see where they finish with the remainder of their schedule being on the easier side for a lot of teams at their score. You know, at the end of the day, they have lost to the top two teams in the league, when a lot of people had Weibo pegged as potentially, you know, sort of second, maybe even first, depending on the ceiling and how this roster worked out. Now, 2 almost used there as bottom side. Yeah, Invincible almost gets solo killed by Xiaohu, so the pressure continues to mount.
Does indeed, and this tier 2 tower will fall to Weibo. I wonder if they go for the engage. I mean, NIP are grouped up, and I think the Shy is hungry. You're going to TP in now. Shadow going forward with the Cyclones, but he's already taken down. Now Light's feeling himself. The power unleashed just did literally nothing to Light. And that is the power of Weibo Gaming in game 2 of this series. That is a triple for Light. The Shy flexing his muscles with an unstoppable force. And Weibo will down smash NIP. And they will lock themselves in to our LPL playoffs.
I would say the Shy is standing there menacingly. It's the whole damn Weibo lineup. And NIP could not do anything here tonight. It has been one-sided. It has been a butcher house.
It's a quick night.
NIP have walked wholeheartedly into it. And Weibo will lock themselves playoffs here. The 2-0 scoreline on the night.
Congratulations to Weibo Gaming. Able to lock in those playoffs with a 2-win streak here and a domineering victory over NIP. Where NIP are now out of playoffs after their first loss in this series. It definitely is a little bit of a sore note for them, where they were coming in with a bit of a changed attitude the last 3 series, changed pieces. Why you see a little bit of friendliness there. It is a tough situation for NIP, but a glorious one for Weibo.
Absolutely it is. Weibo moving into playoffs, and I think, you know, there were probably a couple of concerns around where exactly Weibo would finish, as a couple of the losses started to mount halfway through the split. But right now, sat and not necessarily locked in hard in 4th place. I beg your pardon, but for now, 4th place, right? And I think that's just important for them, plain and simple, because I feel like for a majority of us watching the Weibo lineup throughout the split, the expectations were so high, it felt like that meeting that bar was going to be quite difficult, but they still weren't quite meeting that slightly more reasonable bar. But again, here, this is the Weibo that most people were expecting coming into spring.
Yeah. And Karsa obviously getting a little bit of a leg up on his old org in V5 now in IP. And really the team solidifying. I will say, still question marks for the Shy. He did bounce back in that game too with the Malphite pick, his first of the season as well. And really a great performance in that time. But man, game number 1, getting solo killed twice by Invincible. I think you give props to Invincible for that one. And that does mean that you have to kind of shore things up for Weibo. A little bit of momentum gain for them, but needing to make sure they finish strong against WE and RA like we said earlier.
Yeah, you know, Weibo do have arguably the easiest, air quotes, run of schedule towards the end of the split here. So, you know, coming in as strong as they have tonight, I think definitely, you know, sort of warning signs potentially that they are finally all business, and there shouldn't be too many hiccups. But I do agree with you, and I think that has been a bit of a running and consistent theme here that the Shy has definitely been to a point a bit abusable, right? I think at times he has definitely overstepped. He's found himself on the end of a lot of solo kills. I think, you know, last week it was something like 15. He got solo killed twice here tonight. So that adds to that tally at the very least. It's probably a little bit more than 17 now. He's probably found himself at least solo killed once more, if I had to wager a guess. Because he's the Shy, and that's what he does. He either solo kills or gets solo kills. It's as easy as that. So maybe that can be an avenue for the remaining teams like WE to try and abuse. But for now, still, as a functioning unit of 5, Weibo are looking impeccable.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I think when you see the way they adapted a little bit in game number 2 from game number 1, I want to see if this Malphite pick is going to be more consistent against the Kennen picks, if it's going to let through, because I feel like that was a point of power that NIP felt they had coming into the game number 2, because they definitely all in on the kind of team fight potential for them. But it's going to be far difficult to get to that state against Weibo, and you see exactly why here with the stats on your screen.
Yeah, and you know what? On that call out there of things like Malphite into Kennen, Malphite does a really good job into range lane bullies for the reason of, you know, Q-Mat, Scorch, Airy, or Comet, and whatever the lane bully is supposed to do, you kind of match that damage in the button press in the trade. So it feels pretty obnoxious to deal with. We'll see whether or not this is a consistent theme for the Shy here. If he gets blind pick Kennendon or Jace or anything like that, whether or not he relies or leans back onto something like the Malphite, and whether or not we get that skin where he waddles a lot, because
that was actually hilarious. It was so much better at the beginning with the home guard, but you know, we went back to it time and time again. It's like a well. And I especially appreciate some of that adaptation from Light. Obviously, you see there in the last game, they go back to something that's tried and true for Light, but I was so hyped about this Light versus Photic matchup. It was Light all day long, and a little bit of help from Karsa, but specifically having strength in the bot lane right now, having the ability to let Crisp roam with Karsa, so integral to the way that Weibo play the game. And when they're enabled to do that, it looks so damn good.
Yeah, and I think, you know, most teams look a lot, you know, they look a lot more like an oiled machine when you've got this system working, but it just feels like Karsa and Crisp just have a slightly deeper link in synergy, where they kind of just know what each other are doing 24/7 when they've got movements like this going on the map. We saw it in game number 1 when, you know, they were consistently moving around as a trio unit, not even just a duo, to be honest with you. And we saw it here in game number 2 as well, where they were just procuring information. They didn't really need to look for fights or look for skirmish setups. It was just, okay, is Shadow on this side of the map or the opposite side of the map? Seems like he's on the other side of the map.
Is he
going to shove him this wave and get Dragon.
Yeah, it was really good picking apart of the map, at least for Weibo. Now, we're waiting on our MVP here for our first series and our second game in our first series. Karsa got the first one. Now, I did see a lot of help from Crisp, at least out on the map, especially. And I wonder if he maybe gets a supportal MVP.
You know.
But I definitely expect either Light or Karsa to be picking that one up.
Yeah, whilst I've got something for you. So obviously we don't decide the MVPs.
We don't. We have no say.
Yeah, the Chinese side of the LPL does. We saw how much fun and focus was on the Shy. I have a feeling he's gonna get MVP just because it would be funny. I have a feeling he's gonna get MVP just because it would be funny. You know, like, you know how you get MVP votes in the LEC where it's, you know, it's 3 players, and sometimes you've got like 2 really obvious answers. And then there's sometimes just the third because you have to have 3. And I feel like the Shy is going to be there. And for the sake of the Shy playing Malphite and looking really funny, he's going to get it. But I do agree. It should probably be Karsa again, or it should likely be Light for his performance in that second game. Because, yeah, he kind of just dominated the 2v2 alongside Crisp.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see who that will be. Oh, it is the Shy. Look at that. The Shy will earn MVP for game 2 as you speak about him. He claims it. I said Giga Shy activated. Well, he's activated enough to get his 4th MVP of the spring split.
Yeah, we're getting a B-roll of the solo kill, aren't we? It's coming.
We
it
are.
has to. Yeah, we are.
It's coming.
I know it. It's the rock solid. What can you do as Invincible,
God,
man?
the little fade away. Oh.
You just
so
get Malphite.
good,
You just get
Again, the
Malphite.
Waddle-tastic Malphite skin. And this right here, Invincible tried so hard, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
It didn't even matter. And yeah, I think the Shy, he earned his MVP. He earned his MVP.
He definitely did.
Yeah, there was no answer to the Malphite. The game was so short that there were 2 clips in the B-roll.
Usually we have like
there's like
5,
a replay
at
package
least.
normally of like
There's
5,
like a whole package.
4 to 5 plays. This game ended so quickly, and the Shy stood there looking at them so menacingly.
So
that all we
menacingly.
needed was 2.
We need a new Giga
plays.
Shy picture edited. Somebody at me, and we'll figure out how to get it on LPL English. Now, we are going to take a little break here. We have our second series getting ready to go. It is going to be Ashin and Kitty joining you. So we're going to bid you adieu here. But make sure you stick around because LPL Super Saturday continues after this.
Is that because Haichao has been... Oh, good trade there. But yeah, you can see that Haichao drops a bit of farm. Oh, that's actually a bit
Not
more
that
than a trade
good.
topside.
Not that good. Oh, he almost goes down, loses the splash there. Xiaoshu almost gets himself a kill there. A little bit of an unfortunate moment. The extra healing available. Qingtian is behind the wall. Will Xiaoshu look for him? Oh, the flash in! No!
The LPL are kings again.
There's 2 things I love and hate about the LPL this year. What I love is that everybody beats everybody. What I hate is that everybody beats everybody. This means that on paper, this top esports team should be primed to dismantle BLG and take over the league. It's Rookie, it's Jackie Love, and it's an easy prediction. But in reality, well, we'll just have to find out.
Good boy, levels down. Oh, Xiaoshu, you don't know. You don't know. He's gonna go Mega, but I don't think it's gonna really help him. He's gonna finally get the Mega Nair off and should be able to walk away. Oh, sorry, I jinxed you, my bro. Crocodile as Qingtian now isolated away from his team. He will fall down as LPC picks up that kill. Tien exceptionally tanky right now, has almost all of his health bar. LGD not so lucky. They're looking for more. They're looking to make this one work. Ninja falls. So does LPC. It's a double kill for Jackie Love as Rookie finds Haichao, and they get 4 for 1. Qingtian did all the heavy lifting. And look, you do have positives. Bin will own the side lane against Invincible. He just needs to make sure he does not get caught after the fact. As you can see, there's the Maokai ultimate coming out here to try and catch out Yagao, and he will get caught out in the end of it all. There's the Glacial Prison coming out though, and that's Shadow going down. Joe was tanking turret for some reason, and now you can see the 280 carries we talked about having so much. Dream, one more auto attack, and all of a sudden the money's turning green. The numbers are going up for BLG. They knew they hadn't got any kind of real engage, so Fotic's in a lot of trouble. He's gonna have to be forced to flash away, and there's gonna be one more auto attack. He finally gets him over with the dredge line, gets from the depths as well, and they're taking them down. Attack speed. Baron's dead. Can they look for a fight? They're looking to try and push this one there using the Maokai ultimate, but Bin might be ending the game. They get Sean, who doesn't do anything less than he can. Show is dead, Maokai is gone. The base is crumbling, and I feel like we've hit critical mass. Dream gets caught out. It's a triple kill for Elk to end it all, and Bin has been ending the game. Split pushing Fiora is a happy Fiora. Quadra kill actually coming out for Elk at the end of it all.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to distortions. Become pedestrian of empty spaces. Time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. People up the back now. Everybody's looking at you. People up the front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now. Everybody's looking at you.
Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're stealing the view. I think I know what they're thinking, trading their dreams for someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. Of freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question. It's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more.
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up? that I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you fall.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series of the day. We got a little bit of a caster switcheroo. It is a Saturday. You know what that means. You got one caster pair, and then you got another. I am just Oisin. I am joined by the absolutely fantastic Kitty as we're going to be jumping into our second series and third of the day. But Kitty, we're coming into the end of the week. Playoff spots are starting to get locked, and we are running out of spots for teams to get.
Running out of spots and running out of regular split games, Oshin, but it's okay because playoffs are going to be best of fives and they're going to be so much more hype. I believe our series at the very end is going to mean so much for these two teams, but we're going to start everything off with RA versus JDG.
Yes, RA versus JDG, and they're going to be coming out straight onto the stage. There will be no different venue shenanigans with us on broadcast today because both of these next games or next series are in the Shanghai Arena. So we're going to have this one, regardless if it goes to 3 games or not. We're going to be waiting until that next series as well. So we will, thankfully, Kitty, have a little bit of a break in between. But for RA, I know, right? Let's go for that. But for RA, they're kind of slowly, like, we're seeing a lot of teams locked out. NIP are gone. LGD are gone. We're starting to see bit by bit, little by little, teams are starting to fall away from being in playoff contention. So for RA, anything but a win today is on the board. They can't let this go any further.
Yeah, sitting in that 12th position, I mean, realistically, you can still make it into playoffs, but you really depend on the other teams and however they do in the remaining 2 weeks, where I think, alright, they have had a really tough recent weeks, only been able to scrap up one win against Ultra Prime. And I do want to give huge credits to Ashum popping off on the Xayah, where I think I was looking at the damage graph distribution, and he did about 32% per game. So alright, at least they figured out a very comfortable team identity that they're willing to stick with, and it is finding success with Assume.
Yeah, they're definitely looking a little bit better. And look, I will say, like, I'm a little bit disappointed with kind of where RA are kind of going with. Of course, you know, looking at the way the LPL is stacked, but it is kind of, you know, par for the course. But like, I like this roster. I liked how Leyen and Strive are working together. Even the fact that you had, you know, such a strong kind of pairing in that mid jungle, but then, unfortunately, like most things in the LPL, you look across the way at some of the other teams and some of the other mid-jungle pairings, and it's just not really going to be, you know, good enough to just be good. You have to be great. And speaking of other pairings you're going to be coming up against, Kanavi and Knight, two of the best in their position today. It's going to be tough here for Strive to really have kind of any kind of foothold if Knight and Kanavi have their way.
Yeah, most definitely, and especially when Knight and Kanavi are given a really strong mid-duo synergy. The early game does seem to go into their way, but I'm going to do a little bit of a hot take, Oshin. So I'm going to say that Ruler is undoubtedly the best mechanical performing AD so far in 2023. Do you agree?
Ooh, I don't know. Gala gave me a pentacle the other day, so I'm a little biased. I'm gonna be real.
Okay.
I mean, he's definitely looked absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think the one that really stood out to me was that the series for JDG versus LNG, Ruler was quite literally the only reason why they came back in that series. They dropped the first game, and the second game, it wasn't going in their way in the early game either. But we need to remember everyone that Ruler was able to pull off that insane 1v3 turnaround on the Zeri, I believe in a lot of highlight reels as well. So he couldn't have done it on any other champion other than the Zeri, which really concerns me because if we take a look at the JDG losses, Ruler is still doing relatively well in lane, but Missing on the other hand is a lot less stable. And I think he often falls to the traps of getting killed in lane, and sometimes that spirals out of control and out of JDG's control in the early game, and Ruler can't do anything about it.
No, that's the big thing, is that we're looking at this game and kind of seeing like what JDG can do, because again, for JDG, they're still in the hunt for top 2. They need to come out with a very strong performance. I believe they 2-0 and then 2-0 the next one, or even 2-1 the next one. I think if they're 2-0 here, I believe they're almost guaranteed, regardless of what LNG do, as long as they win towards the last end of the split, because of the way game differences and head-to-heads work. But for JDG as well, there have been some times where we've noticed throughout the regular split where all of a sudden, you know, they just kind of lose all cohesiveness as a team. They just kind of panic and throw everything at the wall when they have no real need to. So I really want to see, you know, not to say that they're not good, because obviously at a 10-3 scoreline, they are one of our best teams, but randomly in games or in series, they just tend to kind of throw it away for no other reason other than, you know, they just kind of lose the fact that they're not in solo queue.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a blip under the radar. I'm not too sure what's happening on the JDG camp, because when they do well, they are so good. That is so cute.
Oh
LPL fans are so talented.
At the venue. They drew that at the venue, dude.
How did they get the glasses in one stroke?
I don't know.
That's talent.
I don't know. Different level of talent.
While I'm being jealous of the LPL fans having such artistic abilities, we need to talk about how, yes, it's probably not going to happen taking over EDG in that first place for the playoffs, but the main goal for JDG for tonight is just maintaining their second spot, as they are still tied or slightly tied in the scoreline with LNG.
Yeah, looking for JDG to come out swinging, get themselves up until 11 wins. I think 11 wins puts them very close, or maybe even confirms them into a top 4 position. I'll have to try and triple check that one there, but I'll have to do the maths. There's a lot of different teams that can maybe catch up to them there. But again, looking at the other side of this, for RA, it is a little do or die. I'm looking at it now. If they lose 2 games, they go 0-2 down. That puts them on to 5-9. It's equal in terms of game score and in terms of series score as LGD, who have already knocked out. So for RA, this is kind of your final chance to really kind of put your stamp on saying we can make playoffs, we can push to be a part of that top 10. And it is going to be exceptionally difficult for them. I will say, though, for RA, is they have had moments where they've looked exceptional. It really does feel like, you know, there's games where Leyen looks like, you know, simultaneously the best jungler and the worst jungler in the same series, as, you know, they are able to find those kind of opportunities. And I think if they can frustrate JDG, if they can get underneath the skin of JDG's team and maybe make them kind of, you know, a bit more frustrated, there could be an opportunity in this first game to really put the pressure on and get themselves maybe a little bit of a surprise win.
Yeah, most definitely. But talking about the playoffs, I mean, we have 3 teams at the bottom, I believe 9th, 10th, and 11th. They're all tied 7-7 in that scoreline. So, RA, I mean, you got to start picking up the ball very soon, as a win could mean matters as we approach this first series for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see if RA can do it. Of course, JDG coming into this one pretty heavy favorites, if we do say so ourselves. And we are going to jump into picks and bans now, Kitty. And RA on blue with JDG on the red, which means that RA should get the priority. And we are seeing a lot of teams kind of lean that towards something like the Aphelios or the Zeri. The AD carry is tending to have a lot more of a priority here, as they know that they can kind of pick up something that is just going to be extremely safe in the late game team fights.
Yeah, the Zeri also gets taken off the board by the side of RA, but I would love to see Assume continue this Xayah hype train, where I think he has looked the best on something that is that has a defensive tool like the Xayah. I mean, paired alongside the Rakan, they have very strong lane dominance, and also in team fights, if you have the synergy, then the Xayah will pop up, especially in this meta when the top side is so low range. Sejuani is going to get first picked by the side of RA. A lot of these LPL teams do prefer the Sejuani and also the Vibe, but I guess with the Zeri taken off, they are going to get the Sejuani first.
Sejuani comes in, so it's going to be Leanne on something that has a bit of hard engage, and of course the Sejuani is just kind of incredibly safe in all sense of the word. Good engage, good strong kind of frontline tool to be used in any real comp, to be perfectly honest. Pick, front to back, anything you could really imagine they can go and use it for. The Gragas, though, has becoming a bit of a super flex within the LPL. Jungle, mid, top, it can kind of go absolutely anywhere. For the moment, JDG are happy to kind of say, look, we'll take up the J, still an exceptionally powerful laner, something that can be played by 369 and Knight, and something that can get its own advantages as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if JDG takes the bot lane duo here, but they do seem like they are going to just lock the jungler in. I do want to give credit to Kanavi playing this Gragas. I think he has the best performing full AP Gragas that we have in the LPL. He just gets so much stuff done on the map, and he is quite literally an assassin on the Drunk Man.
Quite literally an assassin, as we have ourselves a nice, powerful, possibly mid jungle or top jungle combination. Solo lane and jungle definitely there, so we could be seeing a lot more priority given over to the top side of the map here for JDG. But alright, not to be outdone, if they could lock in two solo lanes. Honestly, I was just going to say the Yone, and possibly, I was going to say the Renekton, but he's been already banned away, so maybe even something like a Camille might be an option here for RAs on Cube, and that looks like exactly what they're looking for.
Oshin,
I
the
study draft.
Holy, the Camille is getting hovered for Cube, but I do want to say that JD, it's the Rumble. Rumble's received a slight buff in patch 13.5, where his magic pen and laning is just so broken now. But JDG, I think we've seen the Jason Elise from Weibo earlier tonight, where the combo of such an early game, I guess the synergy between these two champions as a combo is so potent. I believe they ended the game at 23 minutes or so. So in the hands of JDG, can they repeat that is the question, as the Cassante gets hovered as a response into the Rumble.
And they repeat it, and I will say, we are coming towards the end of the split. This is when teams start to really put the foot down. They kind of want to try and get that momentum going into the postseason. JDG, of course, already locked and loaded for playoffs, but if they're not in the first few rounds, it's actually about a week or so before they play after the end of the split. So maybe even 2 weeks, depending on how their schedule works. So there is actually quite a lot of time without any stage games coming out for them. And I would love to see JDG really push to make sure they're getting as much out of this as they possibly can. Blitzcrank going to be the ban away here from Southwind, as we can see RA very much going towards a very hyper, kind of toe-to-toe laning phase against these JDG solo laners, and saying, look, just as much as you have the Elise, we have the Yone, we have the Rumble, and it's the new Rumble as well with the Harpoons, the extra magic shred, and we've seen it quite a few times already in the LPL of how powerful it can be against some of these laning threats.
Yeah, most definitely. The amount of just choke ability that they have on RF so far is getting a little bit scary, but it is very rare to not pick a single bot lane during the first 3 picking phase, and I think this is the first time I've ever seen it in the LPL. So a lot of these ADCs are getting taken off the board. Missing, however, he has been enjoying a lot of these enchanters over melee support, so they have taken off the Blitzcrank, signifying something like the Aphelios and Lulu for JDZ's composition, or maybe even a Caitlyn and a Lux, where you do get the early tempo going, but what we'll assume respond with, because the Aphelios and Thresh is still available on the board.
We can see where they want to try and bring this next piece. Honestly, it feels like the pick here for JDG. Get it onto Ruler. They are going to lock in the Thresh first, kind of recognizing that maybe they don't want to give over the full bot lane combination just yet, but Aphelios feels like the strong pick to go with right now in terms of the AD carries when you look at the amount that have just been banned across the board. But we'll see as the Thresh just get locked in here for missing. Bit of a old school favorite of a lot of LPL support. Something that you kind of Thresh, in my opinion, is like the Lee Sin of the support role. It's kind of something you just have to play. You have to know how to do it. You have to know how to work with it. So RA, very happy to kind of take the Aphelios here, but what are they going to pair it with? That's my question.
The Lulu. Oh, Nautilus also works very well as it is a hard count into the Thresh. Every time Thresh hooks or throws something out, the Nautilus just instantly responds with his CC, and the Thresh usually taking something like the Glacial is way too squishy to ever survive a full-on burst from an Aphelios and Nautilus composition. But the Jinx is going to be the last pick for Ruler, and I've been very excited about this Jinx pick for patch 13.5. Has received a slight buff, I believe, to the W and the ultimate, where the ultimate is the one that excites me the most, where I believe at max range and max damage, it is 1.2k, so beating the normal smite when it comes to major objectives.
Beating out that smite does definitely have a little bit of a fun time to it, especially if you kind of just forget about it midway through a fight. And that could be the downfall of RA if they could find themselves ahead and all of a sudden losing a Dragon or a Rift Herald or anything, to be perfectly honest, to a Jinx Rocket. Can be very, very demoralizing. But both teams locked and loaded, and my God, am I happy to see more of this kind of style of team comp coming in. We're going with skill expression. We're going more with things that have to fight in order to find their advantages. None of this Ashe AD carry, Heimerdinger, support garbage that I've hated for so damn long. Going back to the old school hard engaged supports with hard engaged junglers, and just straight up like laning, kind of laning matters so much now for both these teams, because if the Yone gets ahead of the Jace, that's a massive threat for JDG to have to deal with. So both sides going to have to be on their toes.
Yeah, JDG coming into this game one with a lot of range as Knight locked in the blind Jace for mid lane, paired with something like Ruler where he is going to build ideally the RFC. It is going to be a lot of space for these team fights, but my main focus is still going to be on the mid jungle duo, as we've seen that Kanavi and Knight, when they do get the early game rolling where they get all the resources onto Ruler, he gets unstoppable. But can they do the exact same on RA's side, where I assume he has been also looking very comfortable and in his element for the past few weeks?
He has indeed, but we're gonna hypothesize no longer. Jumping onto the rift for game number 1 of this best of 3. JDG versus RA. RA fighting for their lives in the playoffs picture. JDG hunting for a much bigger prize. They want to confirm top 2. They want to try and make sure they have that double elimination locked and loaded. They can relax knowing they have a second life. And honestly, I love the way our playoff format works, because it does really feel like getting a top 2, you are rewarded very handsomely. It's kind of like, you know what, you got top 2 in the regular split. Here's a chance to be able to kind of mess up, I guess, in the playoffs and still be okay.
Yeah, 3 buys just means so much time to prepare and spectate what all the other teams are cooking during the playoffs. And hopefully JDG is able to secure their spot in that second position, as there's a lot of competition still with only 2 weeks left. I believe their upcoming matches will be up against LGD and Ultra Prime. So relatively easy, and they are still the upper or strong dogs. What is it called again?
What? That's favorites?
No, it's underdogs, but they're the favorites.
Top dogs?
I don't know why. Top dogs? Why am I trying to... I'm getting the words mixed up, but hopefully JDG isn't going to drop a game up against those lower tier teams, and they really just secure this spot. I believe LNG is still a relatively easy schedule as well, but it's all up to luck sometimes.
Sometimes it can be, like, again, the way the structure of the league works, you only get one best of 3 between every single person, and you catch someone early, you catch someone late, depending on their form. It can be the difference between good and bad for the way your split kind of works itself out. But Knight already having himself a little bit of a time as gets the early priority and pushes in to get a ward around that Raptor pit, so he's going to have a fairly decent idea of where Leyen is. A Southwind almost walked into that. He nearly
got into that. He's like, yo, I'll help you out.
Hey, supports. That's how this works.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, look, pretty standard laning phase. We're going to see a lot of priority in top for RA, a lot of priority in mid for JDG. It's about what the junglers can really do with that priority, that they're going to be, kind of the difference maker in this first 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, most definitely. And looking at JDG's side, we do have the Jace versus Yone matchup where this Jace is going to be able to push in the Yone until that level 6 where he starts having a bit of kill threat onto Knight. But for now, I'm assuming Kanavi is going to just have so much more freedom compared to Leyen. But it does seem like he's going to force a flash here.
Possibly. It is still difficult with the wave pushing in, and you see Strife trying to go for something there, but nothing really to be found as Knight's very safe for kind of getting that bounce back on the wave. We will see Leyen go back, pick up his Gromp, and then obviously we're going to see the Scuttle traded as well on either side. That said, Strife is around. No, he's just dropping down some wards. Not going to try and contest, no real need. And everybody's just happy with the way the laning phase is going on so far. So, we obviously talked a lot. Yeah, a bat?
Ruler has backed and picked up a call for this laning phase. 369? Oh my lord.
You're dying out there. I thought you said something about a bat, and I was like, what?
Oh.
Is this like the dog situation?
Base.
I'm not sure. Well, Missing doing exceptionally well to make sure that this wave does not get totally eaten by the turret. So Ruler gets his back off, comes back in with the cull, and that kind of is going to just tell you where this laning phase is kind of going on that bot side. Both AD carries having culls, neither really looking for fights, and it's going to be more about where these supports can roam. Because the thing is, when you have a Nautilus, you have so much power to be able to roam around the map, getting yourself into a much stronger position alongside, your Sejuani to make sure you can maybe make things happen in top side. Catch out 369, who does not have the flash, running the Ghost instead. Very obviously common for the Kazante. So we'll see what they can do, but look already.
The wave is
Kanavi
huge.
looking to try and see if he can catch out Strife. Flash. And Kanavi will not go any further with that. But we talked about the mid laner and this power, you have with the Elise and the Jace, and they're already utilizing it very strongly.
That's exactly what you want to see from an Elise in the early game. Trading flash for flash, you will gladly take it any day of the week, as he is just going to try and regank that mid lane before he hits level 6 and has that extra bit of mobility. We already see Strive struggling to pick up any CS, I believe 15 down. He is going to pick up the remaining casters, but getting a lot of that pressure from Knight. Oh my god!
It's buffered, but not enough. As we can see there, the flash has already been used. The cocoon goes wide. That's not going to be enough there. You have got the Gravitum. The Spiderlings do exceptionally well to make sure nothing else can really happen off of that play. Southwind does lose his flash, as I can say that.
369?
Ignite flash. 369 not getting solo bolo just yet, but again, more power from the Rumble as Cube recognizes everyone was on bot side. He was free to use those summoners.
Rumble is looking like such a broken pick for patch 13.5, especially when you do have that AD mid laner and you have to make up for the lack of AP. Rumble and Kennen has been seeing a lot of light in the current patch, but I had to talk about the ultimate gets dropped. 369, you need to leave.
You're also a level down the overheat. Minions blocking those harpoons from shredding that magic resistance, but while that's all happening, alright, pick themselves up. The Dragon, as they had priority in the bot side, knowing there was no real way that Knight was going to be able to join in either. So good aggressive start, I gotta say, coming out here from RA. They're really trying to put some pressure down here onto JDG and utilizing those strong laning phases that they have in bot and top.
Yeah, in the very end, the bot lane skirmish did only burn the flash from Southwind on this Nautilus. He does have the Hex Flash, so it's not as punishing. We do have Kanavi coming back into this mid lane, as Knight also does have first move. So if he challenges the Scuttle, it might be a little bit dangerous. Kanavi is... he's been egoed.
I mean, I feel like Kanavi just didn't know where Cube was, wasn't exactly sure how far away Strife was, so... maybe just very concerned with the fact that he might be in a bad situation should he end up getting caught out. So forfeits over the Scuttle there. And again, this is good from RA. I will say it's still a 20 CS lead in mid lane to Knight. So having that priority is definitely going to be a little bit harder for them to deal with once he starts to pick up his first item or two. But for the moment, it is still looking decent here for RA. They would love to have level 6 come out here for Southwind and Asum, but actually Mystic's the one who's on level 4, so it's actually an accelerated level 6 here for Ruler.
Lillian's already level 6, as the Herald is going to be spawning in 30 seconds, as RA did pick up that first one under JDG's noses, so they're already setting up the vision, and Southwind is making his way up here with the Hex Slash available. Knight has to be a little bit careful, he doesn't have his support hovering.
I see Kanabi go for something, of course level 6 for the Sejuani, much more of a big deal than level 6 for the Elise. So we see Cube is just pushing up a little bit.
No
has got a decent
flash.
ward, no flash, and has got a decent ward, but that ward is not going to be needed. There's going to be the equalizer going out just to try and clear the wave because he knows he is dead, and that's going to be first blood to 369.
I guess Cube just didn't expect Kanavi to dodge the ward in the river and come through Tribush. And the first blood is going to go into the hands of 369. A bit of an unexpected gank, I'm assuming, as Lane was also in the top side, as he wasn't there to counter gank. But does let 369 breathe a little bit in this lane matchup as he has been struggling in the trades.
We're going to have a little bit of time really before anything kind of kicks off again. I'm going to ask you a question because I discovered this the other day. Do you know there's a difference between lane minions and mid for the first 14 minutes and other minions?
Are they more tanky? Or more experienced?
They give one less gold for the first 14 minutes of the game. I know, right? Mid laners are getting absolutely finessed right now as yeah, they're worth. I learned this from Jamada earlier this week as they give one less gold for the first 14 minutes. So not only are they worth less, they're also
Look at bot lane though. Oh my lord, what's happening here? They're getting zoned off 2 waves and Ruler picks up 2 plates.
2 waves, 2 plates, and 2 levels honestly for Ruler. He's just kind of happy to keep pushing up towards this, and this is just kind of standard for having the priority. You know, when you're going for that Rift Herald, you know that Sejuani's going to have to try and get a reset in. It means you do not have the priority in that bot side. And speaking of bot side priority,
they don't know.
Kind of thrown out. Oh, right between the sticks. The 3v2 for the moment. Here comes the Sejuani. Finally, the Nautilus goes down to trade of supports. Neither one's going to go any further than that, but 1 for 1 in that big trade. As we can see, another big trade in a 1v1. As we can see, you can see Stripe thought he had it. He was throwing his head up there thinking he got it, but it's just about Knight's able to take out the 1v1.
Was that a 10 HP difference? Surely that's never calculated. I swear to God, when it's single digit, it's just never calculated. But you can see the frustration out of Strive as the bottom laners of both teams pick up that 1 kill. So it's still going to be relatively even, but this lane is already so hard for the Yone as he also gives the kill over. So 9 is in this 1v1, but Strive is just going for it. Where did he use the ultimate? The Q knockup also lands as the ultimate follows shortly, but knocked away from Knight as he creates that space. And then he just goes in for the orders and tries to pray. But even Yone burning the flash and landing that Q3 doesn't really matter as you are a Jace into a Yone matchup.
It feels so bad as well because it goes the other way and all of a sudden Stripe's back on the board. You get to push, possibly even a plate. It's just unfortunate, the small little differences that can be winning and losing in the LPL, but alright, not to be dissuaded. Only about 1,000 gold down for the moment. Have a 30 or 40, maybe 40 CS lead up on that top side, so I'm gonna drop down the Rift Herald into mid lane, only get the single plate as they want to try and go for this dragon. The dragon stacking could be a very solid win condition here for RA. They do have a much more, I would argue, traditional team fight composition in terms of their engage. You've got the Nautilus with the Sejuani to be able to kind of work with it, but despite the pressure they tried to push into that mid lane, they aren't able to garner the full use of that at the moment, and going to gain a little bit of priority in bot side. Ruler happy to soak up this wave as it comes in, but kind of seeing a little bit of a roaming death squad coming out from JDG, missing, and Kanavi kind of hooking up with their mid laner to make sure they can gain anything and everything they possibly can.
Yeah, we have the Moby boots coming out for missing as well, so he definitely wants to be swimming around the map alongside Kanavi, but with Strive burning that flash in the mid lane, he needs Lillian to consistently hover him as he is so vulnerable to those ganks from both missing and Kanavi. But we see another 3v3 in bot lane.
Yeah, we're going to see another 3v3. Missing flashes away as he does not get hit by the Glacial Prison. The Nautilus goes down. There's a TP coming out. That's going to be Knight joining the party. A little bit late, to be perfectly honest. Not really going to be able to add much more to this. As I say, that Asum, without a cleanse, is going to have to flash away from the death sentence as it would have been just that. So more and more little summoners, more and more gold being taken here by JDG, and they're going to get themselves dragon, and this is kind of what we expect to see from them, just outclassing their opponents across the map.
Yeah, Southwind just keeps getting popped as he didn't have Ninja Tabbies before that death. And Knight, of course, expanding that TP towards the bottom lane. Not going to miss out too much as Ruler, he is Very, very thick, to say the least, for Jinx. I believe 3 or 4 plates into his hands and also 2-0 as that scoreline, so it's going to be really tough for RA to fight once this Jinx gets his mythic. But talking about this fight, we do have the ultimate missing from the Sejuani. I was flashed away, and then Southwind, he's so squishy because he didn't take that Aftershock rune, and Ruler just burst him straight away.
I have a question. Is thick in reference to like health bar?
Oh.
Is it reference to gold? Or is it just a general like lot of something?
I would say thick in terms of he's eating good tonight. To clarify to the
well
audience.
fed. Ah, okay. You know what? Sometimes it's just gotta ask those questions. So speaking of asking questions, Cube is asking where his flash went. It had to be used straight away there, as we can see 369 not hesitating whatsoever to go all out and try and take him out in this one here. The Harpoon's coming out just to be able to kind of long range clear these waves, but now JDG kind of figuring out where their next kind of point of pressure is going to be. Bot lane is exceptionally powerful now that the Kraken Slayer has been finished up. We do have a Gale Force answered by Asum, but 20 TS lead, 2 kills. This Jinx is starting to slowly but surely get online and become just a monster in those big team fights. You get the 2 items, you get the 3. That's when the Jinx will really start to shine. But right now, Ruler, he's having a time of his life right now. Level ahead, all this gold, even getting rid of the minions as well to the tower.
Strive is also too scared to walk up to a Jinx. How many times are you going to see a mid laner being scared to 1v1 in ADC? But to be fair, Ruler does have the Kraken available, which I'm getting a little bit worried for RA, as Asum has decided to go the Gale Force, as he does need the extra mobility against something like the Thresh and the Elise. But when it comes to pure damage in these 5v5s, it's going to be really tough to make up, unless Strive gets ahead.
Well, that's unfortunate use of the Glacial Prison there, just to catch up the missing, and there's no real follow-up, so not going to be able to gain much else from that. Actually, I just noticed Kanabi's gone with the first strike onto the Elise, not going with the Dark Harvest or the Electrocute, or even the Conqueror, which I've seen once or twice. Hook comes out, lands on the south wind there. More cocoons can be thrown out. But yeah, just interesting little adaptation there from Kanabi. Having extra little bit of damage, a little bit of extra gold, should he be able to get the cocoon down. And now with Shelly being started up, this is going to be a full 5v5. Equalizer just coming back off cooldown. No Glacial Prison. Southwind looking for a bit of a flank with the Hex Flash, and he may have found it. He will not get the kill onto his AD carry, but they get the Rift Herald themselves. Thresh goes down first, but look at Ruler. He's going to be able to put these rockets down so easily. Gets himself excited and can keep pushing forward and keep helping Knight get himself a kill. RA thought they had taken the Rift Herald, but JDG had stolen it away.
He saw Lion just standing on the Herald, and he's like, wait, this isn't mine. And he accepted death, to say the least. But we talked about how their ultimates, when they're online, these chokes for these major objectives get so dangerous for the side of JDG. But we need to remember, you need to put it onto the ADC, as Ruler was just free hitting the entire fight. And that's what happens when you let Ruler do whatever he wants in these team fights.
Have a look at here. I love the idea from Southwind as well. He wants to get over it, but he's just blocked by Missing. So yes, Missing doesn't really do a lot outside of drop his ultimate, but he doesn't need to do a lot.
Yeah, I think the Rumble Off, if it was placed a little bit more upwards as it slows Ruler, it could have made it a different fight. But I need to know how this Herald went over to the side of JDG. I missed it once again, but it must have been just an unlucky snipe from one of the players, as the jungle wasn't anywhere near. But now with the Herald in Knight's hand, this early game, they are slowly bleeding out for the side of RA.
Yeah, what was a 1,000 gold lead, now 3,000 gold lead. They're getting themselves Rift Herald. They're getting pressure across the map, dragging in 1 minute's time. And first and second, actually 2 items now onto Ruler. At 17 minutes, he's already got that rapid fire cannon alongside the Kraken. So the safety you have with this Thresh and combined, and this is something we saw a while ago when it was Jinx and Aphelios as the undisputed meta of AD carries, is that it wasn't about which one you got, it was about which AD carry you were able to kind of pair with the support of Thresh. That was the big thing. Thresh became the power pick in that support role in that particular matchup, so we're seeing it once again, just able to cover off so many of the weaknesses that these hyper carries have.
I mean, even the Lulu is also a very good pairing for one of these hypercarry ADCs, but Southwind has decided to go with the Nautilus.
God, Missing! He ain't missing no hooks on that one. That was fantastic. really threading the needle, and that's just another pick. And unfortunately for RA, that's your jungler, which means there's not going to be a contest around this dragon, but maybe there won't be a contest at all, as Asum taking a little bit of poke from the zap and the rapid fire cannon rocket, but that's going to be Shirley dropping herself down, getting her headbutt, and that's another tower confirmed here for JDG.
Maybe today's opposite day. Missing, he's just hitting everything, as Ruler getting that excitement from the tower is just going to shred down Q, getting very low already. He still has the ultimate available. Missing needs to back here. He is so incredibly low as well. Hopefully they get to reset and get this second dragon online for the side of JDG, as 369, he's been just chilling on the side.
Yeah, I mean, no one could really 1v1 him right now, so he's happy to take the power into his own hands, push in this bot lane. There's another tower going over, and this is the JDG that we have been talking about since the start of the split. This is the team that is so exceptionally good. I'm going to hold my breath. No, Leanne's not going to try and go for the steal, but he's so exceptionally good at everything they do. They're just owning in every single lane. I got to say as well, Kanavi 006 perfectly set up as the jungler to make sure his laning phase is going. But again, let's have a look at this hook, because this hook is between minions as well. It's insane.
This Thresh skin just has a certain buff to it, I swear to God, but Leon didn't even Q away, he just got hooked and he accepted death once again. All the ultimates dropped onto Ruler, but the Rumbler missed, so it was only just the Nautilus connecting at the very end. But we do need to mention Knight did go with the Gold Drinker build for this game, so he's not going to do as much compared to the Eclipse. But if we look at RA's composition, they have a lot of melee champions, so if he gets a really nice Gold Drinker, well, that's a lot of value for you.
Absolutely, if he's looking to be a bit more melee, a bit more in the face of the carries of RA, he's definitely going to be needing that core drinker a little bit more. Now they can just kind of pick up some more of this standing gold, and honestly, with the lack of gold going into the side of RA, it's apart from those 3 kills and a dragon, they're not taking a tower, they've not really got any priority, and look at this, it's just like insane amounts of vision control available for JDG as they look to trying to constantly push in and make sure there is just no way in hell that RA can have any semblance of a chance to catch them out.
Yeah, it's so scary because we just saw... Oh, there's a 1v1 in bot lane. Strike also
There is.
Get away the ghost.
369, he's still pushing
Surely.
forward, but he is out. There's the equalizer, not a great position if I'm being totally honest on it. And 369 means that he gets 2 people on bot side and 2 ultimates. There's no threat in mid lane. Ruler has nothing against him. I mean... I don't know if LS will be happy about that, but they are going to get it regardless. And JDG just dominating in this first game, just constantly putting in pressure, and the macro is insane. And they can TP 369 back. They're going to get 2 inhibs.
At 20 minutes, they want to end the game by 21 or what? They do not care about the Baron. Ruler, he's going to get excited, start ordering some people, but he is sitting on so much gold, as I can imagine. Once he backs, that Baron is going to be under threat.
This is just dominance by JDG. 2 inhibitors down. We have a look at the replay there, and it's just really well played here by 369 to put Strive into such a bad position, but 6,000 gold. Gold honestly doesn't even make that big of a difference right now. It's just the laning prowess, the pressure that has now kind of come out of it. Bot lane and mid lane pushing against you. Baron available to JDG. I don't know how you're going to be able to try and contest this, because all you have to do is stall out for a couple of seconds and super minions will flood your base.
Yeah, my point from earlier is that they have RA has absolutely no vision in this top side, and you saw what a Thresh hook would do to your tank Sejuani that is acting as that front line. She got shredded, so what's going to happen to the rest of the team if they get Thresh hooked?
I don't know. All I know is they're going to try their absolute hardest. Missing is caught out, Missing is dead. So there's one little bit they could definitely use. They didn't have to use a hell of a lot. I was just about to say, that's 4 out of 5 of your ultimates, and Leanne is not looking the healthiest. They might still just go for this Baron, as they can see. Oh, no! So close to knocking out Leanne, but that means there's almost certainly going to be no Sejuani to contest. And that's the Baron going over the side of JDG. You know what the craziest thing about this is? RA got the pick. RA got someone off of JDG. JDG get Baron. I don't understand this.
Even if Leon died to the Jinx Rocket, the tempo was the exact same. The Sejuani is still coming out of base, and the Baron will naturally fall into the hands of JDG, as even Missing got the Baron buff. But Raw on this Jinx is just an absolute tower menace, chowing down on all the objectives around the map. Now nearing a perfect game for the side of JDG, other than dropping a few kills.
Yep, few kills in the first early Dragon. JDG doing exceptionally well. Flash for Flash. Knight does respect the Nautilus hook. Does not want to leave his perfect KDA. And another TP coming in here. That's going to be Knight coming back in just to try and take away this tower. They drop the equalizer down, but the Lantern covers Ruler and means he can continue to put down damage, continue to put in work. They drop everything onto the Jinx, and it's not enough. Flash there by Leyen to dodge the rocket, but a double kill for Knight. Triple kill, I should say, for Knight, as maybe he wants himself a penta. It would be difficult underneath the laser beam of the fountain, but in 24 minutes, just a little bit less, JDG crush RA.
One day, Knight is going to get a penta, and I'm not sniffing on any copium as that resident Knight fangirl coming into 2023, but JDG ending the game at 23 minutes. Absolute dominating game one to take it away.
Yeah, it was just complete and utter control from minute one. Did feel like there was one or two opportunities. Like, again, like early, very early on, first 5 minutes, 6 minutes of the game, RA were keeping in tow. They got that, potential solo kill on the top side, which unfortunately didn't work out, but it just fell apart after that. There was nothing afterwards. There was no direction to go. Anywhere they looked, they were losing something else even more. You can even see in the bot side, they threw 2 people down to try and deal with 369, and then they lost 2 inhibitors because of that. So it just felt like, JDG were just in total control from the get-go.
Yeah, it's really scary to think about how Knight was able to get that 1v1 kill up against Strive from an isolated matchup, and how that just snowballed into everything around the map as Kanavi and Missing were just working together perfectly as a duo and getting a lot of that vision set down, as Knight had consistent lane party ever since that first kill. But I do need to say that Strive looked really frustrated in that first death, so hopefully they bounce back and they have a much clearer understanding on what they want to achieve in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, JDG very much looking in total control of that one. On RA, you're going to have to try and find something else. And the thing is, like, RA got the Sejuani. They wanted to go for this Sejuani-Yone combination, and we didn't really get to see it work in any way, shape, or form. It just felt like Leyen wasn't really working towards what I would have regarded as the kind of the stronger 2v2. If you wanted to go for, like, something with that Yone to get him going, the Sejuani is going to have to try and make something work there. So didn't really come out that way, didn't really find himself in a position that he had any kind of opportunity to make that work. And I mean, it's just so impressive to watch JDG. Again, you look at the names on this roster, you would imagine they are going to be one of the best teams in the league. They are definitely one of the best teams in the league, but this was just different level of kind of proving to RA, look, you're not even close, bro. I'm sorry.
From one dominating performance from Weibo to another. Now with JDG, I mean, Cube was just trying everything he could to keep the team in the game, but Lillian, just look at the damage that he was able to do in this game. Not a lot, because I believe a lot of those early Sejuani ultimates were missing, and that is one of your biggest engages for the side of RA, and you definitely can't be doing that when it comes to execution, as it affected the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they're able to kind of do in the next game, but I feel like with JDG, it's so difficult. Like, I would argue you have a top 3 top laner, top 3 jungler, top 3 mid laner, top 2, if not 1 in the world, AD carry. There is just so much to try and deal with this in this team. And of course, I love Missing, but, Mako and Ming supports exist, so I can't really give them the top 2 in the LPL. So, but we'll see what RA can do, or if JDG will be wrapping this one up quicker than Weibo did against NIP. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have draft for picks and bans in game number 2.
Times it has just been that it's kind of pick your poison on what you let get through. They picked Draven, and they're getting poisoned now as Hansama just cutting through. In terms of overall damage, that's the knock.
My God.
Easy combo. Jack Spectre on the backside, untouched for now. Jack Spectre desperate to get anything back, but Caps is just so beefy. Now looking for the 1v1 versus because Hansama's killed 1 carry. He wants to kill him.
Is it a penta? Is it a penta?
Oh, the penta for Hansama.
이제는 이런 거 잡을 딜도 안 나오는 건가요?
그런데 달려서 베리를
그나마 메가나르라서 최대한 반격을 하긴 하는데 네.
그다음에
올리고
플레타가
플레타의 비상. 아니 플레타가
지금 다 포드라키 한번 플레타가
뿌이났다.
어디까지 갈 수 있어요? 어디까지?
크게
그런데
다다다다다다다다.
打野位上的话，原本来这里只有一个圣殿，第二件有点久，哇，是第一件圣殿，不是第一件黑线，但是现在在边线要尝试抓手洛克，手洛克又是有一个 GA 的回头刷了一个护剑化形，一波的伤害灌上，但是他还没有打，反而是反杀了顺，哇，这还要再继续 A， 这边被晕到被锤死，但是他还有 GA 在站，别人能不能救一下？而一收过了出手，他这边躲掉了，第二冲击再冲2下，无暇重刃，这边晕到2个人，虽然被绑住，还在冲上去，他带掉了3速，回头再类似的追回来，他还在操作，哇塞，用他手上的刀应该 rest 对死前来了一波硬式的1波1换1。
So the one minion that could, Ming misses his hook. The Shy gets engaged upon, and the Shy is dead. Keeper's verdict will separate this, but now it's turned into a little bit of a pinch. Double kill coming in for Gala as he dances around this fight. Look at him just putting in the damage. Gala gets another kill. Quadra kill for Gala, and you know what he wants. You know what he needs. He's gonna push forward, and look for the Sanjay kill.
Actually completed as well, but is it enough? Konami gets picked by Tarzan, and now the cast comes to separate, and LSD are separating JDG for their life. You got Ruler pop the lightning crash, and he's getting that AoE. Nobody has touched him just yet, but LP has red white. This is the moment to step up, and Ruler, he gets the kills, and huge moment from JDG.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for me
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. It's nearly 10 a.m. here in Ireland. I believe it's nearly 9 p.m. over in Sydney. Little insights of what we talk about there in the breaks as we are coming into game number 2 of this best of 3. And JDG with Kanavi as our MVP smashed. Like, you know, that's just it. They smashed. There's nothing more to be really said about it.
Yeah, 009 as that MVP, not picking up a single kill. He is just that supportive jungler, even with the first strike on this Elise for game 1. But it all happened with just him burning the flash in the mid lane and so much pressure from both the jungle and support duo of JDG, where the gold lead just spiraled out of control for them.
Yeah, it just got to a point where JDG were super comfortable, and this is kind of the performance we expect to see from these guys. And you look at the name value, you look at what they're able to kind of bring to the table, and even the fact that, you know, going up towards that top side and saying, yep, you know who just used their flash and their ignite a couple of minutes ago? Cube, and we'll get a kill there. And just even small little things like this. And there's something, you know, obviously he's not the MVP in this particular game, but I want to really kind of shout out Missing, because I think a lot of people were looking at this roster and kind of saying, look, everyone outside of Missing is, you know, a proven world class in their role, definitely something they're gonna. Missing has fit into this roster very, very well, and I will say his kind of combination with Ruler has been exceptional all split.
Yeah, the way that they've molded together as a duo throughout the regular split has been amazing to witness. And of course, I do need to shout out just Nye on this Jace. He was able to get so much done on the map as well. While 369 was just chilling in top lane as he is playing the fridge of patch 13.5. But this Elise pick is getting a little bit scary, to say the least, for this Saturday night, as I believe Wave will pull it off first. Now that JDG is also doing the exact same thing, ending the game by the 23-minute mark, should these underdogs that we are coming into these best of series ban it out?
I mean, you're kind of left between a rock and a hard place, because it's like, yes, should you ban it out? Maybe, but also, what do you leave up? You know, it's kind of a catch-22. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. So we'll see what the change in draft is going to be. We are going to have JDG on the blue, so it is going to be a little bit of switch up in priority. But honestly, I feel like this is going to suit JDG even that little bit more, because they're not going to have to, you know, red side ban all the big priorities. They're going to be able to kind of say, look, we're going to get at least our first pick regardless of whatever you guys ban.
Yeah, I mean, so many flexes coming into this new patch, which gives me a headache, honestly, because you never know what's going to end up anywhere. We had a Yone top, I believe, in our first series, so you can never guess. But when it does come to JDG, I believe that they will just be prioritizing the jungle, as we saw that a lot of these jungles for the first banning phase of game 1 were getting narrowed down. And once Kanavi is in his element and he's able to get ahead in that early game, well, the tempo is just set up for them for success.
Yeah, absolutely. And for RA, I mean, it's hard. It really is. I really don't know what to kind of say right now. I feel like you're going to have to try and find something to throw at this and maybe make a little bit of a move against it, because it does feel like, as of the moment, there isn't really a silver lining to come out with there. As not quite sure who that is.
His parent?
It might be his parents. That might. I really hope it is, but that would be exceptionally awesome if it is. It is. We just got confirmed by the director that is his parents. That's amazing. Oh, we love to see the support.
That is adorable. We love parents that support their children in esports, because that is probably, you know what's broken in the esports industry right now? Esports mums.
Oh,
they
yeah.
are so supportive of the child. They go onto Twitter and they make, you know, like Caps' dad. I have a couple in LCO where it's just the player's name _mum, and they always retweet every single post, and they're so proud of all their children's achievements, and it just brings tears to my eyes because it's so adorable.
It's like a different niche of esports. It's just like, you know, the wife buff, the mum buff, a lot of different buffs coming in from some fantastic women in all these players' lives. But now we're coming into picks and bans. We are going to see the same bans come out for the moment, but now will we see a little bit of a priority change? I like that JDG are saying, look, Cube, we're not going to let you have anything that can gain priority over 369 at all, as they even take away the Rumble as the last final ban.
Yeah, the Zeri is going to just consistently get banned from the side of RA. They are not letting Rula get this champion, but I think it's going to be really tough because Rula seems just as good on every other champion. It's just Jerry do Jerry things. But I am wondering if they're going to consider this Zaya pick and Rakan, because I think you have the agency to create gank setup while the Viego gets locked in for Kanavi.
This is becoming a little bit of a trend, I'm noticing. You're looking at the likes of JDG, RNG, hell, even I would even say like some of the likes of LNG are moving back towards this. I really don't want to see it. I'm sorry, Leanne. I love you, but the Nidalee for you has not been exceptional at all over the last
He's
while.
doing
So
it.
please don't. I really don't want him to.
Nidalee,
I think
Renekton,
he-
Bam right here. He's
Well,
doing
you
it.
can't Renekton because Renekton's already banned, so
Ah!
it's going to be Nidalee something, but it's not going to be Renekton.
Well, it's okay. We're going to get the Xayah for the side of Assume, which is a pick that he has been looking spectacular on. So hopefully we also get the Rakan denial from JDG, or they're just going to give it over as they respond with something like the Aphelios Thresh for a second game in a row.
I mean, they could go with the Thresh for missing. He looked exceptional on it. This time Ruler wants the Aphelios for himself, but I think it might be just the Nautilus. I think Aphelios Nautilus works exceptionally well at kind of countering that Xayah Rakan combination. Hard engage, really tanky frontline, and also just a straight up point and click CC with that from the depths. So you've got plenty to work with here as JDG if you want to try and set something up and make that bot lane your carry once more.
Blitzcrank has been getting extremely popular in the LPL, but my favorite Blitzcrank performance so far in this regular split is probably from Ming. I'm not too sure if you saw their series up against, I believe, TT. I could be wrong on this, but it was Missing and the top lane Sion doing the Atom strat from LEC, and they pull it off so well, where Blitzcrank is just being an absolute nuisance for these games. Well, Blanc is going to be the mid laner for game 2, as Strife has blind picked this. It's very dangerous.
This is a bit of a dangerous one, but we'll have plenty of bans to throw at Nice just to try and make it a little bit more of a valuable pick. The LeBlanc obviously picked up a couple of different buffs here. We haven't seen an extremely high priority yet in the LPL. It's definitely kind of getting back into the little the maps, if you will, of or the priorities drafts of these teams, but for the moment, does feel like it still needs a couple of different things to go its way. And right now, I'm looking at RA and I'm kind of thinking, you need engage, my dudes. Like you've got so much great damage, but nothing really to set that one up. So the next few picks with the Rakan gone, I'm looking very intently to know where they're going to be taking these next few picks. And honestly, I love the Leona ban coming out here from JDG as well. Just again, stopping those hard engages.
I'm assuming the counter pick is going to be safe for that top lane. Hopefully we get an absolute tank in the top lane like a Cassante or a Sion. I often prefer the Sion, but this time around, Cube is going to go with the Cassante blind. 369, I mean, he is very comfortable with just responding with something like the Sion, and the top lane is going to be an isolated matchup. Even the Gragas works exceptionally well, but I think this Gragas is going to go mid lane, as he will act as that utility for Kanavi to really pop off on this Viego, which also diffuses the Blanc pick perfectly.
Concerned with our cameraman just constantly zooming in on the ref. I'm just gonna call it out. I've seen it too many times, and it's just like, don't get me wrong, she looks fantastic, and I'm just like, yeah, support the referees, they're awesome, but like, come on, guys, you know, okay, just calm it down even for a second.
Well, it does seem like the Kali is going to be the response, and they are going... Alright, I feel like they're cooking something for the support. It's definitely going to be aggressive, and we're going to get absolute chaos in the first 5 minutes from the bottom lane. But I do want to talk about LeBlanc for patch 13.5, as she has received a slight change to her Q. I believe every time she uses her Q when it comes to executing a minion, she refunds that mana. So her laning phase has gotten a lot better, but just a lot of mobility for the side of RA in this early game. But like you've been saying, not too much setup unless Southwind plays like an absolute god.
Yeah, I mean, got the Blitzcrank now, so Hook versus Hook in that bot side. Very similar compositions, all in all, as you can see, you know, kind of in the bot lane, excuse me, but outside of that, it is very much going to be about laning dominance for JDG. If they can get this Cassante behind, if they can put the Akali ahead, and I will say they haven't shaded just yet. It could be a top lane Akali here for 369, and the Knight going into the Gragas into mid lane, like you said. So yeah, it looks like the Akali had locked into that top lane for 369. So looking to get really big advantage here for the side of JDG, specifically 369 with that Viego, and there's a lot of damage there in that top half.
Yeah, a lot of damage, like you've been saying, for JDG, but my most worrying point is still the bottom lane supports, as they just have so much set up for both sides. But Kanavi and Leanne introducing us to carry versus carry for patch 13.5, where I believe a lot of these jungle camps have received a change in terms of gold, where they are Riot is promoting full clearing once again, so hopefully it doesn't get too out of control, as I don't want Karthus coming back into the meta. That's so sleeper.
I mean, anything that's uninteractive, you know, it's like, I'm gonna ult from anywhere in the map and you will all get hit by it. Doesn't really feel that interactive, but it's all part of the Riot conspiracy to have full clear junglers. We all know about it. Get your tinfoil hats on. And we'll see how it ends up moving forward in the meta. But it's not what the meta, or at least not what the drafts are in this particular game. JDG looking to clean up a swift 2-0. Can they do it in under an hour? We shall see. But RA, they are fighting, still fighting for their lives. 2-1 is still a win. We already see them stacking up here. You've got to be so careful. I definitely heard they're missing parents, and I was like, where are they gone? Who's missing them?
Missing's parents. We're in the cameras once again.
Apostrophe S.
Yes. I'm so sorry that I didn't emphasize on the S, as we don't want any of the other one.
It's why we learn. It's how we develop as a duo, Kitty. You know, it's how we build our synergy. You get better and better and better, and eventually cast the World Finals. You know, it's all in the script. I'm sure someone has sent it to you. You know, check your emails, check your spam.
Flash.
It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. But yes, coming back into this one here, RA still fighting for their absolute lives. And JDG looking to squash them very, very quickly. As it is going to be a bit more about how these laning phases kind of go about. I feel like JDG have so many tools available to them, but where do you want to see Leyen kind of prioritize? He does have a fair bit of clear to go out for them, but the camps don't respawn as quickly as he'd probably like. So what do you want to see him do with a bit of priority he probably will have?
Leyen has two options here, so you can either work towards the side of Cube as you are up against an Akali before she hits level 6, so not as much mobility, where ideally you want Leyen to pick up all those kills and get ahead, or you could also path towards bottom lane, where it is a little bit more risky because JDG has a response in terms of CC, but if Southwind is able to get his hands onto Ruler, who has taken the Ghost, it could be an angle for this Nidalee to get the ball rolling early.
We'll see. Now he's doing a bit of a full clear on his bot side. No vision on where exactly he is just yet.
That's the best LeBlanc skin, by the way. The mistletoe LeBlanc?
I'm not a LeBlanc aficionado. I'm not a big fan of playing her, so I'm not caught up on all her skins and the priority.
The reason why I got into YouTube content, or for League of Legends specifically, is because back in the day there used to be a YouTuber called CivHD, and he would have this meme called juking, and he would go 12 rowers on the LeBlanc, and he would just keep pranking the enemy team, and that's why I bought LeBlanc right after watching a video. The hook misses, but those are the good old days.
Hook misses just like you missed at HD. So I know. You can think about it, you know, kind of be happy with the way things are, and you know, content creators grow. Sometimes they there's nothing worse than seeing a content creator kind of go stale and kind of, you know, they don't really develop or move forward or anything like that. I don't know why, it just feels like it's kind of a sad moment. But you kind of you outgrow them, you know. You kind of just go, oh, I don't really mind about this one, but hook does land. Ruler is going to have to flash away just to make sure he does not die, but a hook for a flash, definitely a worth trade here for RA. Southwind continues to put the pressure down onto Ruler. He's going to continue to feel it until he gets to his, you know, kind of first boots, honestly, and that's when it gets a little bit easier.
Yep, I'm expecting a lot of Moby boots coming online as Kanavi is hovering mid lane, no mana on Knight.
Well, they're pushing in, seeing if they can maybe catch Strife out, but they're going to get them changed to land the flash, and he has been juked. Leyen, though, maybe forced to use his flash now in a second. No, very confident knowing that he has enough mobility just to pounce. And that is a first blood for RA. Good early priority, and again, similar to game number 1, we saw this. We knew that they could make this kind of priority happen.
Yeah, exactly. Going into the hands of Leyen as well. Well, this early game is a lot better compared to game 1, but I guess Knight just didn't expect the damage as he was already half HP. Kanavi looking for something more in top lane.
Yeah, he pops the ghost, but the Ignite's already ticking down, and he is going to die. Honestly, that's a massive mistake, in my opinion, to Cube, because he got warned. There was warning pings going into the jungle exactly where Kanavi was.
The wave stay was also pushing into Cube, so there was no reason for him to overextend, as you saw Kanavi pathing towards top lane after he pushed in the mid wave. So that was just a mistake from the top lane of RA. Hopefully we don't get to see too much of that. But this mid lane, as Strive is getting a bit of damage onto Knight, he does have the flash available for this.
Oh, he's gonna get hit by the spear. They're still pushing forward. Oh, Leyen! No! He's after messing it up, but he doesn't throw away his life. He wanted to try and get the claws out, but that kitty has been declawed, and that is just an unfortunate series of events now. He's not going to be able to try and have the same level of priority now after coming back from that base.
Apologies for screaming, I got way too emotional, but I saw Lillian just face bump into the wall. Southland getting a bit caught out.
He has flash, but I don't think he's going to have anywhere to go. And that's going to be him going to Kanavi. Excuse me, to Jay. Missing is now Kanavi. He's got himself a hook. He may look for it, but he doesn't know where Leyen is. It was a bit blind, and he only saw the last second where Leyen actually had gone, so nicely dodged out there. But this is why the Viego is kind of coming back into it. You know who has great abilities? The enemy team. And that's why the Viego is doing so much now in this, and that's why it always has.
You know what's going to be comedic? If Kanavi steals the Nidalee Soul and he lands more spheres compared to Lillian this game. He has landed 1, I believe, so far.
2, I think.
Onto,
there was definitely one. Yeah, definitely 2.
Both onto Nai, I believe. You know, Gragas
Yes.
hitbox just hits different, but yeah, that was a really unfortunate mid 2v1 trade for the side of Lillian as he failed his first pounce onto Nai and nearly died as a result.
Oh, flash hook. And let's see if we get your. Let's see if we can get your prediction. Let's go into the Kugel form, so can't actually change that. So can't be throwing any spears.
He's level 6.
Yeah, level 6 for Kanavi already at 6.5 minutes. And this is again, bit by bit, little by little, JDG just getting more and more priority, more and more kills, more and more gold.
Especially when you are in this matchup when it is Viego versus Nidalee. Once the enemy jungle, which is Kanavi in this instance, is already a tiny bit ahead, hasn't backed yet, just he is going to pick up extra items with the Sheen and the Ruby Crystal. You're never going to be able to 1v1 him just from pure item advantage. So Southland and Lillian really need to link up for this early game until game 1 repeats itself.
Yeah, I was going to say, more things change, the more they stay the same. But first dragon, 3-1 in kills, 1,000 gold lead, and JDG are very happy with where things are right now. And it is going to be on Setwind. Look, I will say, the one thing you do have is that, and all it takes is one Blitzcrank hook. All it takes is one good hook onto Ruler, onto Knight, or even 369, and the dynamic of the game can change. But I just think that it's such a high, you know, kind of, or a low probability. It just feels like teams and players of this caliber are never really going to get caught out. There's a spear going wide, as now Leyen might be in a little bit of trouble. No flash on Knight, so we can't flash belly bop, but we can definitely put in a hell of a lot of damage here on the Strife, who does have to just get himself away there with the distortion.
Alright. I'm gonna ask you guys a question. What made you think 3rd time's the charm, as they just did the exact same game 3 times in a row? And Knight, I mean, he has been just receiving that bit of character development, and he has been, well, he dodged the last one in terms of the gank, but this Nidalee is struggling to find ways back into the game and to make up for that lack of gold. But he's back in ball lane again as Ruler, no flash for 3 seconds, he has it now.
Yeah, he does have it. He flashes away immediately, but I love that move there from Southwind. You get in range for the knock-up, then after they flash, you throw out the hook. Really well done there, and Leyen gets himself a 2nd kill. Might even look for a 3rd. There's no ultimate here on missing, but got to be hitting those spheres. He's going to wait until this minion wave comes in, and he's just going to be able to try and donate this one over, you would imagine, over to Asum. Really nicely done there by RA, and they get themselves onto equal gold and equal kills.
And they find the play that they've been looking for, as Asum also picks up 2 plates and also a kill into his pockets, where Lillian also finding that kill onto Ruler, which was really well played from the support of RA, as he held onto that Q like he said, and that's exactly what you want to see from the Blitzcrank, as he now picks up the Moby boots, so we're going to see it a lot more, as Dragon is going to be spawning in 2 minutes, so hopefully we get to see some vision from RA in the bottom side.
Yeah, good. Got an early priority here. And yes, you know, Leyen, in fairness to him, has looked into mid, but he's also looked bot. And love this from Southwind. Flash in, you've already got the animation going, and then just sneaks the hook around.
Oh, he hooked the Aethelus out of the Nidalee spear, though. It would have been perfect if the Nidalee spear hit mid-hook, but unfortunately, no. Did Leyen land a hook in this bottom gank? I don't think so.
Don't think he
2
landed
missed
a
onto
spear,
missing.
So yeah, definitely missed a couple ones of missing. So we're still looking at maybe 2, possibly 3. You know what? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say 3. Yeah, so we'll see if they're able to kind of. We'll still have to wait to see if the Nidalee gets taken over. More spears thrown by Kanavi. He only has a limited amount of time to throw them out when it does happen, but would not doubt that he would be able to do it. As Knight is getting the priority here, is missing. Gets hooked. I was gonna say, ooh.
That is the longest Nautilus hook I've ever seen in my life.
I was gonna say good buffer of the hook there. I like that Southwind fully committed there with the ultimate as well, just to make sure he could maybe try and go for it. There's the flash. There's the kill. No! Stripe gets himself flashed away. There's another hook landing. They will trade back mid laner for mid laner. Both junglers picking up kills. And it's Kanavi versus Leyen in this game. Over the back, we can see Kanavi once more. Great flash from Leyen. As there's a bit of a battle there. There's the ultimate coming out. Kanavi wants it, but he's tanking turret. He's not going to be able to get the heal away. And now Kanavi has to run for his life, knowing that he hasn't got the health bar left to try and fight this. But Leyen doing exceptionally well to make sure he does not fall to the Viego.
Stripe was extremely lucky in that 2v1 situation when he was getting tower dove, as JDG killed the clone instead of him, so he got to live for an extra 5 seconds, but ended up Wing back in, and both junglers also picking up that kill. Now 3 kills onto both the Viego and the Nidalee. Items were going to come online as Kanavi has already picked up that Sundara, but this early game, it could go either way. Knight has been pretty good with his ultimates on this Gragas.
Has been exceptional, but let's have a look at the replay here, because again, this is just they picked the wrong clone. They weren't able to finish it off. It almost looks like they get him, but not quite able to finish off just before Knight does get him bursted out.
I don't think Stripe needed to go back in for that second W, as it was going to be a 1-for-0 since they are so overpushed in the lane. I think if Kanavi didn't transform straight away and let that LeBlanc E chain connect, it may have been a kill, but very close call to say the least, and both junglers get away. Missing!
Whoa! Missing is missing. He's gone to the gray screen, and now Kanavi's going to be shut down as well. There's 2 quick kills. What happened? Where did that even come from?
I'm assuming a Blitzcrank hook landed as the Ignite also got popped, but it had to be onto missing as Kanavi tried to save the support of JDG, but they do opt into a bad fight, and now the second dragon is going to go into the hands of RA.
This is definitely a much stronger position here for RA. Ruler.
Southwind.
Scott Ghost, no flash. He gets caught underneath this tower. He is dead, but missing coming back around, making it so a little bit more difficult. But he's going to get hooked. They're going to put the spear into him, and missing will go down for a 3rd time. Not quite yet. Dodges out on the spear. Leyen wants to think about maybe going over that wall, but doesn't know exactly who is there. Maybe Kanavi could be around the side. Now missing. Gonna land a hook and says, you want to bully me? I'm gonna bully you. Leyen is going to die. And that is just an overextension by Leyen. He had done all the hard work and then he throws it away.
Oshin, we're never gonna find out what resulted in the dragon going towards RA, because there are 11 kills at 13 minutes. Both of these junglers are feasting, and kill after kill, these engaged supports just keep landing CC onto the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, such great awareness from missing to recognize, look, I can go for the hook here. I know I'm not going to be any real danger because the Blitzcrank was showing in lane, so he knew there wasn't any immediate CC to put him in a compromised position, and just capitalizes on that fact so exceptionally well. And it's just been exciting. And honestly, while this is all happening, we have to finally look at the replay here. We are going to see what happened. I think it's exactly as you called. You saw it in the future. It's going to be just a flash into a hook, and that's as easy as it is.
Yeah, the root also got to Kanavi from the Xayah, so he unfortunately fell as well, as Nine was just like, all right, peace, I'm out. This bottom was just... They didn't have enough damage to kill missing, which I was pretty surprised by, as he just walks away scratch-free. I would have went for it, as it was a free kill onto the Nautilus without the flash available, but now with Kanavi coming in, no vision for the side of RA, the hook connects, and the Nidalee falls, I believe, giving over a bounty as well.
Yeah, 450 gold, and I mean, look how powerful and rich these junglers are. Night Harvester finished up for Leyen. You've already got the Divine Sunderer for Kanavi. And actually, while we've been talking about this, it's actually a bit of a quiet 30 CS lead for 369 in that top lane. He's already got his Riftmaker, so he's feeling good right now in this top side, doing exceptionally well for himself. As can't wait to see the surprise on the rest of RA's faces when he comes into the lane, and all of a sudden he's absolutely ridiculously powerful. But you do have did Missing die?
Missing is dead in the replay.
Missing died. Yeah, Missing died, and that's why bot lane priority was given over to RA.
Yeah. I did mention beforehand, talking about JDG, when JDG do lose in the early game, it's often through missing, as he just sometimes gets caught while he plants down some vision, or he just mispositions, and RA is currently finding leads through the Nautilus, as Kanavi potentially looking for a dive onto Cube. He is so tanky with a bit of MR as well.
Very, very tanky, but this is 2 fully completed items there between Kanavi and 369. Definitely to be respected, and Cube says I'm also to be respected, and gets himself kind of back up and into the faces of JDG, and come back, take stock of what's happening right now. It is an Infernal Rift, and it's 1 dragon apiece. 1,000 gold actually in the favor of RA, as bot lane 3-0 and 2. Asum very nicely accelerated. Exactly the same in terms of CS, but feeling an awful lot more powerful considering he's been given that little bit of a boost towards his Navori quick plays.
Yeah, most definitely. And just looking at the AD difference in terms of just kills, Assume is sitting on that 3-0, pretty KDA for Desire, and I think Desire is going to become a huge problem for the side of JDG because you have the Kali, you have the Gragas, also Viego, Nautilus that all want to go forward, but once the Gragas ult misses and the Nautilus ult doesn't connect, if they do misplay it, then Desire is just going to dance onto the side of JDG when it does come to those major objectives.
We'll see. 50 seconds till the next dragon spawns. JDG has got first items built up. Actually, everyone's got a first full item. Cube even going towards that Force of Nature. Actually really like that considering he was against a Gragas and an Akali. Definitely giving him a lot more priority of dealing with them. As there's a hook, it lands straight away onto Knight. And he is dead. That's all it takes, Kitty. 1 hook, 1 moment. And it changes the dynamic of a team fight. There is no team fight to be had. You will have the dragon spawning as a flash comes in. Good guy, minion. And now that's how you really hook a champion. Having said that though, Strife moving forward, getting in so much more damage. 369 puts himself on top of Asum, who lets the feathers fly. And this is RA looking exceptionally better than they did in game number 1. They're putting the, kind of the fight to JDG, and JDG don't really have an answer right now.
Yeah, this Blitzcrank is putting in work, making these picks really matter before the dragon spawns on the map, but I think if Missing didn't go for the return hook onto the enemy team, he would have just traded a 1-0 as Knight fell as a response. That was a blind, it probably wasn't a blind hook, maybe we solved it from a blue ward, not be dead.
Not dead just yet, still trying to see if he can maybe get the smite down onto the or the kill onto the Gromp, get an extra little bit of healing, but Strife will pick that one up for himself. And now 10-5 in kills. RA got himself a 3,000 gold leader, just a little bit underneath it. Asum scaling up very, very nicely. This game is kind of running away from JDG.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, Oshin. I am resident Gragas mid hater because I just don't see it finding much success in the LPL, as a lot of these players don't really know how to pilot the Gragas when it does come to those really important team fights. But this instance, it was just very unlucky as Knight got hit by a blind hook from Southwind. So maybe it's just Southwind smurfing out of his mind, which is exactly what RA needs. He misses this one as the extra tanky minion takes that, but return kill does get Strive another kill into his pockets.
We'll see how JDG, if they can at all, come back into this one here. Mid lane's going to be put under siege and taken, but JDG don't want to let it go for free. There's level 13 Akali now, and there's a great belly bop. They found their mark, and they will take down the bot lane. 2 swift kills. The solo laners combining so beautifully.
Knight had his eyes set onto Assume, not having that Xayah ultimate available for another 10 seconds, I'm assuming, looking at the icon, and he clutched it right with the TP, connecting the double stun onto them as well. JDG coming back into the game from just 2 kills in mid.
Right back into this one here, get themselves the turret as well. I thought they were going to lose their turret, but they gained one. They're honestly going to probably gain another one as well once this wave gets pushed in, but maybe they're looking at priority up on this top side. 30 seconds till Baron spawns. It would be very risky to go for it. Yeah, they're going to go for resets. I saw them all leaning towards it, and I got a little scared.
A little scared indeed, but RA do need to be a little bit careful as they do have both the Viego and Aphelios available for the side of JDG, so they can sneak it if the enemy team isn't too careful about their macro. We haven't seen too much from Cube though. This Cassandra 0, 1, and 0 currently, so hopefully we get to see more out of RA when it comes to the 5v5s. But this TP play from Knight was so well played as he just clutched it with the cooldown onto the Xayah ultimate. As I said earlier, once the Xayah doesn't dodge the bomber from Knight, well, the dispositioning that Gragas can provide is insane for an ADC.
Woo! Ruler. You could feel that one whisper past his butt cheeks there as the hook does not land, but they might have a little bit more of a fight to kind of deal with. Stripe moving forward here, going to land the chain, and they're going to force the ultimate out, but they might be compromising themselves as Leyen's not really got a place to go. They will trade back jungler for jungler. Stripe will go down pretending to be the decoy. And now the perfect execution. They silence the Akali, but can they silence Ruler? The feathers fly as Cube looks for the Aphelios. And the Aphelios is just kind of continuing to move forward. Ruler is just pushing in, wants to get a little bit more, but the Infernum shall not do enough. There's the ultimate. He lands it and delivers himself straight to the Blitzcrank. Southwind thought he was doing himself a favor, but delivers himself to death's door.
And that's Baron for JDG. They're starting it without their jungler. I don't know if they can do it. They're so slow with the blue and purple from Ruler. Hopefully they can sneak it before Leyen gets to this Baron. But that was a 4v5 from JDG as Ruler was just CSing in mid lane. But once he came, I mean, he just kills everything.
He came, he saw, he conquered. Kanavi's not there. The Baron's not dead just yet. There he goes. Finally does go down. I thought maybe that Leyen would have been able to get himself into position, but we're going to have a lot to break down in this next replay as JDG find themselves a 5k gold swing.
Yeah, it does seem like Kanavi does get caught out in this top side as Stripe goes in for the engage onto Kanavi. He had to ult away with the Nidalee Spear also connecting. Double TPs coming out of both top laners in this team fight, but just the ADC of JDG isn't here just quite yet, so it did seem a little bit good for RA until 369 on the Akali makes everyone 1 HP before he falls. And it did turn out really bad for RA as they became very split and assumed not having the angle to DPS on the Xayah. Doesn't seem like we're back to reality though.
Yeah, snap back to reality. As JDG find themselves trying to contest around this dragon. Is there still a moment here? You land the Q.
Again?
Yep. Kanavi gets one, but you cannot flash away from missing. He will go down. Good ultimate to try and separate everybody away. Cube is just not tanky enough to deal with Ruler. And with 369 finding himself on the backside, goes into stasis to make sure that Strife will not be killing him off. The feathers come back as Knight's very, very low and will fall down. It looked exceptionally good for JDG, but RA able to bring it back, and they trade back 2 for 1.
This is only the second dragon for JDG and the third, so they can't afford to lose any more Baron buffs as 2 people fall for the side of JDG. It's so trippy looking at these hook champions. Southwind, he's looking onto Ruler right now. He's so low though.
He is so low. They've got 369 and missing coming from base.
Oh, no, he's
Southwind's dead. Yeah, he gets caught out by the Q. Ruler is just grabbing JDG by the scruff of the neck and going, we are not losing this game. And never never mind that. He gets caught out by Stripes, who has to sacrifice his own life. The dragon finishes him off. 369 getting caught out here by Asum. A TP going to be coming in from Knight. They've got Cube running towards this one as well. Kanavi going to have to lose that form. And just because of the way the health bars are, I think they've got to give up this dragon as well.
The 2-minute dragon fight has finally ended, and this second dragon is going to fall into the hands of JDG Inferno. Lillian does look like he wants to contest this as Cube joins the fight.
Ooh, that's blocked the hook. Try and stop this one here. They're going to jump onto Asum, and Asum is going to die. They're going to get the resets now here for the Viego. Kanavi can put the feathers down, let them fly himself. Cube trying to just get away with the all-out. Southwind is sprinting, trying to see if he can maybe land a hook onto somebody as Leyen and Cube just running away as fast as they can. Missing hooks in to get a 3-man knockup with his ultimate. Misses the hook completely, but it doesn't matter. Kitty, it is chaos with 32 kills in 24 minutes.
Knights and Kanavi are popping up as a duo. They're putting in so much work as Leyen and Cube beating the melee champions once Nidalee is in Cougar form. It's so tough because Knight has so much chain CC and Kanavi having the Black Cleaver now doing tons of damage as they look like they're going to get tier 2 tower in this mid lane.
Finally get that tier 2. 2 dragons each, 16 kills each, 3,000 gold lead for JDG. And then all chaos is brewing as nice little spear. Leyen lands the spear. He was not Leankos today. He lands himself the spear and gets it. That's what people call him in Twitch chat, I believe. When he plays in Italy, Leankos. So you know, yeah, there's some cross-pollination between the regions. It's always good to see. I wonder if anyone from like LEC is like in Twitch chat calls someone like, you know, like, because I know like, you know, baby faker is Caps for ages, but Caps has kind of been in the league for a while. Anyway, I'll think about it and come back. The claps or craps.
Oh yeah, but this snipe
Yeah, it's
from
claps,
Rule
claps or
was
craps.
so nice.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I guess Strive is one-shots the ADC of JDG as he tanks a full damage Italy spear. And this fight was ideally going well for RA, but 369 coming with the Akali, having that ultimate available, well, not ultimate, but having the E connect onto the LeBlanc just meant it was a 2-for-1 trade. But once again, we've been saying, this Viego paired with a utility mid laner, if he's ahead, he's gonna kill everything.
That's a 3-item Viego. That is absurd to hear about, because nobody, like, towards the end of the game, we're kind of looking at it and saying, like, all right, you know, 2 items, maybe 2.5, you get a stopwatch or something like that. If the game goes super late, junglers get up to a GA or something similar. Now we're looking at 3 items onto the Viego, and Kanavi is just trying to carry this whole thing. I will say that Knight's definitely been a little bit, quote-unquote, exposed on this Gragas. Has had some good engages, but definitely not the most cleanest performance on the Gragas, so there's definitely been opportunities here for RA, and with 3 items across the board for them on most of their major carries, they are looking exceptionally set up here to be able to contest this next fight. I will say the biggest stickler for me right now is Cube. He's 50 CS down, he's 0-3, and he doesn't have his mythic. He has no real armor kind of stacking. He hasn't got the health and armor stacking to kind of really set himself up for success against Kanavi and, of course, Ruler with the attack damage they bring.
Yeah, Baron spawning in 40 seconds. A strike going in. Hook misses, unfortunately, but if you just... Ah, the hook missed again! Oh my god, my heart. Anyways, if you take a look at the HUD, the kills are dead even. The dragons are dead even. The only thing that's separating JDG from RA right now was the extra Baron that they were able to secure early on in the game. So if Southwind once again lands a really nice hook onto the carries, they can come back still.
And definitely come back. The longer this game goes, the higher the death timers become. We're kind of sitting 40-45 seconds on those death timers. Big shield here for Ruler as he does have the BT finished up and ready to go. Strive just trying to see if he can be a bit more of a nuisance. Just over a minute till the next dragon spawns. RA not willing to let go of this mid lane control, and those spears landing mean that Missing is definitely going to have to take a little trip back to the fountain.
Resetting for those wards as Dragon is also going to be spawning in 1 minute, but JDG setting up their wards towards his top side. Both teams actually setting up their wards towards his top side, meaning that this Nautilus will have first move, and it does seem like JDG having this mid push as well going into their favor. It's going to be really tough for RA to walk in, but my eyes are onto Strive because an assassin that does have mobility, I mean, you can just blink and Ruler might be dead from that.
We'll wait 30 seconds to the next dragon spawn. It's only going to be sole point for anyone, so it's only just a small little thing. I love the Banshee's priority because of Southwind right now. You're kind of, I know you get a bit of magic resistance against Leyen and Stripe, but in my mind, it's like we are doing this Banshees between Knight and 369 because of the Blitzcrank. We cannot get hooked off on the side out of nowhere. Leyen, he's going to get hooked himself, goes immediately into the Zhonya's to try and stay alive, flashes away as well. The Nautilus ultimate does land, but I don't think they're going to have anyone to really follow up on that. Strive flashes away from the oncoming Nautilus hook. So, a couple of summoners burn, a couple of ultimates gone, but at the end of it all, everyone's still alive and well.
JDG is hovering towards that bottom. If RA wants to, they can just trade Baron here as both objectives are available on the map. But they did burn 2 flashes. Ruler's already on this dragon.
Yeah, Ruler's already going to be able to get it and confirm it. So that's going to be the dragon confirmed here. That sole point flash. For Flash, both the supports gaining the mid laner's flash there because they're hooked, but Leyen can't escape that one. He doesn't have a stasis this time around. We see Missing going into stasis to make sure he doesn't die straight away. He will fall as Cube goes all out. The supports have been traded back to fight on 2 front, but the Aphelios has been killed off, and as has the Xayah. Both bot laners have been taken out in this fight. It's becoming all about these solo laners, but Kanavi was still inside of the Xayah. Kanavi still had access to all of those juicy stats. He wasn't able to make it confirm.
The 2 ADCs got assassinated in that team fight. Apologies for cutting you off, but Kanavi, he knows how to pilot the Xayah, and he was just popping Leon's health bars. He's going to steal this red buff away.
He's going to try maybe a spear in desperation to try and find it, but we are still equal. We are still waiting to see what's going to break this game open, and JDG, they're being made work for this one. If they are to win, it's definitely not going to be in less than an hour.
Most definitely, but we're gonna get a replay as everything starts off with Southland trying to land the hook on tonight. Really nice reactions from the Gragas, but my eyes are on this LeBlanc as she was just killing the backline of JDG where they weren't able to really participate the fight at all. But on the other front, we have Knight just positioning everyone with the Gragas ultimate, and they have their own assassin in 369, and both ADCs were so occupied the entire fight, but Kanavi getting reset after reset, he was able to make up for that lack of ADC in the team fight.
It was the fact that Kanavi was able to take over the Blitzcrank, flash in, get the knock-up as well onto Asum means that they were able to make it work for themselves. We come back into live, and everyone's fighting once more. Those spears are really starting to hurt right now. 8 stacks on the Dark Seal as well makes it almost up to the 100% or even more efficiency than you would hope for as the Baron control goes over to JDG. They're gonna have a little bit of a time to try and deal with these Scryer's Blooms. And again, Cube is out on 2.5 items, so he's a little bit tankier to be able to try and deal with this. Out and getting jumped on here. The silence will come out, but it will be eaten up by the Banshee's Veil.
They're doing Baron.
They are doing Baron right now. It's a 2-man, and nobody's really kind of contesting it for the moment. This Baron could just be gone. It is! The spear comes over the side, but it's not going to do much for you. They're going to jump onto Cube, who is tanky. They get a hook onto Missing, but that just puts him in the prime position to get his ultimate up. The Akali is dead. Cube is still surviving. Finally goes down. Now the resets can come in. The Nidalee has gone down. Asum goes up to let the feathers fly as Stoutwin gets taken over by the Viego. Ruler moving in and trying to see if he can find an angle, but 3 for 2 in favor of JDG and the Baron. They're going to go towards top and maybe look for more.
In the very end, JDG comes out on top with an extra kill, and the Baron, once again, the XP stonks are just going up for specifically Ruler, but these fights are so scrappy. As we see RA once again entering the enemy jungle, and they were forced to back. It does seem like Strive is going to get a return tower in the mid lane, but no one is protecting that top lane inhib.
No, Asum can only just wait and see if anyone does overextend, but that's going to be the inhibitor broken open now on that top side. With Dragon up at a minute 40, that's the perfect inhibitor to have when you're looking for that Infernal Soul. And a reset coming in for JDG as they just kind of called the bluff of RA and said, look, you're not close enough and we have the damage.
Yeah, now with the top lane inhib down as well, they're just going to set up for the 4th Dragon, but this Nidalee Spear, I mean, if Kanavi wasn't standing there, could have stolen it. Strive was looking for an angle onto the AD carry once again, but I think Ruler's positioning this fight was really good, so he didn't get assassinated by the LeBlanc, as we see both the ADCs trying their best to do as much damage, but this BT build from the Aphelios, he is still full HP and they were forced to back his Kanavi double kill.
We come back in, more items for AD carries. More opportunities for damage, and people are going to start melting in these team fights. Stoutwin just needs 1 hook. Only on about 6 or 7 second cooldown, no longer as long or arduous as it was earlier on in the game. You should have it maxed out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it is obnoxious to say the least, and I like that they're trying to gain some vision control, but all around this one little area, they're not really gaining anything else out of this. It's all being pushed away here by the side of JDG as they're looking for 30 more seconds until that dragon spawns, and that would be Infernal Soul, and you got to feel like that would be the final nail in the coffin here for RA.
Bottom wave is also really tough for RA as it is slow pushing into them. JDG does look like they're going to obtain the mid lane of priority, and it's just going to get extra tough trying to walk into a Nautilus and a Gragas.
More and more wave clear with those Infernum guns going off. Yeah, I mean, 2 super minions, you got to deal with that. And that means you have no way of actually defending this. Yeah, I mean, you have to try and throw somebody at it because you have to try and maybe do something, but that's the Infernal Soul for free. And that's what I said earlier, is that the best lane to have this inhibitor down when you're looking for a soul is the top lane, because it means it's the furthest away from anyone from defending it.
Yep, most definitely. And JDG just going to focus down on this bottom tier 2 tower as Knight pressures the mid lane with that Baron buff as well. JDG is playing extremely slow as they also receive the Inferno Soul into their hands. Strive looking for an angle, but he doesn't have enough damage as they just have so much MR Machine.
There's just nothing you can do. It's the problem when you prioritize so many magic damage champions. They're good until the magic resistance come in. The funny thing is, Ruler hasn't even built any magic resistance. Woo!
He does
One
not
auto
care.
attack. He does not care because he's got so much to be able to work with it. Not taking a fair bit of chunk damage here onto himself, but Just not really caring about it right now, and they're going to be able to push this one in. No Baron left, which means it's going to be a little bit of a slog to try and push into this wave clear as the hook does miss. Now that that threat is gone, they can just keep pushing forward. Yep. G69 almost gets caught out, but he's just a distraction. He is just the diversion for the main mission coming out. There's the ultimate coming out, forcing Southwind down and out. We're going to see Asso go for a flash, but Ruler wants to trace him away. It's slow, it's steady. It's painful for RA as they can see their playoff hopes burning away. It does land, and Stripe is dead. JDG, they were made to work for it in this game number 2, but it looks like they're going to be able to secure themselves the 2-0, keep themselves in that top 2 position in the LPL standings, and RA will be falling, and RA will be missing out on playoffs. Oh, they don't end! Oh my god, the quadra kill for Assam! How'd that even happen? I was setting up for the end!
That's exactly what I thought, Oshin, but Assam, I mean, maybe everyone was just so turbo-focused on killing the Nexus that they forgot that Zai at the 36-minute mark, with 4 items available, just one-shot everybody. But the game continues, Oshin, and it definitely caught us both off guard.
How does Ruler die?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. The hook connects onto the support of RA, forcing the Zio out as well. But Ruler flashing forward a little bit greedy, doesn't finish off the ADC of Assume, as they're just going to end the game right here. Another hook connects. I thought the game was over as the LeBlanc died, but it didn't, because Leon reset from the mountain. Cassante died into the fountain. Oh, Nagi.
Okay, so how does Ruler die?
How does Ruler die? He has shurikens and purple gun. He's not the best.
Hitting the Nexus. He's hitting the Nexus. He gets knocked back. What? What? How does he die? I don't even understand that. He just that's why I thought it was over.
I think the team just danced on the back line, or on the front line of JDG, and it probably caught Ruler off guard if it caught us off guard.
I mean, yeah, definitely not a position you want to be in. Because I think Ruler had a stopwatch. I just don't think he used it because he was like, well, I'm not going to die. We're going to end the game. But now with Baron up in 5 seconds, this could be an opportunity here for RA to come back into this one here. They have the top lane inhibitor respawning, so they're not going to have that pressure available to JDG. It's still exceptionally close despite everything going down, and RA have themselves a 2-kill lead.
Flash from
it's
missing.
Yeah, it's all on Assam. He needs to be the one to kill off everybody as he did in the last one. Quadra kill for him. And that's okay. Attention now for this fight, because this could be a huge moment.
Gonna go for the back door?
He could.
369 is sitting behind enemy lines. They don't know.
Yep, blast cone. He's got a blast cone. And he's going. They know he's not there, and he's not been seen on vision just yet. Now they're pinging him. The TP's going to come out, but 369, do you have enough time? Do you have enough damage? 1 auto attack, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. That's all he needed. They even got the Baron on the side of JDG. It took a while, but they got themselves the kill. 369 ends the game.
48 kills, and JDG takes the series away with a 2-0, with Missing's parents also sitting in the crowd. Definitely very, very proud to be winning this series up against RA.
It was close. Definitely some good moments there from RA, but JDG not to be outdone, and definitely a moment or two of scary moment. But look, you know, at the end of the day, 2-0 is still a 2-0. You got what you needed. You got the result you wanted. And that means they are firmly putting themselves in the second spot here in the LPL. Still a series behind EDG, with only 2 left to play between the 2 of them. 1 more week of play, but for JDG, this has got to feel super, super good now coming into the final week of regular season.
Most definitely, especially ending the game in such a stylish way. I'm sure they weren't happy with how everyone just disappeared trying to kill the Nexus, but 369 rolling a 9 as he just ends it all with that plus 50 gold. And this series, like you said, definitely feeling very good, and the morale, the mojo for JDG is going to keep rolling until week 10, I believe. This the rest of the schedule being Ultra Prime and LGD is going to be pretty easy, to say the least.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree here that definitely going to be feeling a little bit more confident in themselves coming into those final few weeks. But great games from JDG. And honestly, look, RA, you're out now. Playoffs are done. You cannot make it. You are sitting on 5-9. And unfortunately, with your game score, I believe, at -8, you're just not going to be able to make it. So they are knocked out, which means that we have 10 of our playoff teams nearly locked in because we've only got one last team that can only make a kind of an upset, and that's Team WE, IG, and RNG all sitting at 7-7 really to kind of like secure themselves. There is still technically some movement to be in there, but only one of the, I think between 5th and 11th is going to be knocked out. So really, really tight race for those last few teams, and it feels like you have all the chances in the world, but someone's got to be knocked out. So it's going to be a close last week.
Yeah, isn't it going to be insane to think that either RNG or IG might not make it, especially with the start that they both had. So the three-way tie that we have at the bottom or in the middle around that 10th position is really stressing me out, but hopefully we'll find answers very soon, Oshin.
Yeah, absolutely. And look for JDG, keep themselves on top of the table, 11-3, one series behind, but equal on game score. So if EDG do slip up in those last two games, they do play I think they play FBX tomorrow and then TT. So TT's kind of like the one you're looking at if you're a JDG fan to kind of say, look, you guys do us a favor, bro. You know, kind of give us something there to try and maybe equal it out. But again, we're all starting to kind of, you know, rush towards split. It's really all kind of happening all at once. And for me, it does feel like it is. We are seeing a very definitive kind of top three, and then the rest of the kind of chasing pack after that.
Yeah, most definitely. And I can't wait for playoffs, like you've been saying. But the next best of 3 series is just as hype as this one. I mean, it was a 2-0 in the very end to the side of JDG, but I think that these two games were relatively entertaining.
Absolutely, I think they kept us. Look at the damage there from Leanne and Assum, completely overshadowing everyone else on their team. And you can see there was definitely some moments there for JDG where they lost a little bit of control. Definitely an LPL game gold graph if I've ever seen one before, but for sure, definitely a bang to go out on for Rare Adam. Disappointment for them, but definitely something to work on as they have got some decent kind of, you know, decent pieces to work with going into the summer split.
Yeah, I do want to give credit to both 369 and Strive playing the assassins of this game. Once you do reach the 30-minute mark, 35-minute mark, it gets really hard as it does become a front-to-back game. So you need to look for those flank angles onto the AD carry. But unfortunately, when Assume is in a situation where he's forced to build more and BT, he's not doing as much damage compared to Roll on the Aphelios.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what Missing has to say about that 2-0 victory. We're going to send it over who's standing by with Wendy.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Missing from JDG with us. Congratulations on another 2-0 victory, and now JDG, you guys have 11 wins in total, and we have noticed that your family is here today to support you. So how do you feel at this moment? Do you feel a family that really bought you for today's game? 那首先恭喜你们今天又是一个2-0获胜，然后也想问一下，现在京东已经来到了11胜了嘛？然后同时呢，今天 Missing 选手的家人也来到了现场为你加油，所以说赢下来现在心情感觉怎么样？有没有感觉家人好像给你额外的多加了一点 buff？
赢下来的话心情特别开心，然后家人来的话也挺高兴的，还是有一点 buff。
So I'm really happy and excited about getting to this win, and also as you have mentioned, my family are here for today's game. So I feel like maybe I got some buffed, and I'm very happy about this part. And definitely, you really show a very good performance for today's game. And let's talk a bit more about the support champion choices. We have noticed in game 1, you have found out that Blitzcrank and also the opponent's team, they have picked this support champion in game 2. We have seen this champion a couple of times now on the stage of LPL. So what's your thoughts toward this champion? Because I feel like he's a bit troublesome in the early to mid game with his hook. 那其实也想问一下关于辅助英雄机器人的一个选择，你没有在第一局ban掉这个英雄，第二局对面也是有果断的选下他，同时呢，感觉他的钩子好像在前中期的时候是有给你们造成一定的困扰，所以说你可能怎么评价这个版本在当前的一个机器人呢？
我觉得就是对方选手机器人熟练度比较高吧，然后我们确实也失误了很多次被他抓住，就我觉得机器人在这个版本的话，熟练度高的话是可以拿出来用。
It feels like the opponent's support player, he's really confident and really familiar with this champion Blitzcrank. We feels like, and also in today's game, we made some mistakes, and also the opponent's team were able to use this Blitzcrank to punish our mistakes from the early to mid game. So that's why this champion seems quite troublesome. So it feels like if you are very confident with this champion, this definitely can be picked on stage in this meta. And also, I want to talk a bit more about in-game contents in game 2, because the game really really went back and forth, but you guys were able to win more team fights in the late game. So tell us more, what's the focus of the team coming into Game 2, especially in the late game? 那其实感觉到第二局好像情况是比较焦灼的，也是打得有来有回。所以说，可能特别是来到中后期，你们所关注或者沟通的重点是什么呢？
因为前面就是劣势比较大嘛，然后就是我们就中期一直抱团找机会，就慢慢打回来了。
So it feels like from the early to mid game, we are the one that in a disadvantage. So coming into the late game, we would like to just play as a whole to stay together and try to seek more opportunities to make the heart engage. And also my last question, in this split, definitely the bot duel between you and Ruler really show us so many highlights. So how would you describe the bot duel with him, and also how would you describe Ruler as a pro player? 那其实感觉这个赛季啊，我们 Missing 和 Ruler 的下路组合也是为我们带来非常非常多的高光，感觉你的配合也越来越好。所以说，你怎么评价你们两个的一个下路组合？又怎么样去评价可能 Ruler 哥作为一个选手呢？
我觉得我们下路组合实力是比较顶尖的吧，但是就是现在配合还不算太好，就是我觉得他是各方面都比较完美的 AD 吧。
So definitely, I would like to say both of us are very strong for our abilities, and we have really high mechanical ceiling. But in terms of our synergy, we're still not able to have a very good synergy together. So this part, maybe you can have some improvements. And also, in terms of Ruler as a pro player, I must say he's just a perfect one. And thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你接下来比赛加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Christina and Missing, and not Christina, excuse me, Wendy. So many talented people interviewing for us. But yeah, interesting enough for that last question as well. Kind of saying, look, we have mechanical skills. We know we can build off of that, but we're not exactly the most in sync when it comes to our actual duo. And that's a curious one as well, because I was thinking that from what I've been seeing, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, can you imagine what Missing and Ruler would look like in their prime for playoffs? I mean, they haven't worked it up to there just quite yet, but from the 2 games that we just saw, they've been looking goddamn good.
Yes, they have, absolutely. And we got our MVP. I didn't actually quite hear the name, but I believe it might have been Knight, which is a bit of a curious one for me considering the laning phase, but definitely something to be kind of behold. I think his engages of just kind of catching out Asim on those late game team fights proved to be just too much.
Most definitely, and I'm never mad when Knight picks up an MVP, so congratulations my boy as he picks it up with a 61% KP on this Gragas. But like he's about the flashy moments that he had solo killing the enemy team, it was kind of more like how he made Assume's life very difficult, and it all started out with this TP flash onto the bottom lane of RA, and they flipped the game around, and ever since there, this Gragas mid was pretty annoying where Assume couldn't play the game. And especially as that Zaya, who ideally sometimes you can go forwards, you just couldn't find those opportunities to beat these team fights.
Yeah, it just felt like every time that Asim got caught, it was just dead and buried. And almost right up until the end, we could see here that this was kind of the almost ending team fight here, where he was able to make so much work happen. But really, really well done there by Knight. And again, maybe a little bit of work to be done there on the Gragas to make sure he's a little bit happier, a little bit more secure in that pick in that laning phase. But we're going to take a break, and when we return, we're going to have our match of the week. It is going to be Top Esports versus BLG. Massive game to see, and we'll see you soon.
Is that because Haichao has been... Oh, I think so. Good trade there. But yeah, you can see that Haichao dropped a bit of farm. Oh, that's actually a bit more than trade offside.
Not that good. Oh, he almost goes down, loses the splash there. Xiaoshu almost gets himself a kill there. A little bit of an unfortunate moment. The extra healing available. Qingqian is behind the wall. Will Xiaoshu look for him? Oh, the flash in! No!
The LPL are kings again.
There's 2 things I love and hate about the LPL this year. What I love is that everybody beats everybody. What I hate is that everybody beats everybody. This means that on paper, this top esports team should be primed to dismantle BLG and take over the league. It's rookie, it's Jackie Love, and it's an easy prediction. But in reality, well, we'll just have to find out.
Good boy, level down. Oh, Xiaoshu, you don't know! You don't know! He's gonna go Mega, but I don't think it's gonna really help him. He's gonna finally get the Mega Nair off and should be able to walk away. I'm sorry, I jinxed you, my bro. Crocodile as King Tien now isolated away from his team. He will fall down as LPC picks up that kill. Tien exceptionally tanky right now, has almost all of his health bar. LGD not so lucky. They're looking for more. They're looking to make this one work. Jinjao falls. So does LPC. It's a double kill for Jackie Love as Rookie finds Hai Chao, and they get 4 for 1. King Tien did all the heavy lifting. Look, you do have positives. Bin will own the side lane against Invincible. He just needs to make sure he does not get caught after the fact. You can see there's the Maokai ultimate coming out here to try and catch out Yagao, and he will get caught out in the end of it all. There's the Glacial Prison coming out though, and that's Shadow going down. Joe was tanking turret for some reason, and now you can see the 280 carries we talked about having so much. Dream, one more auto attack, and all of a sudden the money's turning green. The numbers are going up for BLG. They knew they hadn't got any kind of real engage, so Photic's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to be forced to flash away, and there's going to be one more auto attack. He finally gets him over with the dredge line, gets from the depths as well, and they're taking them down. Attack speed. Baron's dead. Can they look for a fight? They're looking to try and push this one there using the Maokai ultimate, but Bin might be ending the game. They get Sean, who doesn't do anything less than he can. Joe is dead. Maokai is gone. The base is crumbling, and I feel like we've hit critical mass. Dream gets caught out. It's a triple kill for Elk to end it all, and Bin has been ending the game. Split pushing Fiora is a happy Fiora. Quadra kill actually coming out for Elk at the end of it all.
Please come this way.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. while I be down, yeah. When you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Surfing on a wave
boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There's another day outside with surprise. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. No, 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 no. No line. No, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand it, just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams, are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you never stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world washing over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name.
Is that because Haichao has been... Oh, I think so. Good trade there. But yeah, you can see that Haichao dropped a bit of farm. Oh, that's actually a bit
Not
more
that
than a trade
good.
topside.
Not that good. Oh, he almost goes down, loses the splash there. Xiaoshu almost gets himself a kill there. A little bit of an unfortunate moment. The extra healing available. Qingqian is behind the wall. Will Xiaoshu look for him? Oh, the flash in! No!
The LPL are kings again.
There's two things I love and hate about the LPL this year. What I love is that everybody beats everybody. What I hate is that everybody beats everybody. This means that on paper, this top esports team should be primed to dismantle BLG and take over the league. It's Rookie, it's Jackie Love, and it's an easy prediction. But in reality, well, we'll just have to find out.
Good one. Levels down. Oh, Xiaoshu, you don't know. You don't know. He's going to go Mega, but I don't think it's going to really help him. He's going to finally get the Mega Nair off and should be able to walk away. Oh, sorry, I jinxed you, my bro. Crocodile as King Tien now isolated away from his team. He will fall down as LPC picks up that kill. Tien exceptionally tanky right now, has almost all of his health bar. LGD not so lucky. They're looking for more. They're looking to make this one work. Jinjao falls. So does LPC. It's a double kill for Jackie Love as Rookie finds Hai Chao, and they get 4 for 1. Ching Tien did all the heavy lifting. And look, you do have positives. Bin will own the side lane against Invincible. He just needs to make sure he does not get caught after the fact. As you can see, there's the Maokai ultimate coming out here to try and catch out Yagao, and he will get caught out in the end of it all. There's the Glacial Prison coming out though, and that's Shadow going down. Joe was tanking turret for some reason, and now you can see the 280 carries we talked about having so much. Dream, one more auto attack, and all of a sudden the money's turning green. The numbers are going up for BLG. They knew they hadn't got any kind of real engage, so Photic's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to be forced to flash away, and there's going to be one more auto attack. He finally gets him over with the dredge line, gets from the depths as well, and they're taking them down. Attack speed. Baron's dead. Can they look for a fight? They're looking to try and push this one there using the Maokai ultimate, but Bin might be ending the game. They get Sean, who doesn't do anything less than he can. Show is dead, Maokai is gone. The base is crumbling, and I feel like we've hit critical mass. Dream gets caught out. It's a triple kill for Elk to end it all, and Bin has been ending the game. Split pushing Fiora is a happy Fiora. Quadra kill actually coming out for Elk at the end of it all. It is time! Welcome back to the LPL. We are coming in with our third series of the day. It is our match of the week, a massive playoff implication match between Top Esports and BLG. I am still Just Oshin. I am joined by the contagious Kitty as we are going to be jumping into this absolutely massive match, as we can see these two teams really pushing to try and see how hard they can get into those standings.
Yeah, this is going to be a very important series to differentiate both the teams for tonight, Top Esports and BLG, from the standings and really separate themselves in the standings, as I believe they are currently both tied 4th, 5th, sitting in that 8-5 scoreline. So we've been talking about this previously. The position of 4th place and 5th in playoffs is so big.
It's the difference between playing an extra best of 5 and not playing an extra best of 5, and cannot really stress how important this matchup is, because not only will the winner lock themselves into playoffs, but they will also separate themselves from each other, because both Bilibili and Top Esports not only are on 8-5 in terms of series score, they're also both +5 in game difference. So this is basically a tiebreaker between these two teams. And look, Top Esports, they've got a lot of, kind of great stats behind them. They've got some great first dragon percentage. They're great in terms of first tower. The early laning phases for this team is definitely a fantastic setup for them. But I gotta say, call a spade, they are on a slump right now. 3 losses in a row, and it's just not been coming together for them.
Yeah, definitely not in their best form to go up against BLG for tonight specifically. Like you've been saying, they are sitting on a 3-series loss streak, and it's been really hard to pinpoint on what's been going on with Top Esports. But I think the best explanation that I was able to cook up with was that they've been opting into losing fights usually, and some of the carries like Rookie and Jackie Love, they're often caught out of position, and the enemy team takes advantage of this, and a lot of games get thrown. But on the other hand, BLG, complete flip side, they are on a 3-series win streak, but not all their games have goally. And I believe specifically us casting, it was BLG versus NIP, and that was a rough one to witness, to say the least.
Yeah, look, the scoreline may say a 2-0, but that does not tell the full story of that particular match. BLG, look, you're kind of looking at the teams they've beaten as well. Look, they beat RNG 2-1, potentially a playoff team looking much more strong, kind of felt themselves into the split. Beat NIP, not, a playoff team, but still decent enough, and it looked a bit shaky. But then they beat, again, and very comfortably, in my opinion, so this team definitely feels like it depends on what day you catch them, but on the flip side of that, for Top Esports, like you look at some of the teams they've lost to. They lost to TT 2-1 recently in this week. They lost to LGD. They lost to LNG. And look, LNG top of the table, or at least, top 3. We'll give them a pass on that one. But this is not what we expected. A lot of people came into the split assuming that it was going to be Top Esports, JDG, the top 2. JDG are living up to that expectations. Top Esports right now are kind of falling to the wayside just a little bit.
Yeah, most definitely. And I did want to highlight before we jump to the game that BLG specifically, Bin has been a big standout in terms of his performance and how he's able to bounce back from a pretty rough 1v1 isolated matchup in a lot of those series where he has been getting consistently solo killed, but he's found his stability once again, and he is the Bin that we all know and love.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like Bin is still the carry of this team, and it's so exciting to get him to watch the play as well. It's like one MSI with RNG has moved on to BLG, and they've really built around him as well. They've brought in a lot of new players. They're trying combination work, and people like Shun and Yagao are starting to get the feel for how this team should operate. And we've seen it in plenty of interviews as well for BLG, where they've said, look, a lot of our players are very young, they're very inexperienced. As a team, we're not very experienced as well, so we're trying to figure out what works for everybody. And honestly, it does feel like we're having a little bit of those teething issues for top esports. It does feel like, it does feel like, yes, they get those solo lane advantages. Individually, they are fantastic. But when it comes into those big team fights, when it comes to those, 5v5s, they have the mechanics. It just feels like it's just they're not quite on the same page sometimes.
Yeah, and a big contributing factor is just the ADC matchup that we have for tonight. It's JackeyLove versus Elk, where we all know JackeyLove, when he is popping off, he is going forward, eating forward, dashing forward, and killing everyone in sight. But sometimes you flip a coin and you get the Love Jackie of top esports. And on the other side, we have Elk, who, in my opinion, has been looking better as the weeks go on, and he has really become stable ADC who isn't as explosive as JackeyLove, but you can always depend on him for going at least even in lane.
Yeah, absolutely. So today, we're looking for a lot of improvement from top esports. Big test for them. And again, they're not quite secured for playoffs. The winner of this series gets themselves to 9 wins. 9 is the signature kind of you're in, well done to you. So right now, it does feel like this is going to be a huge moment there. If top esports can kind of, take the last 2 series of the split after this, if they win, and kind of, maybe figure out some stuff, have a little bit of fun with it, and build themselves from there. Or if they're going to be putting under some serious pressure, because if they lose this, they go to 8-6. They'll be tied with TT and OMG. And this is kind of where we start to look at, top esports for OMG next week becomes like all of a sudden a massive monumentous game, because top esports could end up falling all the way down to the 7th, 8th, 9th, even 10th in the regular split.
Yeah, Mojo is the key to success when it comes to the playoffs run. And when you play so many games in a row, when you are starting in that 7th to 8th position, I believe LNG has done it once, but they weren't able to win the finals. I believe twice. They're nuts. But Doinby, unfortunately, now having, not unfortunately, not in the league anymore, but he is having a kid, or he has a kid now. Congratulations to Dadby. But hopefully we get to see the same repeat in history with another team that is also towards the lower end of the standings, because every team has been so impressive so far in 2023.
I was curious as well, is it doing Dad or Dad B, It's always kind of like, actually, never mind. Excuse the first one. We're moving on from that. I didn't think about it very clearly. We're going to figure out a clear one, but we'll stick with Dad B because, yeah, but again, top esports, this is an organization that needs to be towards the top of the standings. You look at the names on this roster, like even someone like Rookie, regardless of the team he's on, you expect greatness from this team. You expect a lot from them, and I feel like those expectations can be a bit crippling as well. They can lead to very unfortunate situations, and this is where we start to see whether or not this team can handle the pressure, come in and be a lot more just positive. I do like the fact that we always see Qingtian come out onto the stage and he always smile on his face. It's all positive, but again, this is a team that does very much rely on the mojo, as you say, the momentum to bring them forward.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they have a lot of veterans on their roster for 2023, so I am not going to be surprised if they're still going to be able to bounce back from a 3-series loss streak, as this is going to be the ultimate challenge up against BLG, because like you've been saying, even in their wins, they've been looking a little bit shaky, and I think that really contributes to Shun's unknown factor. He is that explosive element when it comes to the early game of BLG. I just choked on my own saliva. I am so sorry, everyone. But as we approach this best of 3 series, it's just a lot of exciting things, as a lot of these laners, like you've been saying, best solo laners that we have in the league right now. But how do these jungles really influence them, as I think Tian also having a bit of a yes or no factor to him in his recent games.
Thank you for the beautiful insight into the life of
季赛第
Kitty.
9周第6轮第3场比赛，
Could have just said, excuse me, you know, had a cough or something like that. No, here's what happened. You could be the play-by-play for that particular one, but again, kind of moving back into this series, I completely agree. And for BLG, like you said, the Shun is the big kind of question mark within this roster, but it does feel like when they're able to make it work for themselves, when they're able to kind of bring it together, it works so exceptionally well. Very young squad, all in all said, and I think that Elk honestly has kind of been the, you know, Bin has been the shining light, but Elk has been a bit of a little bit of a kind of an unsung hero in a lot of senses. You look at a lot of the plays, a lot of the highlights we use, a lot of the, you know, the setups that we kind of come to talk about. Elk is the one, you know, riding that line between, you know, int and God. It is got, you know, the setup, I suppose, that comes out here from Billy that allows him to be that big carry that they need, because Bin is very happy taking the 1v1s when it comes to team fight, and the way BLG kind of set themselves up, it is all about Elk.
Yeah, we didn't even mention Elk during that really close series against NIP, I believe from a week ago, where Elk, like I've been saying, he is that stable ADC, but he can pop up and he is very aggressive when he does have the lead. I believe even Yago was struggling in the early games, so having this young player who's not afraid of making mistakes and even just carrying the rest of the veterans like Bin and Yago and also On, I mean, a lot of great things to expect out of BLG, but they were also, I believe, on a loss streak. So them currently on that win streak, maybe it will go in their ways in terms of just the mentality.
Have to wait and see. Good to see smiles on the teams there, happy, jovial, and where do you want to see, you know, like top esports kind of bring the priority right now? Because again, like 8-5, really not where we expected this team to be. This will be their third to last series, as they do play 2 in the final week next week. They play OMG and then FBX. So you would imagine they should be able to take that win over FBX and then move themselves into a little bit more of a comfortable standing. But I mean, this is looking like a team to be kind of sitting around that 9-7, maybe even 8-8 mark. So where do you want to see differently from them? Where do you want to see them prioritize if they're not doing it already?
Yeah, really, I guess, I wouldn't say questionable, but mysterious results going into FPX and, like you said, OMG. As OMG, they are the dark horses of playoffs currently, but my main focus is going to be Rookie versus Yago in this mid lane. I believe we also have a statistics sheet that has been posted onto our official Twitter at LPL English, so chuck a follow if you guys want to keep up with all the LPL news we have. What a plug. Anyways, so talking about this, I believe the one that caught my eye was that Rookie, his KDA is insane, and I think top esports, they really rely on Rookie carrying most of these team fights on something like the Yone, on something like the Akali, but sometimes when Rookie does miss the ultimate on the Yone due to some misfortune turn of events, top esports just completely lose the game, and it often turns into a throw.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It feels like when top esports aren't able to have Rookie be that initiator, they do fall a little bit to the wayside. And for BLG, do you want to give up with that Sejuani? Like you give the Sejuani, and that's going to lead to the Yone for Rookie, and then we'll start to see what Jinx wants to go for. So no, they're actually going to say, look, you can have the Sejuani. We're going to get rid of the Yone completely. We don't want any kind of a semblance of it. And they prioritize that coming into that top side. So Jinx
no shot.
Gonna blind the Jack straight away. Very confident going into Bin.
I mean, we have champions like the Rumble and Gwen still available on the board, so Qingtian just introducing us with a blind Jax for this blue one, which is going to mean Sejuani in the hands of Xun for this game 1, where I think Tian, he has been finding the most success with this champion, so it's a little bit of a question mark in terms of why they decided to do this, but top esports, they either need to secure their jungle here or really get their bottom lane duo online.
What they want to try and go for here. I like the Sejuani priority here for Xun. Get him on something safe, something engage worthy. And now, where do you want to try and take this draft? You could pick up an AD carry to try and maybe kind of set off. Yeah, I was going to say, you're not really under pressure right now, but you could be put under pressure if top esports want to secure their kind of bot lane on the next rotation. So it looks like for Elk, and I like this as well, Elk has shown throughout this split that he is so exceptionally prolific and powerful when he's given to scale up on this area, and just knowing that he has that in the back pocket out for those 5v5s.
Yeah, that does signify that BLG is looking for something like the Lulu. We do know that Top Esports, they are still a very big fan of the Lucian and Nami coming to patch 13.5. It is no longer as strong compared to previous patches, but depending on the team composition, a lot of teams still decide to opt into it, as the Vi is going to be the natural response into a blind Zeri. But this game is going to be the Thresh getting locked in, so as BLG takes away the Lulu, they are going to ban out the bottom lane matchups, and hopefully they get Elkin on in a very comfortable state for this game one.
Yeah, getting this well for jungler as well. That can be point and click CC. Always love to see the Vi against the Zeri, just to make sure you can just lock her down, or at bare minimum completely take out her Vi. And Fiora, let's go, Bin, let's go. Finally, we're getting to see not just an isolated top lane. We're going to see some proper skill matchup here as these two guys look for lane dominance.
All right, Toppy, I mean, Jackie Love and Elk, just sit down, take your Thrashes, take your Lulus. All eyes are going to be on Bin and Xingtian, as it is Fiora versus Jax. And this Fiora, when it does come to the skill matchup, the execution needs to be perfect with the parry, and you also need to think of the factor of the enemy jungle coming into the lane, which really will change the tides for both of these champions in the matchup, as the supports are going to naturally get taken off. But oh my god, Oshin, we're in for an exciting one.
We are in for an exciting one, especially in those side lanes. Good engage from the junglers, great power as well. We'll see if anything early stages kind of comes out, and already we're seeing the bot laners just kind of go, cool. Mark, on, you're going to have to go with something a little bit more different. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Thresh banned away here by BLG to take that away from the safety of the Aphelios, but they will have first pick themselves, so we'll wait to see what they want to try and prioritize. But right now, BLG can give Yagao a counter into this mid lane. They could maybe wait to see what bot lane kind of turns itself into.
It does seem like that Top Esports is going to try and look for something like the Ahri that does synergize extremely well with this Vi, and it just gets stuff done early on the map. I can't imagine if Top Esports gets the Ahri and Vi and they just can dive the top lane, and it's just going to be free cash money for Xingtian, as the Renata is going to be the final ban of this game one. So BLG, they probably need to just pick the support, which, I mean, the Annie is still up and available alongside this Zeri. The Rakan, of course, is also a very good matchup.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit of extra engage as well. So I actually quite like the Rakan coming in. And again, it's something we're seeing within the LPL ecosystem and having a lot more priority. It kind of slipped away, only really a Xayah Rakan thing. And then people went, oh, wait, never mind. It's actually really safe and exceptionally good at kind of setting everything else up, especially when you have a low mobility AD carry like the Aphelios. He is dead. Now Top Esports looking like they're going to go towards the Talia. Very, very powerful, but also very safe for a rookie into that mid lane. And maybe we might see a little bit of a change in that bot side, knowing that they have the Rakan, and might be a little bit of a change of pace here from Top Esports.
There has been so many supports being taken off the board. I don't really like Heimerdinger in this specific matchup. The Karma would make a lot more sense, as you can't really deny too much fun when he does go for those 2v2 trades. But this Talia getting locked in for the side of Top Esports does mean that they're just trying to deny that. So what is Yago going to respond with here? Because Top Esports, they want to look at their side lanes and they want to get them ahead.
That's exactly what they want. Leona locked in there. So again, good hard engaged support to kind of back up TN. And we're looking at some pretty standard front to back team fights coming out here. See what Yagao wants to go for. I would love the Veigar here. Popping down that cage can give you so much zone control. Stops everything from what Top Esports want to try and do in terms of jumping on your face and can isolate members. That's locked in here for Yagao. And I feel like both teams very happy with what they got. It's going to come down to execution and utilizing those small little opportunities to gain the most out of these team fights.
Yeah, I'm really happy that Yago has decided to opt into the Veigar instead of the Lissandra. I feel like Veigar is just the better version when you do want a control mage in the mid lane. As you do look at Top Esports team composition, they have so much gap closing champions with the Vi, the Jax, even Leona sometimes. So these team fights, if they're fought in chokes, BLG is more than happy to take that. But on the side of Top Esports, relatively standard, but if Rookie is able to get the side lanes online early with this Talia pick with that ultimate, then we've seen what Jackie Love can do on a hyper carry, and I'm not going to be surprised if he's going to do it again.
Both teams locked and loaded. Both teams at 8 and 5, tied on game difference as well. This is a monumentous match for both these teams. Really does set the tone to how we expect either of these sides to perform. It's a little bit of a playoff preview, if you will, considering how close we are to the start of our top 10 bash. But The LPL takes no prisoners. The LPL is a gauntlet upon itself. Both teams desperate to carry momentum. For Top Esports, it's about breaking the spiral. It's about stopping the free fall that you are on. 3 series losses back to back to back versus BLG, who are on a bit of an upturn. 3 wins in a row for them. This could be offers and kind of securing postseason and also putting yourself on the right foot towards playoffs.
Yep, the difference between round 3 and 4 is huge. 2 buys might be the difference for you to maintain your spot in the playoffs. And tonight we have BLG versus Top Esports for this game 1 to see who comes out on top.
Jumping in. And the Gyro roaring. I love the chaos at the end of the Gyros, where everyone just screams anything and everything. It's just,
Very
it's just
LPL-esque.
It is. It's almost like poetic in how it works for it. It's just like, you know, everywhere else, like, you know, very structured, very nice. You know, you ever go to LEC, it's, you know, very German efficient, you know, kind of chanting and stuff like that. And then in the LPL, it's just like, yep, we got our chance, and then everyone just kind of devolves into chaos. I love it. But obviously, we got our 2 compositions. We talked at length about how these are going to go on. We have, I'm so curious to see how these junglers are going to prioritize these laning phase, because if there's one I'm looking at, it's Bin versus Jingtian. Both these guys very happy to take each other on and really want to see what they can both do into this last matchup.
We already see both junglers starting the bottom side, as I believe I did catch the 2 ADCs starting cold, so it's going to be a relatively mellow start for the bottom side of this game. But like you said, how are the junglers going to path towards this Jax and Fiora lane matchup? As we see Jingtian already being extremely aggressive with the E.
That's the counter-strike. Make sure that Bin does not get anything out for free. No real big trading coming in just yet.
Oh my god, Bin!
Yeah. Looking like he wants to try and get a little bit more. We love using about 1/3 of his HP. And this is the thing, when you do go for that little bit more of a cold start, you don't have the same level of survivability. The thing is with Doran's Blades is that, yes, they don't build into anything, but they are exceptionally powerful items right at level 1.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially with Jackie Love sitting on point. He needs it.
Oh, the Ignite, the cleanse! It's not enough! Jackie Love. Love from Jackie. BLG very happy to see that happen. And with the cold start on Elk as well, that's huge.
The first blood in the hands of Elk at 2 minutes. We haven't even had time to explain the rune pages. I wanted to talk about top lane more, but Jackie Love coming in, burning the cleanse, not even the flash, as On takes advantage of this level 2 spike and lands 2 beautiful W's onto the AD carry of Top Esports, also losing 2 waves, so that's huge for Jackie Love, especially starting with the Cole, as he just catches him off guard, I assume, and Elf also committing the flash straight away, just secures the kill.
I just feel like that's just disrespect coming out from Jackie Love right there. Like, you can start getting level 2 first. We have all played this game long enough. We know how many minions it takes for you to get level 2 and for the enemy to get level 2. It just feels like that's just such an unfortunate way to kind of set this one up, and BLG will gladly take those advantages from you every single day of the week, and it means that the sustain is going to be in the favor of the BLG bot lane. Vampiric Scepter picked up here by Elk as rookie. I take a little bit of a trade here, but great start for BLG, and it means that pressure now is on in that bot side here for Jackie Love, because yes, he does have flash, but he needs to be on point with it.
Yep, Shun has also been spotted out on a ward. Is he going to look for the 1v1? He has the red buff advantage, and Bin does have the wave shoved in.
Oh, no smite between either of them. It is secured by TN and finally gets himself level 4. Bin is taking a very powerful trade into Jingtian as he tries to push in this wave, knowing that neither of the junglers will be coming in here. Bin very confident to take this trade up and make sure he's putting Jingtian underneath the tower.
Yeah, the difference right now is that Jingtian is still holding onto that 1 health bar, which has just been topped, but it is going to be the lethal tempo versus the grasped for this top rune pages, as Bin is just trying to look for these short trades with every single Q, while Jingtian, he wants to look for those 100-0 all-ins once you get the extra range online when it comes to the laning phase.
Junglers are kind of show themselves with this bot lane missing a couple of summoners, though. You can see Tien and Shun trying to fight for this scuttle right now. Shun did look for that one there. A little bit of a double scuttle start here for Tien. Again, more and more pressure coming out here. It's going to look towards Tien to try and get that level 6 and maybe turn around this bot side. No flash on Elk for at least another 2 minutes, so We'll wait to see where that kind of pressure goes, but let's talk about where we're kind of seeing this right now for BLG. They've got the kill on bot side, but I don't know that's really where they're going to be focusing all their efforts.
The dragon is available for this bottom side, however, a bit of a trade coming up. Oh my god, one order!
Ooh, Bean does get the flash out of Ching Tien, but that was he knew the vital proc was coming up. If that literally sets itself up, that's a 100%.
Now he has to burn the TP, and this wave is going to lose a couple of melees, but Bin already showing his expertise on this Fiora, which is the counter to Jack, or picked as a counter. He's getting caught out.
Mark goes in, but I don't know if he's 100% caught out there. Dragon is started up here for Top Esports, but I don't think they can take it. This is the thing when you try to take an early Dragon, is that, yes, uncontested, great, fantastic for you to go for it, but it's definitely a risk when it starts to put down some serious damage onto your team. So BLG able to push in that wave, won't be able to clean up this local plate, and that's going to be a little bit of an annoyance there for the bot lane of BLG, but they want the reset instead.
Yeah, so we're going to take a replay of how this happened in top lane, as Bin with the grabs, he was just taking a lot of these short trades up against this Jax, and in the end he did have more health. Ching Tien also responding with a counter strike, which also traded really nicely in terms of HP, but this parry landing, just not enough damage because he didn't hit the vital, which unfortunately spawned on the left side, which cost him a kill in the top lane.
Cost him a kill. He gains the CS advantage for now. Should be able to equal it up here for Ching Tien, as both TPs have been used, and now at level 6 the grand challenge could be coming down. If they do not have Shun at level 6, I think he would love a Glacial Prison right now to try and flash in, get the CC down, and then combo it up with the W, but it's not going to be happening here. Shun going to take a reset, get himself back out onto the map as quick as he possibly can, after he gets his Bounty Cinders and a couple of wards for some control.
Yeah, jungle. Oh my god, Ching Tien is playing super aggressive, even though the jungler of BLG was just hovering around with that wave, is slow pushing towards the side of BLG, but we need to mention how important these level 6 spikes for both junglers is going to be, and Rookie -1. I'm so sorry, Rookie.
It's all good. I'm just glad the observers stopped like zooming in on when it happens, but we're engaged here on looking to try and grand entrance here on top of Mark, but Mark already got himself some decent resistances and actually a fair bit of health in fairness to him as well, so difficult to really make that. And the Dragon will be started off here. Tien drops down a pink to make sure he knows that both junglers here. And this is the thing, the junglers have really been kind of following each other throughout this match, just kind of making sure they're keeping either side honest, but with the priority and how big that wave is on bot side, they're going to be able to secure themselves first Dragon. So far so good in this early game. BLG coming out winners in all fronts and really showing that they're, Top Esports, you're not going to get a free easy reset off us. You're going to have to work hard and make us, kind of punish us if we're making any mistakes.
Yeah, big turnaround for BLG's early game, as that was one of their weakest characteristics as a team, but now that both junglers are level 6, this Vi and Sejuani definitely are going to look for a lot of kill angles onto the side lane. But the biggest difference is that Tien has to play it perfectly. Since you are a Vi, once you commit, you send it all towards that kill. But for Shun, it is a lot less punishing, as you just throw an ultimate. If it lands, it lands. If it doesn't, well, you just leave.
Yeah, it's kind of like the old Rocky memes, Vi goes in, if he dies, he dies. It's just not exactly a great position to be in. The Rift Herald does get secured, as well as a little bit of a topside steal coming out here for the Top Esports jungler. Well, BLG looks for maybe get a little bit of a dive, but not securing anything just yet. Yagao smells that something might be up, so pops a little ward there onto the Raptors to make sure that he's not getting jumped upon. Now knows that Tien is going to be in his jungle, so going to play a little bit more defensively, and they are happy to kind of keep scaling up onto this. So 9 minutes on the clock, Kitty. Dragon and Rift Herald have already been taken right now. What do you want to see from these teams? What do you want to see? Maybe are you happy to let this one go? What's the plan coming in for both Top Esports and BLG?
Relatively early, quite early game coming out of both teams for this game one, but On being very sneaky with the way he's pathing towards his top lane. I think once both either the Jax or the Fury gets one singular kill and it's stumbled out of control, well, the side lane is no longer yours. And he is prepping, On is prepping a lot of vision for a potential tower dive. Bin had a really nice trade onto Ching Tien.
Oh, he needs one more minion. On needs one more minion, and he gets the quickness. Tien hovering. making sure he knows exactly where everyone is going to be. That ward does not spot out Tien. Now it does, so they know that the top esports jungler is on this top side. We will see the Q maybe over the wall here, and they know he's here, so Tien, he has flash, but can he get out? Does use ultimate to buffer on, gets himself away with the battle dance. And there's going to be 4 members of both teams up on this top side. The 80 carries are PvE right now, but really early first item there for Yagao. Gets himself a Rod of Ages nice and early so he can get stacking, but it's BLG looking a little bit more comfortable so far in this early stage.
Yeah, On has finally hit level 6 from that mid wave, as Mark did barely miss the ultimate onto the Rakan as he was able to slip away with that E. But On just securing so much vision for this top side, which allows Bin to comfortably push in so much priority into this Jax, where on the other hand, Xingtian, when he isn't able to jump in, then you can't go for a lot of those ideal trades that you do want to take in this laning phase.
Elk is happy as Larry right now. Not sure who Larry is, but he's maybe not going to be so happy after this. Rookie wants to try and get him with a flash.
He's out.
And Elk gets himself over. I like what Rookie tried to do. I feel like he maybe could have put down the workaround a little bit more earlier just to make sure you get the stun off, but not to be done. And top esports will gain the summoner, but nothing else.
I think if Mark flash Q'd there, Elk potentially had to use the cleanse, so it would have been a lot more work getting both summoners from the ADC. On is going to threaten Jackalov off this wave. Maybe another W. He does have the ult. Not too much with the Gravitum.
Yeah, always nice to have an AD carry like Aphelios who can kind of keep himself safe. And On just kind of putting himself in that stride rush. Jackie Love not going to be caught out though for the moment. Very happy to just keep himself underneath his tower. Nice and safe. Minute 20 till the dragon spawns. And important as well, Kitty, with this second drake being the Chem Dragon, means we are going to get a fairly hard contested soul, you would imagine, unless of course it's Ocean, then maybe not. But Bin gonna maybe have 3 people making themselves known up on this top side. Xingtian using great use of his Counter-Strike to try and bait out the riposte, and now they're going to push in with that Rift Herald. Actually, no, they've already used the Rift Herald, excuse me. So they're just going to try and get a little bit of priority. Never mind, they're just using it there. I wonder why it didn't pop up on the hood. Very strange.
Not too sure, but Shun is going to be late here as Mark is cutting off all escape route for Yagao.
Oh, they're going to use the flash. They're going to put down the solar flare, the flick back. Just keeping Yagao in place. He's tanky, but not that tanky, and they commit absolutely everything to get themselves their first kill of the game. Top esports catch the lazy rotation and get themselves a nice punish.
A really good Leona E coming out of Mark as it connects to Yagao, even over the wall as he burned the flash, and then just really good follow-up from the side of Top Esports with that global ultimate from Rookie, and of course getting the first blood into the hands of first kill of Top Esports in the hands of
Oh, Rookie though has flash should he need it, as Sean looks like he wants to try and make something. Flash for flash, they'll get the W down. The stopwatch has been burned. Here comes Elk though. Rookie, you have nowhere to go. And we talked about this, Katie. We mentioned the woes of Top Esports. It's plays like this where the solo laners are getting caught.
It's not just Rookie getting caught though, it's just both mid laners getting caught within 1 minute, and this second dragon now getting started for BLG. Tien, you have to really be careful with how Bin utilizes that carry, because he can potentially 1v2 if you're not too careful in this top.
Bin was looking for level 11. Still a bit away from it, I would imagine, given the state of Xingtian, who takes 2 turret shots. Not ideal. As now the level 11 comes in, this is such a risky spot to be in. With that grand challenge coming down, and Tien goes, yeah, look, bro, I'm not taking that dive, not against a Fiora. Especially when your CC is so telegraphed. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, like you said, it's both mid laners getting caught, but Yagao's does not lead to a dragon, so it's kind of a little bit more worth for BLG.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate flash coming out of Yaga as Rookie also just follows up with his ultimate and landing every single ability onto Tien, also commits his ult. But that was just a really good pick from the side of Top Esports. But Rookie kind of just forgot about this and walked into the bottom side, which he had no priority over, no business in walking in, and a little bit disrespectful, to be honest, as On just pops the ultimate without that flash. And, well, he does have flash here, but no follow-up from the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, I love the patience from Shun as well. He uses the flash instead of the Arctic Assault when the W goes down from Rookie to make sure he doesn't get stunned. He's going to force the summoner either way. Bot lane did go down in favor of Top Esports, as they do have a little bit of priority. 3-man strong now is red-white. Maybe they want to fight. Jackie Love, you got to be so careful, my dude. You cannot just tank up all of this damage. Rookie is sitting around on the backside, and this could be a 4v4 that we don't even expect. There's no dragon, there's no nothing. I feel like we should be fighting around Rift Herald, not bot side.
That's what you think. Jackie Love going aggressive there. He sees angles that we don't see, and that's what differentiates us between an LPL ADC and just
So we're not an LPL. You know what? You're right. You sometimes you just got to accept when you're wrong, and you're at this point I'm wrong. But Jackie Love will need to be using his Severum, the last of it, I believe, to make sure he's healthy enough to try and maybe contest. But without on in this top side, he's going to be a little bit late. And Sean, Elk gets jumped on here. They're going to try and confirm it onto him. There's going to be the lightning crash to come out with the Immortal Shield Bow. Can he get a kill? Yes, he can. It's a 1-for-1 as they look to try and see Qingtian going on onto Sean. Flash in, leap strike down, but the Fiora gets the kill on top of the Leona. Rookie got himself the Rift Herald, but can they get out of this fight? Qingtian thought about it, but he doesn't have anywhere to go. Neither does Rookie, and Bin picks himself up his second kill. Yes, you get the Rift Herald, but Kitty at what cost?
At the cost of a 2-0 Fiora now. With the bounty in his hand, he's going to dominate the side lane of this game, but it just seemed like Top East was a little bit scattered in terms of what idea they were trying to approach that team fight. Still picking up the Herald onto Rookie before he died, but that is a big gold shift in the game.
Let's have a look at the replay here again, because again, like I like this at Top Esports recognized there is no on, but Elk just survived for so long.
Yeah, Elk has the flash here as well, but not following up with the CC, committing all the flashes, just meant it was going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But Shin is getting bulked by Qingtian on this track, even getting a flash into his head as Rookie secures this, but Bin coming in for 1 kill on the Leona, another kill onto the rest of the Top Esports, and now the Fiora is a big problem for Qingtian to deal with. Yeah,
Bin making sure he got the riposte down, and that's the thing, when you're trying to go for those flickbacks with the seismic shove, you're trying to go for the, you know, cease and desist with the Vi, you're just going to be very telegraphed in how you work for it. It will lead to a top tower take here for Top Esports, so keeping the gold in their favor. About 1,000 or so, maybe about 800 gold in their favor, but look at mid lane. We might see a bit of an engage coming out here. Qingtian is getting hit there by the Event Horizon, who, in the words of Captain Flowers, is the most powerful non-ultimate ability in the game. And I tend to agree, just the cooldown of it. Yeah, I mean, straight up, like I feel like I have to agree with him on that, because it just feels like it's just the size of it, the cooldown, everything.
It should be an ultimate, but unfortunately he's a... When was Vega released? Like 2012 or something?
Not a clue. I could look it up, but I have no idea off the top of my head.
We don't know the lore of Vega, but imagine if Vega was released in 2023. He would be 200 years of experience, to say the least, but... Does seem like BLG is taking this game very slow. They are sitting comfortably on 2 dragons now, working towards that 3rd. So Top Esports feeling the pressure being put on them.
Wait to see 2 items now here onto Elk as a Phantom Dancer available to him, because he knows he needs to have the speed, he needs to have the movement to make around these fights. 20 seconds till this dragon spawns now. BLG working up towards Soul Point, Kitty. How do you want to see them approach this? Because Top Esports, they're not going to have priority right now.
No priority, as look at the vision already set up by on so many pink wards. But Jackie Love needs to be so careful with the double summoners available as well, Gale Force in hand. He isn't going to have that extra lifeline compared to Elk, who has the Immortal Shield Bow. But when it does come to team fights, Jax's, once you land an E, that could be the turn of the tides.
Could very well be. Lane getting prioritized. No vision control whatsoever right now from the side of Top Esports. They have no idea what's going on with this dragon, and they have no way of getting in. The Event Horizon can just come down and stop them all. Now they know with the Scryers coming in that they have got something to work for, but the dragon's already been secured. The Glacial Prison goes off way to the right, but it does not matter because that's all they wanted here from BLG. They are now on Soul Point and a Chem Soul to boot.
Doesn't even look like Top Esports is going to go for the tier 1 in the mid lane, but fighting this choke against Veigar.
Qingtian! He's caught in the baby cage. He was raging as he couldn't get away. There's going to be a great ultimate from the Aphelios on multiple people, but Qingtian is already dead. Now Tien has been isolated by his own mid laner's ultimate. This Event Horizon's doing so much to just separate Top Esports and BLG. They've got to wait a couple of seconds before they can go for Baron, but they have total control of this game.
A 3-for-0 trade, and BLG gets even further behind, looking for their first tower in the game now as Yago follows up with this cage. Not going to land, but all my focus was just on Jackie Love's guns, as they weren't the best. I believe red and purple, so no damage from the side of the carries, as the Julia was trying her best to fight in the choke, but Team 10 getting caught out with that baby cage, like you've been saying, as he was just separated from the rest of the team. While On also looking for that flank, connecting into the team fight, but Jackie Love's guns was not enough damage from the areas, and nothing was dying compared to Elk, who was popping off in this team fight.
I mean, look, yes, Rookie, I see the angle you're looking for. I see the idea you're trying to make work, but unfortunately, it goes so wrong. Just not really setting himself up or his team for success. And now we come back in. It is only still a couple of 100 gold lead, but you look at where that gold is. 4, 1, and 3 on L. 3 dragons to BLG. And every single time we see a fight, it feels like it's BLG going for it. Jackie Love gets himself the cleanse to get out the event horizon to stop any kind of real follow-up engage. And I just, again, every single time I look at this Veigar, he just seems so powerful. He's 2 levels ahead of Rookie because of his Rod of Ages.
Yeah, the amount of CC that BLG has on an extremely short cooldown is so scary to ever opt into. Team 10 is covering the bush, spots out Shun as he takes the chugs, but Bin on this bottom lane, you can't have Jackie Love facing him alone, he's gonna die.
You can't. I mean, they're just giving up that tower. That's how I view this on the bot side. They're just saying, look, it's done, it's dusted, we're not going to really kind of contest it. That being said, Bin doesn't know exactly where everyone is. He does now, so now he's going to come back for it, but needs to be very careful of how he wants to take this fight as well. He has 2 levels on Jackie Love, but knows with the Gale Force and the IE, with giving over a free kill is not it. And this is something that we've seen as a development has been throughout his, you know, kind of, honestly, at the moment, short career, because he's only, you know, he's only so young, but Elk and Sean, they're looking for a catch here onto maybe Sean as they do get the ultimates down, but he's very tanky. Got a lot of HP, but not enough. And Mark will pick up the kill. He would have loved that to go onto someone else, but with 5 members strong on the top side, Top Esports may look for the Baron. It's risky though, considering how much you just used.
This is the time to flip the Baron, as Bin is going to back and TP into the fight behind. There are wards set up.
There are wards available. They want to go for this one here. Tien already taking so much damage on. Pops the quickness. Mark is going to get caught out. The flash in, the knock off. They've killed off. Jackie Love Rookie is dead as well. They have to go for the flip, but the burger has been burnt, and Top Esports will lose everything. They thought they had an opportunity, and BLG said no and slammed the door on their foot.
That was the only chance for Top Esports to ever take the Baron, but BLG and their current form, specifically On, just getting his hands onto the backline of Top Esports makes all these teamfights so impossible to play. BLG now sitting with that Baron buff, Dragon Soul in 1 minute, taking over this map and also this game 1.
I mean, what a time to get the Baron as well. We can see Tien going to come into this mid lane and stop it back. But yeah, I think if he actually took that fight, he probably would have died. Yeah, I was going to say, he would have died. He's 3 levels behind the elf.
Top Esports feeling very desperate in trying to make any play happen, as it was a 4v5, but this Zeri, 3 items and also 2 stopwatches onto the carries of BLG. This next soul is going to be really hard to fight. But look at On, he activates the ultimate straight away and then flash W's through the back crowd and lands a triple ultimate onto the side of Top Esports, and that just allows Elk to do whatever he wants in this team fight. The carries fall 1 by 1, and also the Baron now in the hands of BLG.
And this is the thing, we see it, so many examples of it, and we're so critical of it for Top Esports, where Qingtian's kind of half taking the Baron, half looking towards helping his carry. He's not really doing a hell of a lot. And this is the problems we're having with Top Esports, where they're half committing to one call, half committing to another. If you're going to commit to one or the other, do one. Indecision is a decision in itself, and that is costing them so much. It's a 7,000 gold lead out of nowhere. It was a couple of hundred about 2 minutes ago, and this game has just kind of ran away from them. 3 items on the Zeri, gonna have the soul as well, which is gonna maybe set up for an elder flip, but for BLG, they've got everything. They may look for the fight. Tien gonna try and maybe get himself into the pit. Bin off to the side, looking to try and find a bit of a flank. They finally have Yagao here, but the Hex Soul has been confirmed, and everything else is all just afterwards gonna go in favor of BLG. They're looking for more, but Tien's gonna die. There's your front line down. Tien.
He's so fast.
Yeah, he's so fast on Yagao. He finally gets the event horizon down. Qingtian will just about survive for the moment, but they get the Aphelios, they get Rookie, double kill coming in for Bin. And this is all but over, Kitty. This is just not your game, Top Esports, but BLG looking fantastic.
Xingtian running away with 1 HP as it was a 4-for-0 trade. Also, the Hectic Soul now in the hands of Elk, who was extremely fed 7-1. But Top Esports, they were so desperate in making a decision. You could have gone for the mid-tier 1 if you weren't going to contest for the Dragon. But walking into a Veigar, Sejuani, and Rakan is pretty much impossible. And they didn't get anything out of this fight, as we see Bin just consistently threatening the backline of Top Esports, so they couldn't walk up, as they just bursted the Dragon straight away. Now they look for the engage and they get a 4-for-0 wipe.
Yeah, it's just so hard to walk into that. It's like one Vent Horizon, okay, that stops everybody else. Tingtian's not a part of this because he's dealing with Bin, which is correct in my opinion. And then it's just nothing you can do. There's just so much CC, so much chase potential. Yes, Xingtian survives despite everything else, but the rest of his team has gone down, so BLG looking absolutely fantastic in this game, and honestly, this is the kind of form that you love to see for this team coming into potential playoffs, because with this win, obviously it's only one game out of the best of 3, but I mean, Top Esports got to figure out what's going wrong, because this wasn't it. I don't know what it is, but it ain't it.
They have to go back to the drawing board, as this game is virtually impossible to come back, as the Fiora is now 5-0, just going to consistently pressure the opposite side of the map. So Top Esports, they need to look for a 4v5 numbers advantage fight, as Xingtian also has to use the flash in the previous one, so it's going to be really tough to try and get your hands onto the carries, as Elk is working towards that LDR now, not looking at the 2-2 tower in top lane.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Top Esports to come back into this, you're going to need multiple picks, multiple throws around multiple dragons or barons or such, and that's where you can maybe come back into it, because even looking at the state of the map right now, they've just got no vision. Thank you so much, observers. They've no vision, they've no way of actually catching someone out, maybe get a flank or anything like that. There's nothing for them to make plays with, and that's the thing that I like about BLG, as we've seen them throughout their split, is that they are learning, they are getting better at figuring out how to kind of, you know, control a game, to suffocate out teams. They're not just throwing themselves ahead and kind of skill dipping, which is going to do right now onto Rookie. Red Horizon comes in, and Rookie is all but dead. Shun picked up that kill. This could be the last team fight of this game. Number 1, Xingtian went out to the counter-strike. Is not going to be able to do anything whatsoever. It's a clean 5-0. BLG demolish, decimate, and destroy Top Esports in game number 1.
A 12k gold lead, 21 kills is going to be the game 1 going in BLG's favor. Elk popping off on the Zeri. I mean, we were talking about the ADCs of this game, but Elk coming out as the better one for game 1.
Great win for BLG, and honestly looked so clean. So clean. I cannot stress this enough, is that, like, you know, we're obviously coming into the split, a lot of games from BLG. We even talked about it before we came into picks and bans. Very scrappy, kind of throwing things into the air a little bit, not really sure exactly how they were going to come out of it. That looked exceptional, and there's no other word for it, because Top Esports were never given an opportunity back into the game.
Yeah, and my definite MVP for that game has to go to On. He looked amazing
100%.
on the Rakan. From the 2 Ws landing onto Jacula for that first kill in bottom lane, to all these team fights, getting the charm onto multiple people just turned so many fights into BLG's favor. And of course, with Elk on something like the Zeri that was able to follow up, it just all went right for BLG.
Yeah, and again, great form to be coming into the final week, but for Top Esports, I mean, we're seeing the spiral, Kitty. We're continuing the spiral. It's going down and down and down, and this is the key thing. You lose this 2-0, hypothetically, you know, there's obviously still another game, potentially another 2, but you're then kind of looking at, you're only on +3, you're then 8-6, and all of a sudden you go up against OMG. I could see OMG taking that, and all of a sudden you're now 8-7 with 1 game left to play. You're still not locked into playoffs. That's a very scary place to be here for Top Esports and for Top Esports fans. I believe I just saw a tweet from Munchables just saying, like, you know, can't wait for the TES story arc to go from whatever the hell this is to winning worlds, because it just feels like this shouldn't be the story.
A lot of teams have playoff buffs, so I'm not going to say too much just quite yet. Maybe Munchables is onto something, but like you've been saying, the bottom end of the playoffs, it's RNG, it's IG, and with how Top Esports showed us in this game 1, can they really fight up against those names when you're in such a wobbly state?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was fairly even, but then even then you got early kills for Elk. There wasn't really much proactivity coming out. Tien you know, like nearly having less damage than the Leona, it just shows how they just couldn't really go into anything, and it all came from that final pick of the Veigar. Everyone wants to jump in, dash in, move in on top of your team. Event Horizon comes down, you can't move. You get separated, no one can kind of move forward onto that, and that's where this game just kind of fell apart really from draft. So really, you know, want to see something different from Top Esports, but massive praise coming in here for BLG. They seem like they're coming together, they're building off of this momentum. We do love the fact that, you know, Yagao coming out of JDG, everyone kind of saying, look, you know, they took in Knight, this is the better of the two mid laners and stuff like that. Yagao having a little bit of a resurgence and kind of saying, look, he's never really in the conversation for top 3 mid laners in the LPL, but he's always been around them. He's always kind of been steady and solid, and it's exactly what I'd love to see. But we'll see if Top Esports bring it back, or if BLG will be taking a comfortable 2-0. We're going to send it to a quick break, and then we'll have picks and bans for game number 2.
Is that because Haichao has been... Oh, I think so. Good trade there. But yeah, you can see that Haichao dropped a bit of farm. Oh, that's actually a bit more than trade topside.
Not that good. Oh, he almost goes down, loses splash there. Xiaoshu almost gets himself a kill there. A little bit of an unfortunate moment. The extra healing available. Qingtian is behind the wall. Will Xiaoshu look for him? Oh, the flash in! No!
The LPL are kings again.
There's two things I love and hate about the LPL this year. What I love is that everybody beats everybody. What I hate is that everybody beats everybody. This means that on paper, this top esports team should be primed to dismantle BLG and take over the league. It's rookie, it's Jackie Love, and it's an easy prediction. But in reality, well, we'll just have to find out.
Good boy, level down. Oh, Xiaoshu, you don't know. You don't know. He's gonna go Mega, but I don't think it's gonna really help him. He's gonna finally get the Mega Nair off and should be able to walk away. Oh, sorry, I jinxed you, my bro. Crocodile as Qingtian now isolated away from his team. He will fall down as LPC picks up that kill. Tien exceptionally tanky right now, has almost all of his health bar. LGD not so lucky. They're looking for more. They're looking to make this one work. Ninja falls. So does LPC. It's a double kill for Jackie Love as Rookie finds Haichao, and they get 4 for 1. Qingtian did all the heavy lifting. And look, you do have positives. Bin will own the side lane against Invincible. He just needs to make sure he does not get caught after the fact. As you can see, there's the Maokai ultimate coming out here to try and catch out Yagao, and he will get caught out in the end of it all. There's the Glacial Prison coming out though, and that's Shadow going down. Joe was tanking turret for some reason, and now you can see the 280 carries we talked about having so much. Dream, one more auto attack, and all of a sudden the money's turning green. The numbers are going up for BLG. They knew they hadn't got any kind of real engage, so Fotic's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to be forced to flash away, and there's going to be one more auto attack. He finally gets him over with the dredge line, gets from the depths as well, and they're taking them down. Attack speed. Baron's dead. Can they look for a fight? They're looking to try and push this one there using the Maokai ultimate, but Bin might be ending the game. They get Sean, who doesn't do anything less than he can. Joe is dead. Maokai is gone. The base is crumbling, and I feel like we've hit critical mass. Dream gets caught out. A triple kill for Elk to end it all, and Bin has been ending the game. Split pushing Fiora is a happy Fiora. Quadra kill actually coming out for Elk at the end of it all.
I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, stop. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First step like that, and now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly.
Top of the morning to you. Welcome to the LPL. We are coming off of the back of St. Patrick's Day and the back of a fantastic Game 1 win of BLG over Top Esports. I'm still just Sussy, and I'm still joined by the absolutely fantastic Kitty, and we got to talk about our boy on support, on the recon, on as our MVP in game number 1. You called it right as we came out of the game. It couldn't have been it. 1-0 and 19. Literally 1 kill participation or so out of being literally 100%.
That was one of the cleanest recon games I've ever seen in the LPL, but something that just completely caught me off guard is what is On's pose? So it does seem like half a half, but it is
Yeah,
very
I'd say it's
close
a
to
hard.
burger holding territory.
Well, they flipped at the Baron, so maybe it is. Maybe he's just doing an old school call out to knowing exactly. And again, it started from effectively level 1, basically level 2, but just lack of respect for the Top Esports bot lane. Honestly, just Top Esports in general, just not respecting this recon.
Yeah, On and L coming in as the rookies of this team. Top Esports caught off guard multiple times as he was just getting stuff done constantly with this Rakan and Sejuani pick for BLG. And just this combo in particular, 3-man charm from the Flash W onto the carries of Top Esports, where the Talia and Aphelios weren't able to do anything when it did come to a desperate 5v5 flip, or 4v5 flip, as someone died, I believe. The jungler shouldn't got picked off. but definitely huge credits to On, and hopefully he is going to be switched on next series as well.
Yeah, you want to keep that momentum going for yourself, and BLG looking like they're going to be securing themselves a playoff berth nice and early. Get yourselves an extra week, maybe try out some stuff, you know, give yourself a little bit more movement to wiggle around with. But for Top Esports, we need to see drastic change right now. We need to see this team bring it back, and this is not the results we expect from this team. And I said, the expectations, the pressure can build, and this team is looking very like they're on the brink of collapse right now, Kitty.
Yeah, and that fan sign just said, Top Esports, can you win? Can you bring the W back home? But there have been a few worrying signs from that game one, which was specifically from Jackie Love. I think on something with the Aphelios, when you don't have the Lulu or Thresh, a lot with mispositioning, your mistakes get exposed by something like the Rakan, and even Vega and Sejuani locked in by BLG, where multiple instances he just wasn't using the flash, which is extremely greedy. Sometimes that does go back to fundamentals, but hopefully we get to see a switch up for the ADC of Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but we're jumping into picks and bans. BLG going onto the blue, Top Esports on the red, and in terms of their color schemes as logos, that makes me feel good. As blue team on blue, red team on red, but the Sejuani banned away this time. It's very satisfying. Banned away by BLG, which means they want to have priority probably on the AD carry versus having to use that first pick on the jungle, so they're getting rid of that maybe, you know, kind of big, powerful engage tool in the jungle side.
Yeah, game one was really confusing as Qingtian just Giga Chad locked in the Jax, rather Giga Bin, I believe is the Twitch mode. But this time around, it is going to be the blue one, Gragas or even Vi, as the Zeri is still up and available. But Vi is just a genuinely very good pick up against these immobile ADCs like the Aphelios, like the Zeri. However, it does depend on who the support is going to be for this Vi to synergize with.
Yeah, getting yourself your early jungle pick, which means the Top Esports could go with the Wukong, could go with the Gragas as well, if they so choose. Plenty of flex. The super flex of the Gragas can go in multiple different ways. Technically can also go support. Haven't really seen it at all in any of the regions, but gonna have that lock-in of the Xayah. And honestly, I don't know if I would prefer the Xayah here or the Rakan, because BLG could just go straight back to the Zeri and the Rakan. Very happy.
They're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, like, the bot lane worked exceptionally well. I don't see why. And you're against, again, a low mobility AD carry.
They're going to just slam the Rakan right here as On, he is just bouncing back of a wonderful Rakan performance in that game one. So what is Top Esports going to respond with? The Nautilus is something still very viable as Rakan is relatively squishy in the early levels, and also it pairs well with a lot of these aggressive junglers that Tien has been loving. But it is going to be a Renata hover, and it is going to get locked in for Mark.
Getting that Renata does stop a lot of the engage event kind of coming in at you as BLG. A lot of disengage available for Top Esports between the Gragas ultimate, the Xayah ultimate, and the handshake, and of course the hostile takeover of the Renata. So plenty of ways of getting away from what BLG are trying to throw at you. But now Top Esports, they're going to start banning away some more of these things. And again, just kind of getting rid of what happened to them in the first game. So not going up against the Veigar. We're going to get rid of the Jax, so you're not going to pick up that on the first rotation. And BLG, they can really start to focus in on those mid lane bans as well, or even the jungle bans if they really want to. If they want to try and force this jungle rather than having it in the lane.
Yeah, Qingtian very comfortable with something like the Gragas top lane. Already 5 games played in the regular split for LPL, so I'm expecting it to either go jungle or top. As rookie, you need him to be on a carry, something like the Yone, where he is comfortable and in his limits, where he is also able to provide a lot of that side lane pressure. Does seem like the way to victory for Top Esports in this game too, as the junglers are going to get narrowed down, as they believe that is going to be a top lane.
See what they are going to lock in here. That's going to be the Diego, so we now know that that's either going to be Qingtian or Rookie with that in the top side. Still good here for Top Esports to make sure they can decide who they want to have the counter pick towards that last ban, or last pick I should say. But now BLG, you got to lock in your solo laners here. They could go for something for Bin. Again, he's very comfortable with taking a carry in that, or they could just try and all in with that engage. Remember, the lack of kind of, you know, engage for Top Esports could be a bit of an Achilles heel for them if they aren't getting caught out. You only have so much to try and deal with it. Yeah, they're all inning. If they lock in this Galio, they are all inning on the engage.
They want Jackie Love dead, completely dead for this game too, but the natural response is going to be the silence for the mid lane, as you are able to steal away so many wonderful ultimates that BLG has already shown in their cards. But BLG, like you've been saying, a lot of all-in, the Rakan, the Galio, even been on his iconic Nah. I have seen a bit of a shaky performance on this particular pick for Bin, but from his previous performance on the Fiora, I'm not going to be surprised if this is going to be absolute bloodshed for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it's his most picks so far this split. 9 games, 5 wins, 4 losses, so still positive. Maybe we'll be going to a 50-50 after this game. We'll have to wait and see, but it's actually Qingtian going with the Silas up on that top side. So Gragas into the mid, only quickly shot that in the back of the kind of setup. And I think this will actually, another little bit of stats. The stats team has come into me. I am the stats team, so it is me. But Nar now getting his 55th game for Bin in his career, making it his tied most played champion of all time alongside the Renekton. The Gangplank's up there as well with 50. So definitely comfortable on this champion. Definitely something that he can make work. But I love the fact that Qingtian's taking the Silas. We've seen this a couple of times for top esports where they say, look, the Silas has just so much, you know, basically so many ults to choose from that it's going to be impossible for him to pick a bad one.
Yeah, pretty much. You give away the Vi to that blue one pick, but it doesn't matter because Qingtian is just going to lock in that Silas and you're going to have the same amount of kill threat onto Elk for Zeri, which is going to be picked 2 games in a row for him. But I'm a little bit iffy on how I want to see top esports play because it is all about Tien for this game too. He's on the Viego paired alongside Rookie, who has dropped the carry, I guess, role in this game, and now it is going to be all up to this Viego to get those resets online and get those kills. But if Elk gets out of control, I'm not too sure how you're going to be able to touch him.
Not quite sure, but we'll see what top esports are able to kind of do. The Gyos roar and the chaos can ensure afterwards. Absolutely love it. But BLG is fanning out very defensively, making sure they know what's going to be going on. No wards dropped at the moment. They're just going to drop a red side ward on the blue side. And everyone backs themselves away. So coming into this one here, BLG very confident in what they want to do right now. They want to dive. They want to make sure that Jackie Love has the worst time ever in the world. But what do top esports want to do? Where do they want to try and find their advantages?
Well, it's going to be my first time seeing the Silas vs Nar matchup for this specific game, so I'm not going to say too much on this, but Bin on something that is going to outrange the Silas. I'm assuming he is going to have early push when it comes to lane priority, but this Vi pick, we saw it from Tien in game 1, and the weakness of it was that it was extremely squishy, so if Tien can just put the Vi behind from consistently invading, then this Vi we've seen just it disappear in a matter of seconds. Hopefully it makes it a 4v5 and Tien is able to make a bit of a canyon in that jungle role.
Canyon maybe in the LCK. But, see if that gap
We have
is,
our own one.
We have our own one, yeah. It definitely feels like it's a bit of a gap sometimes in the jungle role between teams, but wait and see. Actually, I love the respect coming out here from Elk as well. We talked about it a little bit in the last game where it's like, you know, you go for the Cole, you're looking to scale up, but the Doran's Blade has a hell of a lot of stacks just kind of innately build up into it. So recognizing that he might get caught out here by the Viego, so respecting that a little bit more. He picks himself up a Doran's Blade rather than the Cole, as you can see there. A little bit of a handshake being brought in. I think the top esports are going to be happier with that deal than On was.
Yeah, relatively chill early game for both sides, but I do want to mention that Zeri is obviously in the hands of Elk, but Jackie Love has responded with blinding the Zaya, as On denied the Lovers duo, but when it does come to this matchup, there's a lot of trading in this bottom lane, perhaps even a first blood.
Yeah, flash for Ghost means that Jackie Love is not going to allow the sins of game number 1 to happen. Tien gets himself around the bin, looking for a bit of a reset here, so really good timing here for Bin if he recognizes that Tien could have gotten himself over the wall away from that vision. Really nicely done by him. He's going to go back, pick himself up a nice early no magic mantle and make sure that he is not getting caught out in any way, shape or form on this top side.
Xun has been spotted out and he is going to clear this ward, but in that bot lane 2v2, Elk did need to burn the flash as the CC landed from Mark and it was just a losing fight as BLG were forced to back. But when it does come to the team fights and items get online, if Elk doesn't have the cleanse available, it's going to be impossible for him to ever challenge Jackie Love on the Zaya, as you always have that root ability available, which if the Zeri gets rooted and she's not moving, then that's a very dead Zeri to me.
Yeah, tend to agree there, and that's why we saw the Doran's Blade over the Cold start for Zeri or Elk on this Zeri, because he recognized, yeah, look, early on, I'm probably not going to be able to do as much onto the Xayah as I am on the Aphelios, so respecting Jackie Love is still in his head, and many others, one of, if not, you know, kind of considered for by many the best AD carry in the LPL, so we'll see. I think Leave and Elk definitely putting in some decent performances with recent dates to kind of put their name in that hat. Gala as well. Plenty of good AD carries. The LPL's always had pretty decent AD carries. I've always loved that.
I've always
Back in
had
the
this
easy
take
days.
where I think LPL has always had the group of best ADCs produced in the world, and LCK has always had the best mid laners. But now with Rulo joining the LPL, and he's originally from the LCK, I'm not too sure about
Viper.
that statement anymore. Yeah, even Viper, a lot of names in that role.
Deft. A lot of names, to be honest with you.
Kuma,
It's funny as
Yushi, I don't know anymore.
Yeah. Nobody knows, but now Rookie might be looking for Flash here. Flash in with the Q, gonna force the Gragas' flash out of him. And then we can kind of come back into where this mid lane will go. So Rookie will have level 6 very soon, so shouldn't be in too much of a danger as Bin will jump straight in at Jinxian. Just trying to trade back onto him. Isn't the Mininar form for the moment, but with that hyper proc, the abscond of Duck doing very well. Might see a flash here from Bin if he's not careful. He's trying to burn himself away. Will we see the land of Kingslayer? We will not. And that's just Qingtian gaining more and more off of this top side. Again, just such a powerful champion to have in your arsenal, having that Silas to be able to flex.
Yeah, really good sidestep at the very end by Bin, where he is still able to hold onto that flash for these important major objectives, which Dragon is up and available. However, if you take a look, if Qingtian is able to steal any of the amazing ultimates from BLG, it does make up for the lack of CC that they have compared to BLG, who does have the Vi, Rakan, and Galio, which are three tanky boys, to say the least.
Couple of fridges even. See, not quite getting the engage they wanted in that bot side. See the replay there. I think it was just, yeah, it's just the exact same thing we saw. So not really sure why we're showing this one here. But on, just getting hand shook and brought back by the feathers. Loses about half his HP. And again, Top Esports having a much better time of it this time around, having a lot more control in this bot lane, getting Jackie Love those stacks here onto that call, which means he will get his Gale Force, you would imagine, first, and that's going to be the big difference in, to late game team bars, more specifically the Dragon face that we see.
Yeah, and this level 6 full mark on the Renata is going to be so important for these wins if Top Esports want to opt into a straight-up 5v5, as BLG, they are lacking a lot in terms of the range, as they can only go forward and commit everything onto the carries of Top Esports. So if Mark is safe and standing behind, then that value of an ultimate is going to get lots done, as Mark is very comfortable on all these enchanters, so I'm not going to be surprised if he pulls it off.
Level 6 is going to be hit by these mid laners and top laners. Junglers won't be too far behind it, and that's when we're going to start to see some movement, you would imagine, especially from this Galio.
Movement.
Yeah, movement. Some smooth movement. As Landy has gone to flip. Yeah, going to steal away a little bit of a ultimate. This is the thing, when you have a Gnar in your game, you don't ban the Silas is just so much better than Gnar in terms of his ultimate usage, because he doesn't have a Mega Gnar bar. You can just use it whenever. It's so silly.
He's not put on a ticking time bomb, but you know what is going to be spawning in 20 seconds. So Herald available very soon for both junglers, as they have hit level 6, but my eyes are still on the supports spiking at that level 6, as they provide so much in terms of CC. But if they don't play it carefully with BLG, what's the Renata W called? The revive is going to save someone.
The bailout.
Bailout. Yes, that's the word I'm trying to look for. Learning with Oshin. I love it.
It's all the only thing a players have is just a hell of a lot of names for things. And now Qingtian gonna try and flash in underneath this tower. Has got the Gnar ultimate to try and stun stun under the wall, and he gets first blood, but he will be turned back around. But in a 2v1, you take that as Qingtian all day long.
You burn Shun's ultimate as well, and you get first blood into Qingtian's hands. So that is just an overall dub for the side of Top Esports, and even Tian starting to herald now with both supports rotating towards this upper objective. BLG just didn't expect Qingtian to squeeze out that last Gnar ultimate, as On accidentally presses flash.
I don't think he accidentally, I think he really wanted to try and dodge out on that CC, but that just feels so unnecessary. You're not going to contest for the Herald. You know that they're going up for it. That is an odd setup there from the MVP of game number 1. But let's have a look at the replay here. And again, it's why there's just so much priority with Silence. His healing is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and BLG thought this was going to be it, but Xingqian said no, he uses the Nara ultimate and gets that kill as it was perfectly in range of the tower. So tower may be the 6th member of BLG for game 2.
Mark has the hostile takeover now, so the 5th member of Top Esports is going to have access to that to try and stop any kind of engages or tower dives. And 1-for-1, that's pretty damn good for Top Esports, and they are gaining some CS leads, specifically in that jungle position. Xingqian taking a fair chunk of his health bar being taken by Bin, who's going to heal up a nice little bit himself. Merc Tread's picked up early by Bin. I like that pickup for himself. Knows there's a hell of a lot of CC and just magic damage available to Top Esports early on. Just going to let TN just kind of, prioritize this scuttle. And Rookie's going to cover him as well.
TN is extremely ahead in terms of CS right now, and he hasn't even dropped the Herald, which will just generate even more gold for this Viego. But really great stuff for the side of Top Esports in this early game, but what I'm worried about is once BLG has those combos ready for any team fights, it might look a little bit tough to be Jackie Love if he uses his ultimate.
Coming back into this one here, it's a lot more controlled by Top Esports. And don't forget, they have the Viego. The resets belong to him. And you know who would love to have a Rakan and as a Vi on their team? Top Esports. Yeah, exactly. Top Esports for sure. We'll see a bit of a 2v2 in this top side. It's Bin. Does get the knockback, jumps out and away. They won't get the Heartbreaker to come out. Xingqian will fall. And that's just a really good response there. Bin on the edge of losing his life, but turns it into a positive.
Yeah, amazing reactions from Bin as he flashes away from Tien's ultimate. And it is going to be a 1-0 as we see an engage from On.
Engage from On. They're going to have the hostile takeover just to keep Mark alive, as there was no flash there onto the Rakan, but both supports using their ignites and their ultimates. Rookie thinking about maybe going for something here. Very difficult without those big ultimates available to him. Does still have the explosive cast, but nothing else too going to be happening. Jackie Love now getting jumped on here. The feathers will fly. The lightning crashes down. So, is this like Pokemon? Is electric super effective against bird or flying? Is that how this is going to work? We're going to have to find out later.
I'm not too sure about that one, Oshin, but we see BLG forcing a lot of ultimates out of Top Esports before this dragon spawning in 20 seconds. And I would take the Zeri ultimate usage over Jackie Love's Xayah ult any day of the week, as now he no longer has that extra security up against something like the Galio and the Vi. Even Bin, not having the flash, but he is still going to be able to follow up with that TP for this dragon.
Well, dragon available, and without the hostile takeover, the Xayah ultimate, or even the Heartbreaker from Tien, you are going to not really have a great contest at all. The Rift Herald get dropped into mid lane. That should secure at least 2 plates going over to Tien on this Viego. So nicely set up for him. And it's going to be a Cloud Soul, as we can see there. Oh, he's a big man. He's thick, but he ain't that thick. On will get himself back at the base.
His belly was a little too flat to get onto On, but
yeah,
Tien is going to regain this bottom side vision as Elk did burn the ultimate from earlier. I was pretty surprised that On decided to engage in the middle lane when you do have a Galio versus Frag. It's like nothing is dying. They're just 2 fridges that do absolutely no damage. You have to only depend on the ADCs and these 5v5s. So can Elk do it once again up against Jackie Love, or has he found his mojo?
I was just going to say there, Top Esports opting out of fighting for the dragon, but will opt into fighting around the red buff. They're actually looking for bot lane more so than anything else. The lightning crash is back and available. Jackie Love's still waiting on his ultimate as the Everfrost gets picked up by Xingqian. The Kempung Chainsword being picked up by Shun, and a lot of people have a lot of choice words about that particular one. We'll see if it does end up having any kind of major impact on this game, but I haven't seen Yagao use the hero's entrance just yet, so waiting to see the first real implementation of that ultimate. And mid lane's got a bit of an island. We have seen a lot of support activity around this mid lane, but no one really kind of gaining a lot from it.
Honestly, other than top lane, I think all of these remaining lanes have been relatively quiet, but the Herald is going to be spawning in 1 minute, and BLG making their way up towards Xingqian He does have the flash, and Tien is hurrying his way to stop this dive.
Rookie not going to know exactly where everybody is. If he had known how close he was to danger, maybe he wouldn't have been as nonchalant about it. And it's still top esports.
JackeyLove isn't moving.
Yeah, I was going to say JackeyLove staying on that bot side, maybe just confirm that tower. Tien will have the Nara ultimate for a little bit. See if he's able to kind of keep that for this Rift Herald spawning, but it's 40 seconds away, so he might actually lose it before this fight breaks out, and that means he won't have that big teamfight ultimate for that in that particular instance, but we'll say there's plenty to be choosing from there. So top esports finally moving JackeyLove up, but he's a little bit isolated. Needs to be very careful of where he's moving towards.
The
now
boys are here.
The boys are here. Just trying to make sure they gain and keep mid lane control. Elf not got the Immortal Shield boat just yet, so I would imagine BLG, they don't really want to fight for this, but they do have Yagao on the bot side. He could Heroes Enters himself in.
Yep, especially not having that TP available, but the Galley won't take the tower extremely fast. However, it does seem like top esports is committing all 5 to this Herald, as Yagao is going to comfortably take that bottom tier 1. I'm pretty surprised as they give the second Herald and all Heralds over to Tien, and that will just generate even more a bigger gold lead for this Viego, but it doesn't matter because you have so many scaling options if you are looking for these team fights. Once the vision has been set up, so on as his vision wasn't set up correctly, BLG not opting into a losing fight, which is exactly what you want for a best of series.
Exactly, not opting into a fight they feel like they can't win. Going to be trading about towers, so really just kind of the setup there. Just trading one tower for another. They're going to lose their mid-tier 1, which is obviously, you know, arguably more valuable. Actually, maybe not going to lose it just yet. He's going to take it very, very low. But look, minute 30 until that dragon spawns. How much HP is that on? It's got to be, 47. Not exactly ideal. Honestly, Mark could go over with his shield. Yeah, and one auto it if he really wanted it to. So we'll see now, but just over a minute now, Kitty, before this dragon spawns. It is a Cloud Soul, so still very valuable for a lot of these teams, especially for the Edda combat movement speed that is kind of underrated in my opinion. But where do you want to see these two teams going for? It looks like top esports going for a very early reset just to make sure they're in the pit.
The mid-tier 1 does end up following. Can we get an 07 in chat? I'm sorry, I'm going to Twitch streamer mode, but Bin doesn't have that TP available for this next up-and-coming fight, so he does have to make his way down there. Xingtian does have the TP. Potentially could look for a flank with the Silas, depending on which ultimate he steals. But all eyes are still onto the 80 carries of BLG, as I think JackeyLove has an easier time when it comes to these team fights because he does have that extra security of an ultimate, while Elk, he just needs to pray and hopefully On saves him in these 5v5s.
Oh, Xingtian, he just used the Everfrost as well. He steal away the ultimate, but he's almost certainly going to die here. The quickness will eventually hit its mark. There is the taunt. There is the kill. Bin picking up that one for himself. 2-0 and 1. But no real response at the moment. You'll get a bit of damage on that bot side, but it looks like they're happy to give up this dragon for this tower. So BLG making a conscious decision to say, look, you're the soul. We don't need this dragon right now. We can just get a pick and get some more gold.
It's pretty surprising to see that Xingtian is currently 1-3 with how well he played the laning phase, even getting a return kill onto Xun, but BLG investing so much into Bin on this Nara as they do secure the top tier 1 for that dragon trade. But when top esports are comfortably sitting on 2, they are slowly working towards that soul point.
This is BLG looking a lot more measured, a lot more tempered. They've actually swung the gold about 2.5 last few minutes because they were down about 1,000. They're up about 1,500, so very nicely done for them at the moment. Mortal Shield Bow does get picked up by Elk, and it's a bit of a slow burner right now, Kitty. We're seeing a lot of very tempered and measured setups as On walking straight into Tien. And Rookie, they may look for a bit of an engage right now. Rookie takes a fair bit of chunk off of Xun. Just backs himself away. No quickness available made that engage kind of difficult, if I'm being honest. And a level 11 on the Tien ultimate makes it so that he has a fair bit of damage himself.
Yeah, it's pretty jarring to think about the difference between the first series we had between RA and JDG with, I believe, 40-something kills at 30 minutes, and now it's only 4 at 20. I'm a little bit caught out.
Oh, a TP is being committed here. That's the Silas coming in onto this. Xun immediately flashing away because he knows he's in a lot of trouble here. They're going to commit and try and burst him out. They will get him. And a reset for Tien. So now More priority coming over to top esports. There's nothing to take outside of that. They're just looking for Elk right now. Oh, I thought TN was going to be able to get over there. Blonde didn't actually commit to it. So what else can they get out of it? They just got kind of priority, and on a little bit of no man's land is going to have to use the quickness and possibly just keep himself over the side. Yeah, I'm going to say has got Yagao over the wall, so uses his quickness to make sure he does not get killed, but still good pick off by top esports. They're not letting go just without a fight.
And that is just, in the end, the difference between a mid-tier 1 being down, as top esport had a lot of vision control over this bottom side jungle. But my next question is, when is Yago going to press his first ultimate in this game?
I know,
has he
right?
pressed it once yet? Not
No, he
yet,
has
20
not.
minutes.
Level 12 already has the second point in it. Maybe at level 16 he'll feel like it's powerful enough to go for. Actually going for the Rod of Ages build as well, giving himself extra tankiness. And sometimes we see the Everfrost coming back as well, but this time around recognizing, look, I just need to kind of delete Jackie a little bit, like catch out on him, or even anyone, to be honest. The big thing I will say is that, yes, you have an awful lot of CC on the side of top esports with Ching going with that Everfrost. Not a lot of tanky stats, a lot of HP, but not a lot of resistances. And now, Shun looks like he maybe gets some revenge, but not going to fully commit onto that one there because he doesn't know exactly where everyone is.
Yeah, I would say that top esports, when it does come to their front line, it gives a lot of false sense of security, as they have the health, but they don't have the resistances like armor and MR. So when it does come to these important 5v5s, realistically, if Elk gets online, I mean, they just get shredded. So hopefully top esports don't fall into that loophole, but BLG does look like a bit of a slow burn, as all of the tier 1s are getting taken off, as they just picked up that bottom one as well.
Yeah, look, I meant to say it to you as well. LCK finished up a little early. We had to take over from them. So, you know, it got a little bit of slower game and a little bit more tempered in solidarity with our LCK brothers. But you see On doing exceptionally well to keep Mark and his vision control kind of away from the rest of everything that's possible. Rookie and the rest of the team. This is the thing, top esports have found themselves in a situation where they kind of have to be as a 5-man unit. They can't really be isolated just because of how quick the side of BLG can get themselves into a side lane, into a, you know, what could potentially be a 3v3, all of a sudden turns into a 5v3 in favor of BLG just with those ultimates. So we shall see.
The gold lead? It was dead even.
It was dead even, but now Shun may be in a lot of trouble here. We're going to see the quickness used, double knock-up, and this is exactly what I was talking about. They're going to get onto Mark. He goes Elk, pushes forward, knowing how powerful he can be. Elk does use the cleanse immediately, and now Rookie with the explosive cast can't keep himself alive for much longer. He will be peppered down, and that's going to be 2 quick kills over to BLG. That could mean the Baron.
And Elk does it again, 2-0 on the Zeri. Absolute peace for the first 20 minutes. But all it took was 1 engage from the side of BLG. And Zeri is now online compared to Yazai, also taking down the tier 1 tower. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. They're going to be basing with a lot of gold, Oshin.
A hell of a lot of gold. Look at the replay here, because again, this is top esports looking for the kill.
Yeah, they force everything onto Shun, and he died so slowly, while Elk on the other side of the wall was just DPSing everyone with this Runans. And of course the Galio coming in from Yago just separates the side of top esports, and Jackie Love trying his best to run away, but this Zeri without the hard CC of any champion, he is just popping off as Rookie has to fall as it in as well.
And again, want to call out On as a fantastic mitigator. He went in to try and save out Shun, then saw Jackie Love and immediately changed his target and said, no, Shun won't die as long as Jackie Love's not putting out damage. They don't have it available to them on the side of top esports without him. So now, Dragon is live. No real control here for the side of top esports, but they are forcing themselves in. BLG looking to try and just kind of confirm this Dragon, keep that soul away, but Qingtian actually lost the ultimate. Qingtian lost the Nair ultimate, so he doesn't have that available. Bin is going to go Mega right at the perfect time, so top esports can't go for the fight. Oh, the timing is all wrong. It's so unfortunate for top esports. They don't have a way in.
Bin's looking, you can smell it from him, but it is going to diffuse as the Dragon goes over towards the side of BLG. Top esports going to force a tower in the mid lane, however. Can they get it? Is BLG going to give it to them? Is the question, as Bin is showing on that bottom wave.
They're not. TP able to be used there by Yagao because he still has plenty to use there. Quickness used by On just to make sure he can run as fast as he can. You can't catch me, I'm the Rakan man. He pops that quickness and gets himself the hell out.
He's indeed the Birdman of this game. But Top Esports, they're just going to clear out some of
all
this
on
vision. They are on a
They're
lot
going
of
for this.
wards.
They're going for this. This is a repeat. This is a repeat of game number 2, or game number 1, excuse me, in game number 2. They start it, but they don't finish it off. Yagao does not get CC'd here by Rookie. And with the Scryers there to make sure they're going for it. This time, Top Esports think the better. They've learned from their mistakes in game number 1, and they will not flip the Baron this time around.
No burger flipping, especially when the series being so much the difference between 4th and 5th. As BLG playing extremely slow, as Bin is getting a lot of that side lane pressure on this Gnar. But 40 CS up, 40 or 30 CS up, I can't count. Don't do maths on broadcast, everyone. But On, he has been just kind of getting caught, but Top Esports, they didn't seem like they're punishing him too much.
I mean, On's got so many ways of getting out. It's why the Rakan has been seeing so much more priority, is that his skill expression, his utility to be able to run in, jump out, back in. No one's really kind of contesting him in a lot of these senses. So again, it's without the stolen or the hijacked Gnar ultimate from Qingtian, your engage options are very limited. And we talked about this from draft. When you lock in things like the Gragas, the Xayah, and the Renata so early, you need engage, and they're relying so heavily on Qingtian to be that engage.
He ignited Tian as he was backing just to stop him, but it didn't stop because there is a buffer time as Tian managed to get away with just an ignite lit onto his head. But BLG looking to take over this topside vision. There is a sneaky ward behind them as TPs are online.
TPs are online. Look at that gold there as well. Bin and Elf just miles ahead of everyone else. I will say Jackie Love not doing too badly for himself, but really not seeing a lot for Rookie right now. Has got everything stacked up for himself, so is fairly tanky. Is on. Needs to be careful. They know the Gragas is there now. They need to back themselves away. The belly bop does not land. Yagao and Yon just kind of hide themselves away. While this is happening, Qingtian and Bin having their own little 1v1. The island that is top lane has moved to bot. The solo laners living up to their name, as Hullbreaker was the second item for Bin, so he's quite happy in this side lane. He's actually going to come out the better of these trades and the damage he'll put down onto the turret.
Yeah, most definitely, as Bin is just trying to... I think I saw Tian E-ing in. That was a bit scary. Tian is going to make his way down there as hopefully they get a catch onto Bin, which is engaging right now.
There is no healing cut coming out here. But while that happened, Mark died because you've got Tian. He's been trying his best. He flashes the way. Qingtian, will you have the abscond of Duck? He will be able to kill. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Tian and just kind of using their names as a kind of, we're a duo. We will make sure we get the most top laner for support. I do tend to favor that for Top Esports.
All of these ultimates were burnt from the side of BLG, the Rakan, the Zeri. I'm assuming Mark did just get caught out of position. Run, little Birdman!
There's a flash available, a couple more seconds. He's just gonna heal up a little bit here. So like this from On, a couple more seconds and we have a little bit of a movement. Flashes, just get himself the W. The flat spot though, Rookie answers in kind. So that's now a 2-for-1 trade. You do have a TP on Bin. This would be risky.
They're starting it.
But they're going to go for it now, Kitty, as they got a teleport available, but Bin will not have. John is there. There's the teleport coming in from the Silas. Qingtian will be joining in. Mark jumping over to the side to try and play keep away. They will steal away the Vi ultimate to keep Sean out of the pit, but Bin says, I'm going into the pit. They're now isolated, as we can see the turret coming in. The Baron is secured, but can they get anybody out with it? Tien has to flash away, but Elk is following him. It's a little bit separated right now, but it's a 2-kill loss. Oh, they got the Baron, but they flipped it all. Top Esports get the objective, but they lose everything else.
It's technically a 3-for-1 trade, but the Baron does get secured by Tian, as Xun was occupied in the backlines that entire time. You trade a Baron, but what does that mean in terms of the economy?
The economy's crashing right now for Top Esports. Yes, you get the Baron. It was a bit of a, what they call a dead cat bounce. It goes up and then continues to go down, unfortunately, for Top Esports. But now with 7 seconds till the Dragon spawns, they're going to lose tier 2s. They're going to lose control over this map basically entirely. And there's going to be a hell of a lot of go. I think Elk wants to take this because he wants his Navori quick blades before this next fight.
3 items online for the Zeri is going to be extremely scary, as this is going to be the soul point for either team. But Jackie Love having a bit of a summoner's checkup. He does have the flash available, even though dying with that Baron buff. So hopefully he's able to pop off as they return with the Dragon. So what happened mid lane? They committed a lot of ultimates onto Mark. Where does he just not use the bailout to save him? Oh, he just gave up.
Yeah. Gabo. I think he was actually channeling it before he could actually get it off. He died. So, bit unfortunate there. CC literally till death, but now it's a 4,000 gold lead. The Dragon has been started. Will be taken very quickly here, but aside top esports, but not quick enough. BLG on their toes, ready to fight this one. Yagao will have the hero's entrance if they want to go for a full 5. Sean and Bin are your engages, but Bin doesn't have his mega right now. He hasn't got the rage built up. He's looking to try and build it right now. He was looking for a couple of camps maybe to try and go for that one here. Sean looking for maybe the fight. They're going to say the Dragon reset is secure. That's the whole point here for top esports. Chingtian steals away the Mega Gnar ultimate, and now they go in on top of Rookie, who does get himself popped back and go into stasis. There's Bin though on top of On, and they're going to try and get Chingtian down. There's Drag falling down the Galio as well. It's all on Elk to do this damage right now. You've got Tien cosplaying as Galio. Elk is the carry. Elk needs to pop off. Everyone else to the side of BLG has died, but these health bars are so low. Chingtian going forward. He'll die. 1, 2. Oh my god, he got 3. The only reason Chingtian stays alive because he has the bailout.
Oh my god, this is LPL absolute shenanigans in this team fight. Elk just kills 3 people as a return 1v4 as Chingtian barely lives from the bailout. What an insane fight, but the third dragon is going to go into the hands of top esports.
Oh my god, what a fight there. It looks like, yes, top esports do win the fight, but my, they had to pay for it. Let's have a look at the replay here, because it gets exceptionally well at isolating On and Bin away from this.
Yeah, Chingtian gets his hands onto the Gnar ultimate and he just zones out On and Bin from the backside as this fight was relatively split for the side of BLG. You even see Elk on a different page going towards that mid lane, so they were missing their ADC for a majority of this fight, but it doesn't matter because Zeri do Zeri things. However, Dracula was able to get a lot of things done in this team fight. Elk did manage to save BLG from a hard losing fight by getting a triple kill in the very end.
Technically, watch Chingtian. He gets the bailout, which keeps him alive right here. And that's the only reason he's able to kill Elk.
Oh my god. Dracula flashed forward and he died to the Runons or something. He died to like the click from Zeri.
Oh, Sean. They're using a lot to try and burst in on top of him. He has the Radiant Virtue, so gets himself a fair bit of a shield as well as health, as he's not quite going down just yet. Finally, with the Heartbreaker, does get committed upon, but they have to use a fair bit there. But now they're going to try and turn this one on to Chingtian, who gets caught up by the Zeri. The bailout is there. You just got to reset, and he is dead. Ooh, they almost get the reset on top of him. Elk is still putting out damage. Cannot walk. Cannot walk forward into this one here. They've got Rookie with the flash. He goes in, but the cleanse instantly means that the Galio can come out and forward. They are going to get Elk into the hostile takeover. They are 2v4ing because look at on the bot side. Bin is just kind of going by himself saying, I can take this game. I can take an inhibitor. They have to reset right now, but I think they're just going to lose their base.
Once the Gragas ultimate misses, what's going to stop Elk from moving forward? Mark's ultimate gets placed as well, but Bin doesn't care. He's getting an inhib in this bottom lane.
He is, and like I like the idea there from top esports. They thought that maybe they could get more kills. They just got 2. Everything's looking great. Bin isn't got, didn't actually had TP and just didn't. Straight up, just did not TP because he didn't feel like he needed to. And again, more and more advantages going to BLG.
I mean, BLG, technically, they lost the Baron, and in terms of the gold, they are only a little bit ahead. But that 4K gold is definitely in the hands of Elk, as On and Elk saw an angle onto Chingtian here, engaging and spending every resource onto the Silas as the bail used, but the return 1-for-1 onto the support as well, which turns into a 2v4. I even call that Rookie had flash here, which was going to be the guaranteed CC onto Zeri, but they just didn't have the follow-up. As there's going to be a bit more fighting here. Tien is looking.
Rookie is looking for On, but not going to find it right now as we're getting into late game stages of this game. Definitely a moment or two there available for either side to make this their own. Remember, a 2-0 for BLG could be massive. Secures themselves playoffs. Gets them back into what looks like a playoff-ready team. Top esports, they need to stop. They need to stop the slump. So far, this could be their 4th in a row in terms of series. They would have 6 losses of them. 2/3 of them coming in the last 2 weeks. It's just not the form you want. Chingtian goes in, trying to find Shun before this Baron spawns in 3 seconds. But not going to be able to get anything. Just steal away the Vi ultimate. But all of a sudden, you're looking at this and saying it has to be Elk. You have to find Elk. Rookie moving up towards this top side. Maybe finding Bin, knowing that he has got that hull breaker. He's got so much damage to be able to try and just put into these turrets if he's left alone for too long.
All BLG needs to do is just play protect the president, protect Elk. He has the flash available. They're starting the Baron right now. Bin behind the enemy lines.
They shred it. They don't have Gragas. Rookie's going to have to TP in, but where? Where can he TP to? That's the question. 4,000. 3 coming in. On's going to put down the ultimate. It's going to get Galio with the hero's entrance as well. They try to go over the wall, but Tien cannot get it, and he will be followed by the Vi. Now they can look for Meganar on the Bin. They're going to see the feathers going flying, and Bin finds it. That's it. That's the game. They need to try and kill off this Zeri. They will. They eventually get them down, but the Zaya has fallen as well. Bin doing so much. It's all on Ching Tien right now, but he shall not survive. And it's a 5-for-1. BLG will 2-0 top esports.
5-for-0 trade, and Bin coming in. Coldbreaker now lands a 4-man ultimate, and this is going to be their 4th win for a series in a row, and they're going to secure themselves even a better spot in the playoffs.
2-0, and the win streak continues here for BLG. Doing absolutely fantastically for themselves, and that is a statement win for them as well.
Honestly, I could have seen that game going either ways, but once the ADCs had been taken off the board, this Gnar on Bin got out of control in terms of just the damage, and it was just Fridges versus Fridges, but in the end, the difference maker was Bin, and he has been exceptional for his recent performances on BLG.
Yeah, I mean, huge, massive W there for BLG. And look, you know, there's so much for them to do. Like, you're looking at a team now that it is not 9-5. They've got a couple more series to kind of end out the split, but OMG, both playoff level teams. And honestly, everyone they played in the last 4 series of the split are against TT, Top Esports, IG, and OMG. They both TT and Top Esports. They are burning through a lot of these, you know, big playoff teams. This was a gauntlet before the gauntlet. This was to prove whether or not BLG could be a side that could contest maybe for a top 4 position. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of positives for this team. I'm thinking this team could be a little bit of a dark horse.
Yeah, our biggest criticism to BLG is that although they're currently now they've picked up their 4th series win, they never looked too clean, as it looked very messy and back and forth. But this series up against Top Esports, definitely clean and a dominating performance out of Elk.
Absolutely. Elk on this Zeri. You can't let him have it. You cannot let him have it. It just feels like he's too damn good on it. And it really does feel like for BLG, massive W's for them. Very to see what they can do now if IG and TT, or sorry, IG and TT, IG and OMG can really do anything against them. But I mean, massive moments for them. And for Top Esports, I mean, Kitty, the spiral continues. 8-6 now. Sorry, I think they're on +3 on their game score. They're being dragged down to the rest of the teams. They're kind of now part of that medley of OMG, Thunder Talk versus a few weeks ago where they were up there with the likes of LNG and JDG.
You just can't have Rookie on a utility champion. We've seen it on the Aesol. We've seen it on the Annie. Now for tonight on that last game, Gragas. When Rookie isn't on a carry, you are just lacking such a crucial element that makes up Top Esports. And when it's all up to Jackie Love, well, the current meta, it's very tough for an ADC to just pop off. Unless you're Elk, I assume. I think Zeri is like one of the rare exceptions to 1v5. But it's so hard because mispositioning at once just means you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, great performances from the side of BLG. Really cannot discount them on that. But like you said, I feel like Rookie needs to be on a carry. Any of these kind of supportive or more utility-based mid laners just aren't going to be the way it works for them. And they're soul searching right now, Kitty. They are. I mean, the downward spiral is real. Like, they play OMG now next week. That becomes such a massive game out of nowhere. It became kind of like, oh, okay, playoffs, you know, fair enough of OMG. That's huge. That's a huge game now for Top Esports, because if they lose that, they're now basically only looking at a 7th, 8th, 9th, or 10th position. They're not looking at top 6. And that is just unheard of from this for these names, for these roster.
Yeah, it's very devastating to think how that they've been just struggling to pick up any wins for Rookie, the names of Rookie Tien and also Jackie Love. But I do want to mention, I think Elk did 36960 damage. I don't know, I just thought that was a kind of a cool number to sit on.
Damn,
Shout
he's
out to
fine.
my boy 369 from JDG as he also picked up that W. It has to be something with encoded into the name, but of course Elk doing 84% of KP is just so impressive from such a young player, and I can't wait to
Yeah.
see more of him in the playoffs.
Very excited for Elk, you know. Oh, and I just got from my director. We're going to send it over to Wendy, who's speaking to Elk, and we'll see how he felt about that game.
Hello everyone, welcome to Interview, and now we have Elk from BLG with us. Congratulations on another 2-0 victory. I must say, it feels like from the beginning of the split, BLG always win the game with a 2-1. You guys always play the full set of best of 3, but recently you guys can always win the game with a very clean 2-0. So tell us more about maybe the improvements or changes made by the team in order to have such clean victory. 那首先恭喜你们，今天又是很漂亮的2-0。我们好像感觉啊，其实从赛季初开始，感觉我们 BLG 好像每次赢下比赛，很多时候都是2-1赢下，但最近的话一直都能很干净利落的2-0。或许你觉得可能队伍在整个赛季以来有进行哪些地方的一些成长和提升吗？
我觉得一开始我们就每个人到第2局的时候，可能多多少少都会犯失误吧，然后前期就会让游戏进行得很难。然后我觉得打到后面来说，我们每个人的状态还有我们整个队伍的协调性也会更好一点，然后就在前期就尽量少死一点，然后让游戏可以正常进行吧，就这样。
So also, I feels like previously, maybe coming into the second game, we just here and there we may make some mistakes from the early game, so the game can be super hard for us to play for the second game. But recently, we made some improvements on our synergy, and we are on very good form. And also, we just made less mistakes in the early game, so we can just snowboard smoothly to close up the game with a 2-0. And also, after today's game, you guys got the ticket for the playoffs. So how do you feel? How satisfied you are with the team's performance recently? 那其实现在赢下这场比赛之后，你们也拿下了通往季后赛的门票。所以说现在感觉怎么样？对队伍目前的一个状态还满意吗？
就希望我们季后赛能走得更远吧，然后有机会的话可以去到 MSI。
So I hope we can go further in the playoffs, and I hope maybe we can go to MSI. And also, best of luck for this. And talking a bit more about today's game, coming into game 2, it feels like it's a very intense game. And also, I want to talk a bit more about the fight around the 5th streak, because around there, the opponent's team, Top Esports, they were able to make a super good hard engage. It feels like it's very hard for BLG to come back for that fight, but Yozeri got a triple kill to really help the team a lot. So tell us more about what's your thoughts around there. 那其实也想问一下关于第2局的操作，第2局的泽力也是表现得非常好，特别是第5条小龙当时那一波团战，我们感觉对面是开得很好，然后甚至说当时有点为你们担心，但是你的泽力完美的3杀，所以说也想问一下，当时可能在那一波的时候，你有怎么样的一个想法吗？
当时其实一开始的团战画面还是有点就抽象的，因为我当时觉得可能打不起来了，然后我就交易去中路了，然后配合的不是特别好吧。如果我当时不交易的话，我感觉我们的画面应该会更好一点，然后不会打成那样子吧。然后到最后的话，其实就是已经不能走了，然后就看着操作吧，这个。
To be honest, it feels like at the beginning of that fight, we just didn't manage to have a very clean or very good fight picture because I just used my E skills around there, and then I just would like to clean the main lane wave. So we didn't manage to have a very good communication, because if I just did not use my E skill and maybe I joined in the team fights earlier, maybe there can be a better team fight for us. But after that, it feels like I just can't escape from the battlefield. So how I got that triple kill, I just do whatever I want to do at that moment. But after that, you guys still were able to have a very clean victory. And also, it feels like recently you guys really have a very good team fights. So I'm very curious now, inside the team, who's the main shot caller? 那其实也比较好奇，现在你们感觉好像你们的团战每一次都打得非常的亮眼嘛，所以说也想问一下，可能一般来到后期的团战，谁会是主要队内的那个指挥呢？
游戏打到中后期的话，其实我们每个人就是可能该说的都说一点吧，然后边线也好，还有我们在中路线的几个人也好，就是我们可能会更多的一起沟通，然后可能主指挥可能还是打野或者打野和辅助吧这种，对。
So normally coming into the mid or late game, all of us would like to share our ideas towards the game. The one like pushing the side lanes, and also for us maybe pushing the mid lanes. We all would like to share our ideas, but I would say maybe the main shot caller would be Shin, our jungler player, and also our support player on the two of them. And definitely congratulations again, and best of luck for the remaining matchups and also for the playoffs. 那再次恭喜你们，希望季后赛和接下来比赛都加油。And back to you guys, bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Oh, we didn't even organize that. We didn't even sync that up. But I like when the synergy just kind of oozes out into the casting
It's
power.
there.
But yeah, absolutely. But great interview as always. And I got a little bit of insights as well. And I like the fact that, you know, Elk having a fantastic game is the MVP. So we can quickly get on to that as well. But really did just kind of show to the team, you know, like, yeah, look, we obviously had times where I wasn't available. That ruined us in. So we just kind of brought ourselves back and said, look, I'm always going to be with the team. And it worked. I mean, 41% of your team's damage. That's absurd.
Yeah, couldn't have done it on any other champion and any other player. Elk on the Zeri, 2 games in a row, 41, like you said, for that damage share. But I just can't imagine that Top Esports gave this champion away for this game too, when game 1 he dominated the entire game as well. Even though On received the MVP for that one, I think he was very deserving of it as well. Where this was the fight where I believe someone got caught out and Elk was just, I'm not gonna say pistoling, killing everyone with her little lightning strikes. Pew-pewing. And Rookie not having the amount of guaranteed CC that you would ideally want from a team composition just meant that Zeri went to go beyond this performance of an ADC.
Oh my god. I mean, I'm still blown away at the fact that the only reason that's not a quadra kill 1v4 situation is because of the bailout. That's the only reason there. But again, like, even here, you can see him. He's waiting. Then he realizes everyone's kind of moved backwards. Lightning strikes in. He does get caught out after using all his utility there, but at that point, the damage is done. There's nothing to be said. There's nothing to be done after that point because of how the fight had already kind of set itself up for. And now, for BLG, they're in a fantastic position. They're in the top 5. They've guaranteed themselves playoffs. They have a couple more series left to play, a couple of hard ones, you know, definitely playoff contenders on the line IG and OMG, but they're equal on Weibo in terms of series score, 2 games behind them, so maybe Weibo will be sneaking out top 4 and maybe BLG will be going into top 5, but still, fantastic place to be in with 2 games left to play. And for Top Esports, I mean, it's a lot of oofs. I think they'll still make playoffs, but they're going to be starting in round 1 at this point.
Yeah, like I've been saying, Oshin, as long as you're in playoffs, you can make the miracle run. But I also wanted to just shout out the Zeris that we have in the LPL. Every single time we see it in the hands of an ADC player, I mean, you can only play Zeri ADC, to be fair. It's been absolute magic. We saw it from Wooler once, and today we saw it from Elk.
Yeah, it was fantastic from Elk, and really, really great to see them there. But if you're just joining us, it was a relatively short day. Lots of 2-0s. You can see all of the results right now on your screen as we did start the day with a 2-0 from Weibo. Kind of just smashing NIP in all senses of the word. JDG had a shaky game number 2. Game number 1 was good. And then BLG showing who's boss and separating themselves away from Top Esports.
I honestly want to say that all of these 2-0s were very well deserved. A lot of eggs that we have on the screen right now, which is very rare for a triple series day. I believe, is this our last Super Saturday or Super Weekend that we have for regular split?
We have one more Super Saturday, but no more Super Sundays. No more Super Sundays.
Super Sundays.
Yeah,
that is
no
so
more
sad,
Super Sundays,
but
unfortunately.
JDG won, BLG won, Weibo won. I'm a happy girl, and I'm going to go to bed a happy girl as well.
Absolutely. Well, you know, you've doubled up on caffeine, so that's probably not going to happen for a while. But let's have a look at the table right now, because this is where all the standings are. Big to note as well, EDG and JDG have locked themselves minimum top 4. They are minimum only going to be getting a top 4 spot. They're either in round 3 or in the double elimination immediately. And there you can see it there. Couple of different people getting knocked out, but then looking at this kind of setup here between WE and OMG, only 1 series in between these teams. That is just such a huge amount of changes that can happen with only a week and a day left to happen as we look towards tomorrow's games, which is going to be a bottom versus top kind of matchup, EDG versus FBX. But then IG having their first massive test. They are going to go up against LNG, and they need to come out with the win there.
I genuinely can't tell who is going to make it into playoffs because we have so many teams tied with the scoreline currently. TT, IG, and RNG. It's going to be insane to think one of these teams might not be able to make it into playoffs. And even Top Esports, 4th series loss in a row. I mean, we set them up to say that they will definitely secure a spot, hopefully. But can they get any further other than round 1 with their current form? We're not too sure, Sheen.
Yeah, well, Kitty, I'm going to ask you real quick while we still have the standings on our screen. Who's not making it to playoffs? Who is not making it to playoffs?
It's gone.
Give me a team. Give me a team. Give me a team. Give me a team off the top of your head.
I'm going to say that IG is not going to make it into playoffs.
Ooh, okay, you're saying IG 11th spot, maybe even 12th. We'll have to wait and see. But yes, there are tomorrow's games. Of course, it is at the regular starting time. We only have Super Saturdays now as we are starting to wrap up the end of our regular split. We still have a week and a day left of games to play. Big one for IG. We'll see if your prediction is right or not. If they go to 7 and 8 tomorrow, which is likely, I think they play BLG at the final day, or final. I think it's the second last day, maybe or so. But yeah, they got a lot to work for tomorrow. IG as they look to try and secure themselves a postseason. Great start, but not so great of a finish at the moment. And of course, EDG versus FBX. We'll see without the pressure. You know, no playoffs, no pressure, no problem. Tends to be the way we look at these things for these teams that aren't really going to be seeing a postseason.
Look, it pains me to say that I think YSK might not make it into playoffs because he has had one of the most banger debuts we've had in the LPL. Definitely one of the most memorable rookies that we've had in the entire world. But unfortunately, I think as that team filled with rookies, they've been slowly getting figured out by the rest of the super teams. And they have been on the receiving end for a lot of these series where they are currently sitting in that very dangerous position for playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely agree. But that is all the time for we have today. Thank you so much, Cuddy, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you, of course, to everyone who watched and, of course, all of our back-end staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back tomorrow at the usual time on the usual channel, and we'll see you then.